The Senate Special Committee on Hurricane and Tropical Storm Preparedness, Recovery, and Electricity will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Schwartner.
Present.
Senator King.
Here.
Senator Alvarado.
Here.
Senator Betancourt. Senator Creighton.
Here.
Senator Hinojosa.
Present.
Senator Huffman.
Here.
Senator Kolkhorst.
Here.
Senator LaMantia.
Present.
Senator Middleton.
Here.
Senator Miles.
Here.
Senator Nichols.
Here.
Senator Zaffarini.
It being 13 present, a quorum is established. Good morning, members, and thank you all for your time and for your participation today. Before we get started, we need to take care of one piece of organizational business by adopting the committee rules. Members, our first order of business is to adopt our special committee rules for this legislative session. The rules have been provided to you prior to the meeting and are on your desk. These rules are standard to what Senate committees adopted during the regular legislative session have done. Are there any questions? Senator King moves adoption of the committee rules. Without objection, the chair hears none, and the rules are adopted. Members, this committee was formed for one reason only, and that is to answer two simple questions that Texans want answered. Why did 2.25 million people in the greater Houston area lose power? And why did it take 2 weeks to restore power fully? This committee was created so that the elected representatives of the people hit hardest can get those answers. I want to thank my fellow senators here today, many who suffered with their constituents during the storm and the days after. I know each member on this dais is fully attuned to the concerns of their constituents and the needs of Texans across our state. I want to thank the linemen who worked around the clock through severe weather and at times in the face of physical threats to restore power as quickly as possible. The fault lies not with them. The Texas Division of Emergency Management and our State Operations Center was tracking Hurricane Beryl across the clock, and assets were activated and preparing days before the storm reached our coast. I think it will be demonstrated today the seriousness the state acted with in anticipation of this hurricane, in contrast to the multitude of failures of Centerpoint that have been highlighted in the media and felt by millions of Texans. I've heard a variety of different reasons for why the outage of power was so great and the restoration of power took so long. Ineffective leadership, lack of seriousness regarding the storm, communication failures, poor planning, disorganized operations and coordination of mutual assistance, ineffective mobile generation equipment, and dereliction regarding vegetation management are all areas that we will explore. As we hear testimony of storm preparedness and recovery in the hours to come, it is my hope that by the end of the discussion today, we'll have a better understanding of actions the state may take through either regulation or legislation to ensure that this type of failure does not happen in Texas again. Now, members, I'd like to ask Vice Chair King and then any senator that would like to do so to share any opening statements or comments.
Thank you, Chairman. I just got a couple things. I was thinking about this driving down yesterday, and this was a different kind of event for us. We've had, Harvey was a water event. Lines and poles held up real well, but we had a lot of Uri was a generation event. The lines and poles weren't an issue. We just didn't have any power to put on them. We've had transmission events, the power lines from basically the generators to the substations. We've had those before with Rita and Katrina and Ike and others. This was only the second time I can remember that we had a major distribution event, just the problem being in the lines from the substation down to the consumer. We had a pretty good one last year here in Austin, and some of us, if you remember, were hanging out at the Capitol because we didn't have electricity at our apartments and homes, and that was all due to poor vegetation management, just ice and snowstorm, and it just weighted them down. I know up in my neck of the woods we don't have the hurricane issue, but we do have tornadoes, but those are usually pretty isolated on the distribution side. But widespread, we have a lot of trouble with wildfires, and most of those wildfires are started by old lines that are loose and sway when we get the big winds in December and January and February or during the summer. And they sway and they hit, those distribution lines create sparks. The next thing we've got 5,000 acres under fire. Or the vegetation bounces on the lines, does the same thing, knocks the lines down, and we have a fire. This is the first time I can think of that we've ever had this level of distribution event, and I'm very, very appreciative that the Lieutenant Governor called the committee so we can kind of figure out what happened. Chairman, other than that, I do have a lot of questions about the mobile gen issue because that's something I've worked on and how that played out, and I would like it, with your permission, opportunity to ask questions when the appropriate time is for that.
Excellent. Yes, we'll have plenty of time for questions. Senator Hinojosa?
Just some brief comments. I'm happy to be here today. But it seems to me that as long as I can remember, since 1967, when Beulah hit the Rio Grande Valley, and we've had many more hurricanes hit the coastal area and other disasters, that by now our energy companies that are in charge of our electricity grid would have learned some lessons and best practices. It seems we continue to repeat and make some of the same mistakes that we made in the past that we have not learned. So maybe we need to look at some of the changes in terms of the way the state regulates some of these companies that seem, for whatever reason, unable to perform very basic responsibilities in taking care of our public when disasters hit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nichols?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had invited Judge Allen from Jasper, which was one of the emergency operating stops. I know NIM Kid stopped there. We had multiple counties there. He was invited to come. He wanted to come. He could not come. I talked to him as late as Friday. They still have a lot of trees down, and now they're into flooding there because of the recent rains, one on top of the other. But he did want me to pass on that their county mainly is co-ops. I've got a little bit of Center Point. I have a lot of energy, and then I also have in my district, a lot of co-ops and stuff. And he said they actually did a very good job of getting in there. Sure, we lost power all over the place. It's a forest. It gets laid down. And but everybody's working pretty good to get in there. So I didn't really have any thing to add to that, except that he would be here, except for that one reason. Thank you.
Sarah Huffman?
Yes, thank you. And, I'd like to start out with a positive and certainly thank those who did such an excellent job during this disaster. I see Nim Kidd over there. I mean, what a rock star. He just did a great job, so responsive to the needs of my constituents. Sometimes Tatum would make personal phone calls if I had a constituent who was really hurting, and I would make a request. They would call them personally. I think that's really should be commended. I see Matagorda County Judge Bobby Sieferman. As many of you know, Matagorda County was directly hit. The Sargent area was really devastated. And I think it's important that we note that our local officials did a great job across the board. As you talk about your county judge, Senator, really a great job, and we need to commend them. Commend Lieutenant Governor, who was so available as well. Acting Governor did a great job. But there are clearly some negatives, and I guess that's what we're here to explore. The infrastructure failures that many of my constituents had to suffer through, it can't be tolerated. I don't know the answers. I guess that's what we're here for, and I'm hoping that we don't answer here today, that your committee, Mr. Chairman, through Business and Commerce, will continue to ask those questions as we proceed through this session, see what we can do as a legislature, as a Senate, to make sure this doesn't happen again. So thank you very much, and thanks for everyone here who has an interest and for the senators participating today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My light's not on, so I think my microphone works. You can hear me.
Yeah, they're not working today
Most
for
of
some
our
reason.
colleagues probably tired of hearing me over this past year, but it's great to see all of you and to be with you on the dais, working on behalf of our constituents. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work leading in to calling this hearing, to the Lieutenant Governor for establishing the committee. Our sentiment in our opening remarks will be consistent. I'm sure we're looking for answers. Our constituents deserve answers. In particular, in my district, Maria Laredo, Judith Greet, J. Michael Taylor, and Richard Ross. Those are constituents of mine that are now deceased, that did not survive the storm. And it's important to me, with our local elected officials, our county judge, members of the Woodlands Township, and other community leaders that are here today to get answers. It's important that we work in every way possible today to have transparency and honesty with the 10th named storm since Hurricane Harvey, a storm of biblical proportions where we've spent countless time in these hearings and in this building working with our communities on resiliency and building forward, and all things under the guise and umbrella of preparation. How did we get to this point? So I'm eager today to find out what the answers are. I think we're going to hear some excuses that we need to work through with some surgery, and I look forward to being a part of that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Colkhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo what our members have been saying, and grateful to the Lieutenant Governor for his leadership during Hurricane Beryl. The preparation, we knew it was coming. It changed course. I had a feeling, having survived Harvey, Kid, that we know that those storms have a mind of their own. Like Senator Huffman, I think there are many unsung heroes during that storm. And Senator and Chairman, thank you for thanking the linemen who did their very best. I think the questions today we have to ask, were they staged properly? Were there enough of them? But I want to say to Senator Creighton, the names that you mentioned, plus 30 plus more, are no longer with us. From a Category 1 hurricane. So the senator from the bullseye of Hurricane Harvey, a Category 4 versus a Category 1. A gentleman that owns restaurants in Harris County and Fort Bend County, he called me and he said, my goodness, Harvey was nothing compared to this. I don't understand how a Category 4 I could survive, get my restaurants up to serve people much more quickly than this storm. So I think the questions we have to ask are that. But I will just say that I know Centerpoint will be at the forefront. Judge Keogh, thank you for being here. I see a number of my constituents here. He will talk about the comparison in Montgomery County of Entergy versus Centerpoint and their responsiveness. So I'll end by saying this, that Centerpoint is a company that is granted and guaranteed a rate of return. In exchange for that privilege, the legislature and the public expects that decisions will be made responsibly to avoid long-term power disruption. The social contract between Centerpoint and the people it serves has been broken. What are we going to do about it? And I think that's what this committee is all about. So I thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair Bancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are times when you have to recognize the obvious. The obvious is we had a bunch of folks that did everything they could to mitigate problems that were in a very large service area. But the executive management at that company made major mistakes. And I'm talking mistakes over years that led us to a situation where we had 2.2 million users out of power for a period of time because we had a Cat 1 storm. Now, we're going to hear all sorts of comparisons to Ike. We're going to hear all sorts of comparisons to the fact that we have hurricanes here on the Gulf Coast. Well, let's recognize the obvious. We have hurricanes here on the Gulf Coast. Now, Florida decided to take this seriously about 20 years ago when they got plastered by about a half a dozen named storms. And you look at the trajectory that state went on, and I'm not talking about the response of the state of Texas, because I believe NIMKID and the OEM system that we have here is best in class in the country. I'm not talking about the county governments that are here, because I believe they did their job. I'm not talking about a lot of the other people we're going to see on this list of attendees, but I'm talking about one company that blew it. And your communication failures exasperated this and poured gasoline on the problem for millions of people to understand a simple question that we take for granted in this life is, are the lights on, and when are they going to come on, and are they going to stay on? Now, the problem is simple, because the communication was horrid by any measurement I understand. And more importantly, so many opportunities were missed years ago to fix this problem in advance. You know, KHOU 11 has got vegetation reports that you're half the per capita expenditure of your nearest competitor in service area. You know, they tracked multiple issues with line crews being basically idle for the better part of half a day, multiple days in a row. I don't get all this granularity because, like Senator King, I've got lots of questions about this generator contract, lots of them, because I think we've got 15 boat anchors, a very large problem to deal with that the ratepayers are paying for. So, Mr. Chairman, I submit to you, not this chairman, to you, that when you come up to stand, expect to be here a while, because I've got nearly my entire district was affected by this. I unfortunately don't have the names of my deceased, but I suspect they are higher in any Senate district that surrounds this area than just the three names that Senator Creighton. But more importantly, your duty to provide power to your service area, the folks no longer believe you can do it. And so it's not just the trust has been knocked down, it's been broken. And the more I read about what's happened, the more I read about when we could have deployed composite poles, when we could have deployed concrete poles, when we could have done a whole bunch of preventative work, just makes me madder and madder. And I can see why Lieutenant Governor convened this committee, Mr. Chairman, because this is long overdue. And what I just find astonishing and is aggravating to me, makes my blood boil, is the fact that we're having to have a hearing to hear about a whole bunch of people that did their job right, but the biggest multi-billion-dollar corporation, we're having to tell them how to do your job. And that is not something that I enjoy doing, but we're going to do it today because we have to. Because the people that died deserve an answer, the people that had their power off deserve an answer, and more importantly, the future of this region is based upon having access to power. And we're now getting, quite frankly, maybe not the reputation that I would like about that. I've got businesses, Mr. Chairman, that have all called me and said they are having to buy generators now. They can't afford 2 weeks of outages that they've had because it's not predictable to them. And in today's supply chain, you can't afford to be out if you're a small manufacturer. And you have a huge organization with tons of resources, and I'm not going to take this idea that you can't have a power tracker up because you weren't smart enough to get your stuff migrated to the cloud. Companies my size, 50 people, have done cloud migrations without disastrous failures of communication. And I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this, but this was maybe, to a large extent, avoidable. And that's really what I'm upset about. So I hope to hear from this.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to make it very clear, unlike some of my senior colleagues, I'm not happy to be here today. I repeat, I'm not happy to be here today. Because, colleagues, it seems like deja vu all over again. With a human error that could have been prevented, and we could have saved the most precious resources of Texas, which are human lives, Texans. And yes, I want to thank Lieutenant Governor. I want to thank Nim Kidd. I want to thank the state of Texas for the way they acted and rolled out. I want to thank all the hard workers that were out there for 4 days, a lot of them away from their families, 5 and 6 days away from their families. But Houston, like I said before, we've got a problem. And a problem that we shouldn't have to have. And a mistake in this magnitude costs lives. It cost us over 30 lives. So Senator Creighton, thank you for framing this meeting the way it should be framed. And it should be framed around human lives that were lost. And that's what we should be thinking of every time we ask a question. Because that's the most important resource that we can have in the state of Texas. So I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not happy to be here. And like my colleague, I too, Mr. Chairman, want to apologize now to you because I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, straightforward questions that I want answers to. Okay? I was asked to be on this committee, so doggone it, I'm going to bring answers back home to my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be forward and ask those questions. But I'm not happy to be here.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Lieutenant Governor for forming this committee. I know that we have a lot of unsung heroes, and I too wanted to thank TDM. We could call you in a minute's notice, and you have trucks load of ice and water for us to distribute. I think our office hosted or partnered with elected officials. We had about 12 distribution events throughout our district as late as the very last day that the last residents received their electricity. You know, what I'm afraid of is that we're getting into this situation of the haves and the have-nots. People who can afford to will buy their way out of this. People can go and buy generators. But we have people who can't afford generators, many of our constituents, and it should not be that that's the type of place that Houston, Harris County, or Texas is becoming. The haves and the have-nots. This cannot be the new normal. I think the formation of this committee underscores our commitment to improving for preparedness and response strategies to protect lives and livelihoods of Texans. I have gone through CenterPoint's response to the governor. There's a lot of gaps there, and I look forward to asking some very direct questions, and I hope that the CEO will provide in greater detail what happened, what your plan is moving forward. I saw a lot of dates and deadlines that y'all have given yourself, but there still is a lack of how you're going to get there, and just we need a deeper explanation of what your process is. I know we have folks from the IBEW here representing the linemen. These guys were working 16 hours. Some of them were didn't have places to stay. I heard stories about linemen that had to sleep in their vehicles a couple of nights, or they were staying in motels that didn't have electricity. We can't continue this way. We heard various media outlets that reported on linemen that had to wait hours and hours and hours. They'd get to the lot, the staging area, and then it would be 4 or more hours before they received an assignment to where to go. I hope you will be able to weigh in on that, because those were hours of work that people could have been getting their electricity put up. In May, when we had the derecho, your outage tracking system failed. I thought you would have learned from then that you would have corrected it. I was told by someone, well, y'all were negotiating or getting something done with a new software provider or something, and we're going to have it up and going during hurricane peak season. Hurricane peak season is now. The first day of hurricane season, you have to treat it as if it's the peak. Every day of hurricane season can be the peak. So I look forward to hearing your response. And I also want to thank my staff and all the other staff of elected officials' offices who rallied, who were out there in the heat, giving out water and ice. And I also want to thank our county officials. I know that we're going to be joined later by Mayor Whitmire, our former colleague. Certainly want to give kudos to him and the Houston City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Middleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for putting this committee together with the Lieutenant Governor as well. I probably had 80 or 90% constituents that did not have power after this hurricane. And it is not a surprise that we're in hurricane season. And it is unbelievable that in the middle of hurricane season, they did not even have a functioning outage tracker with CenterPoint. And so many people were left literally in the dark, not just with their power, but with information. They didn't know what was next. They had no idea. I heard from county judges, heard from mayors, from people in the community. And we needed to know that, right? I mean, we have to understand the timelines of when this power is going to get restored, because there were hospitals calling me. Actually, one, we passed this mobile gen program. They had no idea it existed. I mean, that's pitiful. That is pitiful that they did not know that. And that is a total failure of communication on CenterPoint's point there. What's a nested outage? We're having to explain that to our constituents. Why are we having to explain that? They're calling me and saying my power's not on. And you have to tell them, well, I don't know, the lines show that they're charged, but no one on your street has power. What's the point of having an outage tracker if that's what the information you're giving us and giving our constituents in our community? And people lost their lives. And I'm glad so many of my colleagues brought that up. It's 30-something. I remember getting the call about a Galveston County elderly couple that died of heat exhaustion. I heard the other day, actually, someone had called in Baytown about a transformer that was leaning by the ground and was live. And they kept calling CenterPoint and saying someone's going to get killed, and guess what? They found a body underneath it. What happened? Why are we hearing stories like this? These are the things that are completely unacceptable. And people in our community deserve answers for them, and we need to make sure that we do better. And this doesn't happen again. Look, y'all are on the Gulf Coast, right? This is not like being in Central Texas. This is not like being in the Panhandle or East or West Texas. When you're the size that you are, you know that a common disaster can wipe the whole system out. So you have to be ready with your pre-staging. You have to be ready with your speed of deployment. You can't have an issue with field tickets where we're seeing all these pictures of linemen sitting in the parking lots. And that's not their fault. That's CenterPoint's leadership's fault. Our linemen are heroes in this, but they weren't given their field ticket orders in a way that matched the speed that they were ready to deploy. In other words, they're ready to go, but it was your fault that didn't happen. So, these are the things that we have to have answers to, and I'm worried because, look, we're in the middle of hurricane season still. We're still in the middle of hurricane season. It's only July. We've got at least two more bad months, and we still don't know exactly what y'all did and didn't do. And we've got to make sure that we fix this. And it really worries me. I'm truly concerned because this kind of failure and mismanagement and dropping the ball is something that can't happen on the Texas Gulf Coast. It can't. And thank God the community came together. Thank God for TDEM, our emergency operations managers, both with the cities and the counties, because they were there to help each other, right? They were providing hot meals. They were doing disaster feeding. They were getting ice to people. They're getting water to people. But they're having to do that because of you. And our communities are great at coming together. But they shouldn't have to go through that adversity. And now I'm hearing from small businesses saying, hey, July was supposed to be our best month. Now we're, all our profits gone for the whole year. And there could be some small businesses that go under as well because of y'all's failures. This is something that we're going to have to live with for a long time, unfortunately. So I'm looking forward to y'all answering questions today about how specifically you're going to do better and what concrete actions you're going to take to make sure that we don't ever have this happen again in hurricane season.
Thank you, Senator. Dean Zaffarini, I apologize for not calling on you in the proper order.
Oh, this is the proper order, Mr. Chairman, I assure you. Thank you so much for your courtesy, and I certainly share the viewpoint of everyone who has talked. I've listened to all 11 speakers, and it's amazing that all of us can speak with one voice today. I'm sure that when Senator Lamantia speaks, we will note that all 13 of us are united. We're united in our gratitude to the Lieutenant Governor for appointing this committee, for TDEM, to the local governments, for the workers, for everyone who played a constructive role in this disaster. And we're also united in our concerns, united in our questions I assure you that the questions you hear today from any member, excuse me, might just as well have been asked by any other member who represents a district that was impacted, because it is so rare that 13 senators are able to look at a disaster or any other situation and be as united as you will see today. That is just amazing, and it is impressive. But we are so concerned, and equally important to our concern is the hope that we can do something about this, because we will look backward at who did what and why in the world we had such vegetation mitigation problems, what we must do going forward, what this legislature should do, and what this committee should recommend to the legislature that we do. For example, will we look beyond Centerpoint? Look not only at what Centerpoint did that was a failure and what must be done going forward, and how they will restore the trust and confidence not only of the people of Houston, but also the people statewide. For example, Mr. Chairman, as a Centerpoint customer in Laredo, I have to wonder, what if we had such a storm in Laredo? Would Centerpoint react exactly the same way, and would we have the same problems? So the eyes of Texas are upon Centerpoint, but really, this situation attracted worldwide attention, and they are now looking to us to solve the problem. What will we do going forward? Are we going to isolate Centerpoint, or look at Centerpoint as an example and then look at all other companies and all other providers of energy and say, these are the standards that you must meet going forward? Standards related to reliability, to resistance, and what will this legislature do about it? So I endorse the statements of my 11 colleagues so far, and I'm confident I will endorse those of Senator Lamantia. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the time to give all 13 of us an opportunity to speak. That is highly unusual, too.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Lamantia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Lieutenant Governor also for putting together this committee and letting us sit on it. You know, at the very beginning when Hurricane Beryl was coming, we thought it was going to hit South Texas. And we saw Tatum there, and we saw our counties come together, and everyone start preparing for it. But as the trajectory of the hurricane started moving up further north along the Gulf Coast, we saw how Tatum and how our county governments pivoted and transitioned and started to prepare for it. And then once it hit Harris County, we were able to send our line workers up there to help, and our counties sent ambulances up to those areas to help. And so our local governments really came together. But we saw the failures in so many other ways. And I think that Dean made a great point in saying it's not just about reviewing what happened, but making sure this doesn't happen again, because we're just at the start of hurricane season. It's not if the next hurricane is going to hit, it's when and where. And we need to make sure that this doesn't happen, regardless of if we're dealing with Centerpoint or any other electric company and transition lines. And so this is not just about looking back and finding out what happened, but putting together those best practices so it doesn't happen anywhere else along any other community or, again, in Harris County, because we can't afford to have such losses and such loss of human life today when we know the next hurricane is coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Members, before you is the agenda. We will first hear from invited witnesses. I would ask that we allow those invited witnesses to get through their prepared remarks, as this is a large committee. And then we will allow members time to ask questions. I'm going to call up the witnesses in groups of 3 or 4. The reserved seats in the front are for any resource witnesses who are accompanying invited panelists and may need to be called upon during testimony. If you would, please quickly come up to the front seats when your agency or company is called. After we conclude invited testimony, we'll hear from members of the public. Those wishing to provide public testimony will be given 2 minutes per person. If you plan to testify, please register at the kiosk located outside the room. Of note, Mayor John Whitmire of Houston is at a funeral of a police officer and will be arriving this afternoon. And as soon as he arrives, we'll
Mr. Chairman, that police officer died
during the hurricane.
He is one of those 30 plus that lost his life. Thank you.
So, members, without further comment or question, we'll open up the floor and call the first panel. Chief Nim Kidd, Texas Division of Emergency Management, and then Commissioner Thomas Gleason, Chairman of the Public Utility Commission. Again, members, we've asked for some prepared remarks of some limited duration. We'll try to get through those remarks, and then we have a lot of questions for a lot of people. So we'll start with you, Mr. Kidd. Thank you for being here. Chief.
Thanks, Chairman. My name is Nim Kidd, Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, Vice Chancellor for Disaster and Emergency Services of the Texas A&M University System. I want to thank each of you sitting on the dais for your comments, but more importantly for your support. It was about 5 years ago that you pulled us out of the Department of Public Safety, Senator, as a division, and made us a standalone agency and nested us with the A&M University System. Chancellor Sharp, the Board of Regents, Vice Chancellor Jenny Jones there behind us in the back room, Blair Walsh from our team, really an incredible group of people. And I want to thank you all for your comments about me, but I am nothing without our team. And it's the men and women of TDM that are on the street every day, 24 hours a day, most of the time impacted by the same disaster that they're responding to. Their families, their homes, their vehicles are also impacted. And it truly is a great team, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm starting my 15th year as Chief of the Division of Emergency Management here in the state of Texas. That's an experience of 22 presidentially declared disasters in that time, 7 emergency presidential disaster declarations, and Senator King's 75 fire management assistant grants in the last 14 years. Thanks to you being part of the A&M system, our funding that you have granted us with, blessed us with, is what makes us a great organization today. I think in total a little over $500 million over the last 3 bienniums, and that goes to our facilities and our fleet and our personnel that are out there able to do such a great job. We currently manage $22.5 billion in federal grant funds through our agency. Those are only going to continue to grow. Everything that our agency does is based in law and rule. Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code is what sets the standard for how this state, the governor, the Division of Emergency Management, state finances, and our local governments are poised to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disaster declarations. It genuinely is a bottom-up approach. The citizens, Senator Miles, are our most important resource. Thank you for pointing that out. Our cities are the front line of defense in disaster preparedness and response. When you push those 3 magic buttons on your cell phone, it's usually not a state of Texas asset that shows up. It is a local government, police car, ambulance, or fire truck. We build from the cities that are supported by our county governments. Our counties are supported by disaster districts. The 24 councils of government, as outlined in Chapter 418, create disaster districts. At each of those district levels is a group of state agencies that are part of the Emergency Management Council, also authorized in Chapter 418 and designated by Governor Abbott's Executive Order GA-05, that at the district level are there to support requests from our cities and counties. We're not there to second-guess our local partners. We are there to support our local partners. Up from the district level is the regional level. We are divided into 8 regions across this state. That helps us with manageable spans of control as we dispatch resources to support local partners. And then the State Operations Center here in Austin. From the State Operations Center, our next level of support goes back to FEMA Region 6. Tony Robinson is our regional administrator. He lives and works out of Denton, Texas, and they do a great job at the FEMA field staff level of supporting our assets. And Chairman, if I may, I'm going to break a little bit from my traditional line of testimony. I'm actually going to try to read for you a little bit today, because I know because I think this is so important that we talk about the timings. And I want you to know that 12 days before landfall, the Division of Emergency Management and our meteorologists were paying attention to this storm. On June the 26th, our meteorologists began briefing the State Operations Center command team about an area of disturbed weather in the main development region of the tropical Atlantic, and had a medium range, at that time 12 days out, 40 to 60% chance of development over the next 7 days. This is an indicator and a trigger for our team. This is what we start sharing at the state level all the way down through our system to our local government partners. The next day, 11 days before landfall, the National Hurricane Center had upped the chance of development for the area of low pressure to high, which is 80% chance of development over the next 7 days. And our meteorologists within TDM started working on daily coordination conference calls. On Friday, June the 28th, 10 days before landfall, the National Hurricane Center at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon noted the area of low pressure had a high chance of tropical development. At this time, the TDM meteorologist warned that all interest in the state of Texas should monitor the system in the upcoming days. Later that night, the system became known as Tropical Depression Number 2. On Saturday, June the 29th, 9 days before the storm, TD2 was upgraded to Tropical Storm Beryl. TD meteorologists updated SOC command staff by strengthening the system and making sure that all of our resources would be in place, and over the next 24 hours, Beryl could become a major hurricane. Saturday, June 29th, 8 days out, the TD meteorologists continued to track Beryl with strengthening into a major hurricane, and as we watch this move across the Yucatan. 1 week before this storm made landfall in Texas, we began our mandated coordination conference calls with our local governments. And even though the track of that storm then was going into Mexico, Senator Lamantilla, we were worried that it could have shifted a little bit to the north because, you know, there's so many people that look at the National Hurricane Center and they see the forecast maps and they see the cone of uncertainty. What a horrible name, right? It's even more horrible when you realize that 30% of the time, the storm will make landfall outside of that cone of uncertainty. This is why we in Texas, anytime anything enters the Gulf, we're paying attention. We're focusing resources on it. We're making sure that our local partners are engaged and that our state agencies are ready. This particular storm didn't pay attention to holidays either. And I think that was one of our biggest concerns, that right in the middle of the week was 4th of July. And with so many people with a 4-day weekend, so many people down visiting the beach, you know, enjoying the great sunshine and the great weather, may not be paying attention to their social media feeds or the news broadcast. So this is why we do our best to make sure that we make positive contact with all of our elected officials. Every county judge gets a text message from me asking, hey, checking in, how you doing? Sometimes it's before they even realize what I'm asking for. And I'm always grateful for their responses because it truly is a teamwork approach. I'll continue with my reading here on July 4th. Beryl weakened slightly, but still a major hurricane. Our meteorologists were telling us that the potential for increasing to a major flood-producing storm could be happening. On Friday, July 5th, Beryl moving into the Yucatan Peninsula with many forecasts showing a Texas landfall. So we're about 3 days out. And, you know, I want to thank the National Hurricane Center. They do a really good job of forecasting mathematical models on very unpredictable storms. And they've gone from a 7 to a 10-day forecast. But I think, Chairman, that leads us to a false sense of security. Because when they start pointing that map in the cone of uncertainty of where it's going, those that fall outside of that cone think they have nothing to worry about. And that's just not true. We saw with this storm heading down into deep Mexico, 80 miles south of Brownsville, and winding up within really 72 hours time frame, moving around and going in to Matagorda County. We had resources before landfall from Brownsville to Alice to San Antonio to College Station and into Houston, even when this storm was predicted to hit south of the Texas border. Because we've learned from so many disasters that the storms do not pay attention to the forecast. And our job is to have assets and resources everywhere our local government partners may need them. I want to talk a little bit about the major disaster declaration, and I'm very appreciative of Governor Patrick and the work that he did, the time that he spent with us in the State Emergency Operations Center, this time that he spent traveling with us. It was a great experience for me. I want to talk about, Chairman, your appointment of the Texas Energy Reliability Council, TERC. And so with TERC, we have started energy industry coordination calls to make sure that our oil and gas partners, as well as our electric partners, are in sync for every disaster. We held 11 calls with the Energy Industry Coordination Group to focus on Beryl to make sure that resources were there to keep the lights on in Texas. Those calls were at 2 o'clock every day. We distributed, to support of our local government partners, about a little over 7.8 million bottles of water, over 960,000 meals ready to eat. That does not count our VOADs, our volunteer organizations active in disaster, that were out there serving hot meals to all of the citizens. That doesn't count that number. This is just the boxes that we handed out. And 316,000 bags of ice. We marshaled over 2,500 state and local government partners from outside of the local areas, outside of our local 911 systems, to be able to support this event. While we like to say major hurricanes are Category 3 or greater, I will tell you this was a major hurricane. This was a major storm. And the state agencies and the resources that came together to support our local government partners are second to none. But Chairman, we cannot forget that our mayors and county judges and their emergency management teams and first responders are on the front line. And we do everything we can to support them through these processes. I've said a lot. I want to talk about our resource staging areas. And Senator King, I know you talked about the firefighting aircraft that are available. You know, during the wildfires, we had over 50 aircraft that were supported by the feds. Today in Texas, I have 2, because the rest of them are fighting fire out on the West Coast right now. And so we're going to talk about what we need for hurricanes, but we need to remember we are not a hurricane-only state. And Chairman, with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you. Senator Huffman.
Just a brief question, and I'm sort of looking ahead because I know some questions we're going to have about these generators. So I want to ask you a question. You talked about, since you're so experienced, you're the perfect person to ask, that you have participated in, 22 declared disasters, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct that when there is a declared disaster, that if there's a need, the governor has the ability to waive many laws, many rules and regulations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I read somewhere, in maybe the news reports or some of the materials prepared for me, that CenterPoint stated that these large generators, that one of the issues about getting them was that it took so long to get a permit to move them, correct? Do you remember hearing them say that?
I have not heard that, but it would not surprise me, no, ma'am.
All right. When in reality, that a call probably to the governor from pretty much anyone on this dais, certainly you, would be answered almost immediately during a declared disaster, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And in your opinion, is that the kind of regulation that the governor would sign off on?
Yes, ma'am. And
Immediately?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's my only question.
And Senator, I believe that happened in this storm early on, even before landfall.
Oh, it did. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Chief, you lay out articulate a very clear picture of the state's preparedness and how we as a state work with the local cities and counties in preparing for contingencies of any sort of storm or disaster that we can foresee, in this case a hurricane. How do we work with regulated industries regarding making sure they're prepared, making sure they are taking it as seriously? What was the communication between TDM and CenterPoint and some of the municipal-owned utilities, energy during the storm? People want to know that as well.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to reference back to Governor Abbott's Executive Order GA05, and that sets the Texas Emergency Management Council. There are 39 agencies on that council. Public Utility Commission is on that council. The Railroad Commission is on that council. Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, or some of the more prevalent regulatory bodies, Health and Human Services Commission, State Health Services, DPS, Military Department. I'll send the list. They set with us, these regulatory agencies, the Emergency Management Council, like the Public Utility Commission, are embedded in the State Emergency Operations Center. They're with us all the way around the clock, and they send information out to their regulated bodies. Also, all of those regulated bodies are invited to join our daily weather calls. So that message of what we're doing, when we're doing, and how we're doing it is broadcast to the agencies on the council and then disseminated back out through their interest.
And to be clear, the PUC regulates electricity in the state of Texas, and their preparedness of each individual company, the co-ops, municipalities, is based upon emergency operation plans that are at the PUC that should have been followed and respected in conjunction with the seriousness for which the state was preparing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many counties did we help out and talk to and declare as emergency disaster areas?
Yes, over 121 counties were in the state disaster declaration. 67 of those counties are in the federal disaster declaration. I can tell you out of the 121 counties, we had resources staged, ready to support any of those that were impacted. And those were all pre-landfall. The reason that we picked those counties is because that's where our meteorologists, and I don't think I've explained this very well, we use 3 different sources of information for our weather. There's a joke in there, but I'll leave the joke because it's a serious conversation. But the National Weather Service has 13 offices in Texas. They have 13 independent weather offices in Texas that are coordinated through something called the Southern Region Headquarters, the Southern Region ROC, and it's in Fort Worth. Those 13 offices talk directly to our cities and counties at the local government level. On our statewide calls, those get aggregated back up on the National Weather Service side to the Southern Region ROC that talks about a statewide forecast. I mean, with 13 members here, you can imagine each one having their own decision, their own chief meteorologist, their own forecast. But how do we make sure that each one of them are touching the others in our cities and counties that fall under those boundaries, if you will? So by coordinating those calls together, we get what the public sees as a forecast. I use 2 other sources of information beyond that to make our decisions. One is a private, for-profit organization that does pure meteorology. All they do is tell us what the science says. All they do is give us a forecast that is distilled down so that I can read it and understand it, and it gives their best estimate of what they think it's going to do. And then finally, thanks to your support, we have embedded real professional meteorologists that work at the Division of Emergency Management. And their job is to look at what the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center is telling the public, what our science providers are telling us, and discern the differences between the two and make sure that we're not just looking at the most likely scenario, but we're in fact preparing for the worst case scenario. You asked how many counties did we help? And we started helping counties in South Texas when this thing was well going down into Mexico. And the reason, because the north or the east side of the storm is usually the dirty side. So no matter where landfall makes, with a 50 to 100 mile radius of tropical storm force or worse winds, we would see damages in deep South Texas. And so making sure that local governments that support us through our Emergency Medical Task Force and TIFMAS program have gathered resources as moved down to the valley. I mean, I'm trying to find somebody that'll make an animated map for me, because we're tracking all the GPS pieces of where these vehicles are. So you can see by date and time, as forecast comes in, how they start moving in and up and around to be surrounded. To answer the question, how many did we help? All of them that asked and some that didn't is the answer.
Regarding the electricity, that information regarding forecasts is available on a daily basis to the municipal-owned utilities, all the electric generation facilities and providers, transmission distribution companies, the co-ops. They can utilize that type of forecasting assistance in conjunction with whatever internal processes they have.
Yes, sir. On our daily calls, we post and publish and try to expand the awareness of the National Hurricane Center's forecast every day. In quiet conversations with those folks after that, we also share what our worst case scenario will be.
Questions, members of Mr. Kidd, of Senator Miles?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chief Kidd, real quick question, because I want to make it very clear for my people back home, because they're watching, they want a clear understanding. They may not know what PUC is, okay? So I'm going to ask you this question, if you can just give me yes or no answers in the beginning, and then you'll see where I'm going with this. There was knowledge of Hurricane Beryl before it hit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I heard you say you gave it to PUC. You shared it with the utility companies. But did you specifically share this with and notify Texas New Mexico Power specifically? Or did you go through PUC to notify them?
Senator, we went through both, okay. And I can provide your office and the rest a list of the email addresses of those that received our notification.
So for a simple question, did you notify Texas New Mexico Power? Did you notify them? Did your department and your team notify them?
I cannot say yes to that.
Okay. How about American Electrical Power?
I cannot say yes to that.
Okay. And Centerpoint?
Yes.
You did notify Centerpoint?
Yes, sir.
So your office and your team did notify Centerpoint that Beryl was coming?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Senator, I would like to say I believe we notified those others as well. I just
You're
don't
for
want
sure
to
you notified Centerpoint?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And Can you explain to the people back home and to my colleagues, when you say you notify them, what does that process look like? What do you tell them? Give them the information that you give to them.
It's an email invitation to the statewide coordination call so they can get the same information that all of our state agencies and local government partners get. They're a seat right
information.
there at the table with us.
Can you give me a brief breakdown or
Yes, sir.
what that information entails?
Sure, happy to. So every one of our calls starts off with the latest forecast. You know, the Hurricane Center updates its forecast about 4 times in a 24-hour period. Some of our partners do it a little more than that. They take these massive models or mathematical calculations to develop that forecast. The beginning of every one of our calls starts off with the latest weather, track of the storm, intensity of the storm, and what we expect the impacts to be. Then we go through our Emergency Management Council by emergency support function, transportation impacts, communication impacts, water and wastewater impacts, utility impacts, telephone impacts. We talk about from each of the council agencies what they believe damages could be and resources are available. And then we turn it back over to our regions on that statewide call. The calls before that are cities and counties reporting up as well.
And real quick, how do you know that you notified? How do you know that you notified Centerpoint?
2 ways.
2 ways.
One is, and I'll let Chairman Gleason speak on the public utility side, but from the State Emergency Operations Center email that goes out to members of TERC, the Texas Energy Reliability Council, of which Centerpoint has members on that council. They have employees on that council. And then we have additional email addresses that are at Centerpoint for those notifications to go to.
So for the people back home that call my office multiple times asking me, did the state not notify Centerpoint? Did the state not notify Centerpoint? The simple answer is,
we notified Centerpoint.
we notified Centerpoint. Thank you. And I have one other question for this testifying witness. And this is probably something my Fort Bend people have been asking as well. Do you have any idea why it took so long for Fort Bend County to receive its FEMA approval individual federal aid package?
Senator, I think
you know where I'm going with that?
Yes, sir. Your question is about individual assistance, the IA program. Contrary to what some of the media has been reporting recently about how fast the federal government may work to disaster response, there still is a process that the feds must follow that involves doing damage assessments for both public assistance, which is not what you're asking about,
Right.
but individual assistance, which is what you are asking about. 2 things need to happen in individual assistance. Either the city or the county does a disaster summary outline and submits that to us. We aggregate that data and submit it to FEMA. Or we've been pushing a tool called ISTAT, the Individual Assistance State of Texas Assessment Tool, where homeowners can take, if they have electricity to charge their cell phone, if their cell phones are working, they can take a picture of their house or their property and fill out a form online, and that counts towards our federal assessment. So also to set and manage expectations. The federal government gives all states 30 days from the time of the disaster to get their damage assessments in. Now, 30 days is a long time when you're waiting on an answer. We don't wait 30 days. But I can tell you, historically, going back to data from 2007, it takes the federal government 16 days to answer a governor's request.
Gotcha. Well, let me say once again, thank you for the hard work that you and your team put in. You're always there for us. You've always answered my phone calls. And my constituents, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chief Kidd, you said there were 39 different state agencies that are part of the council, of which PUC is one of those.
Yes, sir.
And I want to get to kind of the heart of, well, I think a lot of constituents, ratepayers, citizens, or the state is being proactive. We're preparing. We have meteorologists. We have pre-positioning. But we also have partners, regulated utilities in this case, that are overseen by the Public Utility Commission in the case of Centerpoint. How do we, besides just notifying them, going to Senator Miles' point, how do we make sure that they are also preparing and living up to what we as a state have entrusted them to do, in this case, have essentially a monopoly of supplying, transmitting, and distributing electricity in a certain area with some amount of reliability and resiliency into the system. how do we make sure our partners are doing their job? And Chairman Gleason, in this case, I want you to answer that, because this has to go to the heart of the matter of CenterPoint, their failure as a private entity, for-profit entity, that we as a state have entrusted them to be a regulated monopoly in the greater Houston area.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Members, for the record, Thomas Gleason, Chairman, Public Utility Commission of Texas. And I'll skip over all my prepared remarks and just respond to some of the questions. So to your question about how we ensure this, so the first thing we do to the question about notification, as soon as TDM tells us that they're going to activate the State Operations Center, we reach out to those utilities. We had the affected utilities at the State Operations Center with us so that the information could flow from them to TDM, to the local partners, and the other way.
CenterPoint was there?
CenterPoint was there, TNMP was there, Entergy was there, and a representative from the Co-op Association was also there.
Okay.
Our role as the economic regulator of CenterPoint is to look at the economic incentives and make sure that they're aligned with what the public expects, what you all expect, the governor expects. So I think our role in this comes that obviously if a utility is not investing what they should in their infrastructure and their resilience to provide reliable electricity, we have to look at those incentives and where we can in rule, make changes, where we can in statute, come to you all with ideas, working in coordination with the House and the Senate, to make sure that we have the ability to align those incentives. For, in this case, I would say, are they spending enough money on vegetation management? Is an easy one to really look at and say, if you look at per line mile, how much they're spending compared to, say, an Encore, is that sufficient for them to ensure that they can provide reliable service? One thing that I think is really important at the State Operations Center that goes to the question that Senator Huffman asked is, I think one of the best things that NIM's team does at the end, whenever any agency or private partner is reporting on what they're doing, they end every call with, are there any unmet resource requests? That's extremely important because his Division of Emergency Management is the best way to ensure that any resource needs can be met at the local level where the utility is out there. To my knowledge, I wasn't on all 11 calls. I did not hear any resource requests that were unmet at the time. I would say to Senator Miles, as far as notification and where we heard, I will tell you when it looked like the storm was going to hit the AEP territory, the CEO of AEP reached out to me. As soon as we knew that there was going to be an activation, that CEO reached out to me, asked if there was anything I could do, told me what they were planning to do. I did not get a similar call from CenterPoint, so I can say that. Mr. Chairman, just for my prepared remarks, I think the only thing I would hit on is consistent with the governor's directive to me in a letter, we have opened an investigation to look into this, to look into pre-storm preparation, what the activities were for all these utilities during the storm, and then post-event activities. One thing that'll be different from a typical investigation enforcement action in this case is we will not be handling this like a contested case where the outcome is some administrative penalty that goes to general revenue. What I told the governor, what I've told the lieutenant governor is I think the best way for this investigation to move forward is to be in the light of day. So everyone can see what's going on. They can all have the same information that we would get in an investigation. So right now we're working on RFIs. I've asked our staff to reach out to the House, to the Senate, and to local leadership to decide what questions really need to be asked. I think the local part is really important because those officials are on the ground with those constituents every day. And so we're working on our first set of RFIs. Those will go out. The responses will be public. So I want to stress that. Everything we do in this investigation will be public. Mr. Chairman, I have some other things that I had in my prepared remarks, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And we just touched base, there's the resiliency plans that the PUC is reviewing at different levels for the 4 different regulated transmission distribution companies. CenterPoint's is pretty massive. It's $2.2 billion. And this is new legislation, members, that we passed that allows transmission distribution companies to avail themselves of a new process to make their distribution system more resilient. And I was just reading, I know that's been pulled down and debated currently, according to action y'all took several days ago. But it surprises me looking at the docket, the action y'all took, or they took, that targeted critical circuit vegetation management is incremental OEM operations and management. So it's $25 million over a 3-year period, but wildfire mitigation projects, incremental OEM is 43.7, which is not quite double, but significantly more. And so it goes back to, what's a bigger threat and a bigger area. We certainly have seen a lot of vegetation issues in the greater Houston area, but these are things that raise my eye about how we're going to be allowing, as a state, through the PUC, more revenue going to companies utilized for what services that make their grid more reliable. Do you have and resilient? Do you have any comment on the concerns of the resiliency plans, in particular the one that's been proposed by CenterPoint and now abated?
So, yes, Senator. So I can't get into the specifics. That's a contested case, so I can't speak in this venue on the specifics of their plan. Yes, it is abated. That was done. All the participants in that case asked for it to be abated, including the city of Houston. Mayor Whitmire sent a letter asking for it to be abated when CenterPoint came up at our last open meeting last Thursday. The reason they're doing that is because I think they don't believe that what they submitted was sufficient to address all of these issues. And so I think it's prudent and appropriate for them to pull that down, to continue to talk to the other stakeholders, and to make sure that what they submit to us meets everyone's desire to have a more reliable, resilient system. And that's my hope, that through this abatement process, we can get there.
Vice Chair King and other members, I'm sure, have plenty of questions.
Just a quick one. Are all vegetation costs currently recoverable?
Yes.
Okay.
So
even without a resiliency plan,
yes.
If a utility submits costs to you for vegetation, that's a common thing you've been dealing with since the beginning of electric power.
Yes, that's part of their O&M costs they earn recovery of, but not a return on those costs. And I will say, as long as those are prudently incurred, they can recover those in rates.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Senator Alvarado.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, follow up on Senator Miles's question to TDM. The ISTAT issue with the individuals having to do, is that new? Because I don't recall that being done before.
Yes, ma'am. In the post-COVID world, FEMA couldn't marshal enough staff to go out and do walk in the street and eyes-on investigations. So we at the state level developed this tool so that our citizens could enter the information directly.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Bancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your service. And by Friday, okay, because I think that's an important day of the holiday week, and you had determined by that point in time, by your forecasting, that this was nearly 100% likely landfall for Texas at that point, and that we were hoping that it wouldn't turn into a major, by hurricane definition, Category 3, 4, and 5. There was still some possibility of a 2, but fortunately it was ingesting dry air, and we had, we maintained a minimal, not quite minimal, but 80 mile per hour. So explain where we were at on that Friday, because I think this is important.
So that Friday, the State Operations Center completely up and running and staffed, resources in the field, boat squads to do water rescue, TxDOT on scene to help clear out roads and drainage, military department high-profile vehicles, A&M Forest Service ready to do tree trimming and debris removal, A&M search and rescue teams for swiftwater rescue, and then several aircraft helicopter capability completely surrounding the potentially impacted area.
Right, so I believe by this point in time, the general, I know that on a radio program I use Space City Weather. We were looking at probable Matagorda Bay by that point in time.
Yes, sir.
So by that point in time, because you're notifying everyone, there was a nearly 100% likelihood of a Texas landfall. We had a pretty good idea that it was headed east, riding around the high pressure system. And that would, in fact, should have been very obvious to CenterPoint and really all the parties involved. True?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gleason had referenced that he hadn't gotten a phone call from anybody at CenterPoint. Did you get a call from somebody at CenterPoint?
I know we had a rep in the Emergency Operations Center. I don't remember phone calls going back and
I mean,
forth.
anything from an executive management level.
sir.
Mr. Gleason, from you?
So just to clarify, I did not hear from the CenterPoint CEO. We did hear from their regulatory folks once it looked like the storm was going to head further north and further east.
But anybody that was theoretically the CEO, I'm not even sure they have a COO, anybody in operations, non-regulatory, non-finance, you had not heard from any of these people?
No, sir, I did not. Not in advance of the storm.
Mr. Kim, neither? Okay. Now, we've talked briefly about the fact that there's clearly a vegetation management component to this, that if, and I'm relying on reports from Channel 11, actually, because they were doing that publicly. It looked like vegetation management numbers on a per capita base, I'm not sure on a per mile base, but were approximately double in a service provider to the north of CenterPoint on a yearly basis. True?
That is true. I think when I saw it on a per mile basis, it was also significantly less. One of the things in our investigation project that I've asked staff to put in there are numbers for spend on vegetation management from 2013 all the way through 2023 so that people can see that comparison.
Right, because I think because vegetation management just doesn't occur overnight, even in a storm cleanup. But this is a compounded issue over years. True? Now, and because if you have a low vegetation expense, and I'm trying to explain this clearly for the public that's listening, it means you're not clearing the lines as well as maybe your other service providers in the area are doing, and therefore you have a higher risk of power outages and more lengthy power outages. Is that common wisdom?
So yes, I would say there is definitely a correlation on spend. I would say even more important, though, is how often they're going out and surveying their entire system and looking at what actually needs to be done. You know, we went the morning I was in Houston for one of the press conferences. I actually went out with CenterPoint to look at some of the damage. And what I was really shocked by, Senator, was how small on the distribution side some of their right-of-way is. We were in Bel Air, I believe, and I would say the span of their right-of-way on either side of the distribution line was maybe 18 inches. And these homes, these properties had 25, 30-foot hedges and trees, you know, basically 18 inches away from those lines. And so one of the things that I've spoken to CenterPoint about is how do we address that issue? Because, yes, they need to manage their own right-of-way where they have authority to cut those trees down. But an issue as well is the private property owners letting CenterPoint and other TDUs get on their property and potentially take down those trees that could be hazardous to reliability.
Right, because what you're saying, that's a 3-foot wide easement. That's not even a 10-foot wide easement.
That's correct. And it was so difficult and it was so close that crews were having an almost impossible time just getting to the line and to the poles to actually make repairs.
And I think your point about surveying is important because after Harvey, my wife, should I say, got my attention. And so I got my CenterPoint contact's attention. And there was a significant uptick in surveying and action in West Memorial and west side of Houston for a few years. Unfortunately, that activity dropped off. So I would really be interested in seeing these multi-year comparisons. Now, we've talked about where obviously there was an under expense. We do need to talk about what clearly is an over expense. And so, you know where I'm going, okay? The mobile generation is clearly an issue because this is $800 million that if you lease something is at least $1.2 billion, okay? If all my published reports are correct, there's approximately 15 of those mobile generators are 32 megawatt, which is literally it's an Army convoy transport problem. It's literally 3 major semis. And I think Senator Huffman made a good point. You can get a permit in this type of problem like that, but you still have to move it and hook it up. So there seems to be, that was an awfully high expenditure compared to anyone else. Is that true, Mr. Gleason?
That is true. It was significantly more than, say, Encore asked for in their case for mobile generation.
Now, some of the questions I tend to ask Chairman Wells is I'm reading directly from contested issues from a filing here. The bid that was accepted, which was Life Cycle, okay, had a competitor. and a competitor named DPS lease for the large generators was 44% lower than LCP's bid. And for smaller generators, the lease was 60% lower. So this expenditure was quite high by even a competitive bid standpoint. Do we have the actual numbers of what these bids are yet?
So that was done. I can get those to you. I don't have them in front of me, but we can provide that to the committee.
But that's a huge differential in cost. Okay? All right, well, Senator Huffman may have them.
I happen to have them.
Well, good.
Ask for them.
Would you
Senator
like
Huffman, we want to share with
read
the
those? And I will yield, but get the balance of my time back.
I'll
Even though we
just-
don't do that this way.
I have so there's two different, the smaller units are ERS, Energy Rental Solutions. The larger are Lifecycle Power, LCP. The larger are until September 2029, which is the expiration of your 2021 bill or whoever's bill that was. So the ERS 1 kilowatt is $22,000 a month. The 500 kilowatt is $12,000 a month. The 400 kilowatt is $21,000 a month. The 200 to 230 kilowatt is $15,000 a month. The 5.5 megawatt is $111,000 a month. The 31 to 32 megawatt is $490,000 a month. And the 32 and a half, 35 megawatt is $490,000 a month.
Who's paying for that?
Well, to answer Senator Colcourt's rhetorical question, who's paying for it? My ratepayers are paying for it, and everybody in Senator Miles' district's paying for it, and everybody in Senator Alvarado's district
Don't forget
is paying
my
for it.
district.
I know, I'm coming back.
Okay, thank you.
Then, and the chairman can, and the finance chairman, Senator Huffman, can add up all the numbers on this, along with Senator Mays and Middleton. Everybody's paying for this. Now, let's talk about how this decision got made. So let's take those very high numbers, okay, and knock them down by 44% for the larger units and 60% for the smaller. You're roughly close to about 50% overpay. Am I missing something? If this other bid had been accepted. Now, I want to point out that I know the PUC approved this. I do know that an administrative judge sided against this. I know the commission did it, but I've also am astonished that any company would present a bid that was 50% larger than a competitive bid owned by a Fortune 500 company, and yet went with a smaller company for reasons that I would love to hear why. Okay, so this $800 million could have been substantially less, even if we were to have authorized this, because you've got effectively 15 blackout generators and not something that can be used in the type of hurricane damage we're looking at right now. Please.
Yes, sir. So, Senator Betancourt, you're absolutely correct. During the contested case proceeding, the proposal for decision came back from the ALJ recommending the commission not approve this in that amount. I believe and subject to check, I believe most of the parties other than Centerpoint agreed with that. The commissioners at that time did approve for all of that to go into rate base. The only thing I would say for context around right sizing of which units at what time to actually procure or lease is, coming out of Winter Storm Uri, I think there was a desire to make sure to protect against that, and these larger units will help during a Winter Storm Uri type event. But I think it is fair to question, given how often a Uri is expected to happen, say once in 100 years, versus a distribution level event like what we saw here with a hurricane. I think it is fair to question why they needed so many of these for something that isn't going to happen very often.
Well, I've got some suggestions for Chairman Wells when he comes up what to do with these units, but specifically, you've touched on a really important point. If you've got a winter storm, let's say it's 1 out of 100 years, maybe it's 1 out of 33, 50, we have no idea what it really is. The life cycle of this equipment will already have expired. Now, here's the problem. My ratepayers are probably already paying at $1 per month more because of this. It's apparently going to be, Senator Alvarado, $3 a month more by the time we get through this. Now, I assume that there's actually some ownership now by this point in time after several years. They may have flipped from lease to own. But instead of spending the money on vegetation management, which fixes the problem, we spent a bunch of money. And I mean, this is an enormous amount of money. This is $1.2 billion on generation, which 80% of it can't be used in a hurricane recovery mode. Am I missing something, Mr. Gleason?
No, sir, you're not. I think that's absolutely correct. And I think it goes to my comments about incentives. There's an incentive. So what the commission authorizes is an opportunity to earn a certain return. And there are definitely incentives if that return is lower than what is authorized to move spend from O&M, like vegetation management, into plan and service so that there can be not only a recovery of those expenditures, but a return on those expenditures. And so I think that's one of the things my rate staff and others are going to look into. Other places around the nation that maybe look at that differently. I know Florida was mentioned, how they went about ensuring that those companies in Florida, Florida Power and Light, put in the required infrastructure, but also did the right O&M to make sure that the system was reliable.
Right, because FPL also started putting in concrete poles, years ago, composite poles en masse in the last year or two. And no offense, this is a solution that is low-hanging fruit, that is rotting on the ground, being able to pick up and apply to a Gulf Coast utility. Mr. Chairman, it's sitting, the solution is there, and Florida is deploying it.
And I would say similar to what we did after Uri on the weatherization side, there's probably not a one-size-fits-all for all of Texas. It's very different. What works for a coastal utility may not be what we need. So I think that's one of the other things we have to look at is how regionally we need to address this issue, because what works for an Encore may not work for an AEP or a CenterPoint.
Now, let me try, Mr. Chairman, let me try to put my best mattress Mac on this, explain this to the public. Basically, what happens is that vegetation management expense, you don't get, the utility doesn't make a profit on, right?
That's correct.
All right. However, they make a profit on generator expense. True or false?
Correct.
So the incentive is to not, if you don't make a profit on vegetation management, you may reduce those numbers, because if you maximize your generator expense through a company, which, by the way, the CEO of it has a felony. This is a very fascinating environment that we're in, okay? You maximize that expense, okay? Then there's a profit recovery on that expense. True or false?
That's correct.
Now, to quote my friend Mattress Mac, he would call that Bass Act words, and that's what it is. Now, I'm worried that a contract like this, it's more than Bass Act words. I would expect, Mr. Chairman, when you come up, that we have all these numbers, that we know exactly why you picked this LCP operation, because if this was, if I was an inspector general, I'd be looking at this contract for fraud, because it is fraudulent for the taxpayers of this state through ratepayers, which is effectively the same thing, to pay for generators that have markups over a bid of 44 to 60% more than their competitors. And then how much is the profit margin on that, Mr. Gleason?
So they have an authorized rate of return of somewhere in the 9 to 10, less than 10.
Let's call it 9.5% for fun. Okay? This is unconscionable. We have spent the money, and the taxpayer and the ratepayers are paying in the wrong place to solve a problem that may not happen for quite some time. And this has taken years to come out, but it only comes out after two storms force it out into the public. And I see no proactive action by anybody in executive management at CenterPoint to do anything about this.
And Senator, the only other context I would add is you're correct in your statement. Initially, these mobile generation facilities had to be leased. Change was made to allow them to own it, and I think the companies made the case that it is over the life of that unit less expensive. But I think it's important to point out the point what you made is if you have a lease, eventually that lease runs out.
Sure.
If you're buying these units and you have them for 20 years, but you're using them for a once in 50-year storm, once 100-year storm, those type of assets may be more prudent to lease than buy. And that's another thing we'll be looking into, kind of how they have diversified all the utilities that have mobile gen, what they lease versus what they procure.
Right, but by any measurement, I understand, CenterPoint plunged into this with 500 megawatts, and the nearest other person was 11.
Yes, much less.
This is, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members, it's a big problem because we've got basically these boat anchors strapped around our ratepayers for a long period of time. And unfortunately, in a high inflationary era, this is not a welcome thing because we're probably going to have to increase vegetation management costs. And boy, we could have used this cut. And I'm actually thinking about trying to come up with some legislation that would able to claw back some of this expense. Because quite frankly, when I see a bid that's marked up by 50%, and you guys get to put 9.5%, 10% profit on it, I want to claw that back because that's, to me, that's fraud. We have defrauded the ratepayers of CenterPoint by this money. Because even if we thought it was a legitimate expense, we clearly had a lower bid that was dramatically lower. And now they have to pay for it when they really need to be paying for vegetation management. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Some very good points. One question. I know there's lots of other members. During the storm, private industries, private companies, such as CenterPoint, do they have any real-time communication regarding how much activation through their emergency operation plans and tabletop exercises that for this storm in particular, do they relay that information to the PUC or to state operations in any effect?
Yes, so they should be putting in place, they have emergency operations plans on file with us. I believe they're required to drill those emergency operations plans annually, and they file a letter with us saying, yes, we drilled this emergency operations plan and it was successful. And then we have the idea is that's what they would go to as a game plan when a storm hits or a Uri type event, so that they are not in real time trying to figure out how to respond.
And this tabletop exercise, I believe, was done in April for CenterPoint.
I believe that's correct.
And it was for a Category 3 storm or 4 storm, if I'm advised correctly.
That's correct as well.
But yet, what we saw with the Category 1 storm with high winds was more of a failure than I assume the tabletop. There's some questions there regarding what they use for their exercise. But during the storm, do they relay back, hey, we've called upon 2,500 mutual assistance crews from XYZ? Do they give you a list or any sort of information regarding what they are doing to assure the state through y'all, the division chief and the chairman of the PUC, that they're taking it with the same amount of seriousness the state of Texas is?
Yes, sir. So they relay that information on the calls that TDM coordinates, as well as, I would say, at least twice a day in the morning and at night, emails from their staff to us, and I believe that same communication goes out to the legislature.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Lois, and then,
Sure.
I'm sorry, Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Bennett Court, for that deep dive. I'm going to kind of pull out just a little bit, and I'm going to ask Chairman Gleason a couple of questions. You know, for my constituents who live in an area, I have constituents served by MOUs, municipally owned utilities, and some by cooperatives, some by investor-owned utilities. It's really interesting to me that, you know, when you look at outages in some of my MOU areas during Beryl, I mean, you call the city council. I mean, you call your city councilman or woman, and you have a place to go. And they're pretty responsive because they're elected. Same with cooperatives, right? They're elected boards. It's member-driven. But when you get to investor-owned utilities, I mean, who do you call? You call a hotline. We'll learn today how long you get to be put on hold, et cetera. And so I think when we look at this, they can't go to a local governing board. Instead, the Utility Commission, the Public Utility Commission, is the sole oversight. And so that's kind of what I want to hit on. At your open meeting last week, we heard from these investor-owned utilities about how resiliency will cost the ratepayers money, right? And much like Senator Betancourt, I'm not sure. When I look at the two buckets, capital expenditure where the profits are, which he eloquently went into, and went down into these leases and how much money they were making, versus the reimbursement, which has labor, contracts, things like that. So here's my question of the oversight on return on investment. Before each distribution cost recovery factor, now that's known as the DCRF, right, is approved semi-annually, so twice a year. Does the commission ensure the utility spent the money in the manner they pledged?
So typically what we do on DCRF is that is meant to be an expedited process. We come back in a comprehensive rate case to ensure that all of that capital was deployed prudently.
So how long is that process?
So they have to, I think the schedule right now has that they are required to file every 4 years. If we get earnings monitoring reports. If our staff sees that they are over-earning based on their authorized rate of return, we can call them in to do a rate case. Also, if they believe they are under-earning, they can file a rate case.
Does that ever happen, either or?
So it's very rare that we call anyone in for over-earning. I would say it is often that a utility feels it is under-earning and has had a good amount of capital spend in the last 12 months, so they will file a rate case more frequently.
So if you look at investor-owned utilities, they're like any other for-profit company. They want to maximize their profits, right? So the way the formulas currently work, they get profits from those capital expenditures, while the others, like I said, labor and contracts only yield reimbursement. When you look at how that formula, and I actually have how that formula, it's right here, and it's pretty, like, all of you that are good at algebra, this is a good one. It would take you a while to solve it. But I ask this question about how that formula is created. And you look at what it currently does. In plain terms, not looking at this formula, but could you explain the rate of return allowed for distribution utilities in a manner that the average Texan, maybe even us up here, could understand?
Sure. So the way that the overall formula for rates typically works is they get a revenue requirement, how much revenue they need to run their utility. And the basic formula at a high level is their operating and maintenance spend for the last 12 months, because it's a historic test year for the last 12 months, plus whatever their capital expenditure is, with that number being multiplied by some rate of return. So in this case, say 9.5%. And so as that infrastructure spend that is prudent goes up, the equity shareholders' return on investment also goes up.
The chairman has said today that this is a utility. This is a utility. It is not like some of our other for-profit businesses. This is life and death. It is a monopoly, I think is what you said. And in my opening remarks, I'll just say CenterPoint, because that's what we're talking about today, is granted and guaranteed, as you said, typically 9.5. Senator Huffman and I were talking, I said it's around 10%. It's unbelievable. Guaranteed a 10% rate.
So they are guaranteed the opportunity to earn that rate of return. It's infrequent that they actually earn that much, but yeah, that's generally about right. Somewhere around 9 to 9.5% return on equity.
So with that, I would ask the PUC, is it time to change the formula to be more outcomes-based? Is it time? You said you were looking at other states. Is it time? And I'm going to quote you on your opening remarks, looking at incentives and do they align with customers? And I'm just going to tell y'all, obviously, what we saw during Beryl, it does not align with customers. We all understand, those of us, I represent Tier 1, I have Tier 2 counties. We understand what a hurricane is. We understand what a tropical storm is. North Texas has the tornadoes. We occasionally get tornadoes as well. We understand outages. But to see the amount of time, and we can all talk about 18 inches, we can talk about all this stuff. We're going to change a lot of that stuff. We're going to change a lot of that. But I'm not sure that your formula, it is not time to change that. For them to say, hey, here's all of our paperwork, here's what we charge. What is the incentive? They are for profit. Their incentive is a return on investment to their stockholders. But for us up here, our incentive is that we allow them a rate of return, an absolute, almost guaranteed profit. I know that you're trying to say, well, it's not guaranteed. It's pretty guaranteed, right? And they have broken our contract because they have lost the trust of the people.
I would agree. There is very little risk on that return. What I would say to your other comments are, right now, I don't really feel like we have a performance-based system.
I don't either.
There is statutory language that says we can reduce their return on equity based on their performance. I asked my rates staff, my head of rates has been around close to 30 years. He remembers in his tenure maybe one time that has actually been used in an Entergy case. And so one of the items I asked him to look into is how we would figure out a way to measure performance, and if it is poor, what he would recommend the adequate way to address that in a rate of return would be. Now, right now, CenterPoint has an ongoing rate case, which, again, I can't talk about the specifics of, and, that type of thing may not be appropriate in what has already been filed, but I think it is something that is incumbent on the commission as the economic regulator to look into, again, to make sure that those incentives are aligned, because as the economic regulator, that is our primary job. We are a substitute for competition, and we need to make sure that that each utility is working as if they were in competition, because I think it's easy when you're a regulated monopoly, you don't actually have competition. Performance may not be at the top of mind. And so I think that's really, at the front of my mind, how we align those incentives with what the public expects.
Mr. Chairman, on Wednesday, July the 10th, Charles Richardson Anderson Sr., 76, died in Pasadena. So did Candace York, 50, died in Houston. Oscar Rodriguez, 78, also died in Houston. On the 11th, Charles Richardson Anderson, as well as Brian Keith Taylor, died. Christine Davis died. I think those are incentives. As my colleague said here, what's the greatest capital we have is human life. So I think that when we're going to talk today about resiliency, which we should, which is part of the problem but not all of the problem, I don't want this to be on the backs of the ratepayers in those service areas. It just can't be. We took, Mr. Chairman, you and Vice Chair King and those of us that serve on BNC, we're taking lots of the taxpayers' monies, and we have set up the Texas Energy Fund. And as Chairman King said, our Business and Commerce Committee spent so much time looking on generation. We just assumed in many ways that the resiliency was being done, but it's not profitable with these IOUs. And I think it's time to look at your formula and to have some clawbacks there on what, as you said, do the incentives, I think I'm quoting pretty closely, align with the consumer. And obviously, they did not during Beryl, and I don't think they do going forward unless we make major adjustments.
And Senator, I agree with you. One of the things I said in one of the press conferences I attended was, we'll do our investigation. Maybe some of this is their fault. Maybe some of it isn't. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because it's their responsibility. When you're providing electricity, you're not building widgets. You've made a compact with your customers, with the state, that you will provide electricity. And I think that's their responsibility to figure out how to do it reliably. And it is our duty as the commission to make sure that they do that through the incentives that we set up.
Chairman Gleason, I'm so glad you're in your position because you were actually the executive of the PUC. So you've seen it on both sides. And I think you have a unique opportunity to lead this agency, which obviously has been troubled for a while. I think Senator Bittencourt said maybe there were warning signs with Centerpoint. We've made a lot of changes to the PUC, and I look forward to your chairmanship, but I also challenge you to take a deep dive, just like we did after Uri, and we saw the vulnerabilities. We see the vulnerabilities in a Category 1 storm that cost many people their lives, and 2.25 million people without electricity for almost 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Alvarado.
Mr. Chairman, this might be the first time that I make this statement, but I completely 100% agree with everything that my colleague, Mr. Betancourt, just said. So, Centerpoint, you've brought us all together, Republicans and Democrats and everybody here. Mr. Gleason, do you have the timeline on the purchasing of the generators? Did Centerpoint purchase the generators before the PUC adopted the final rules and gave approval?
So yes, they bought or leased those prior to that. That's correct.
How is that?
So the way that rate cases work is use a historic test year. So they file a rate case that looks at the previous 12 months of costs, and then we decide on the prudence of those expenditures. If the commission at the time felt that those expenditures were imprudent, they could have denied them.
So, I don't see how they would make that huge investment before you have your final approval. Can you comment on that? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the risk is on them. They have to make sure that they believe that they can make the case that what they've spent was prudently expensed. So that puts the risk on them, because if it's denied, they have to just eat those costs. But what I would say is, the law was passed to have them where they have the opportunity, they're allowed to, they're not required to, file resiliency plans. And what we do through that process, it's not exactly a pre-approval, but we have the ability to approve them, reject them, or modify them. So in theory, because to your point, it's such a large capital expense, I think the point of that legislation was to mitigate some of the risk for us to be able to tell them, yes, this seems prudent today. You'll still have to prove it up that it was prudent in a rate case, but somewhat of an understanding that, yes, that seems appropriate based on what you're showing us.
Looking back now, do you regret approving?
So I wasn't on the commission at the time. I would say if I was in the commissioner's shoes at that point, again, I think the context is important here. Coming off of Winter Storm Uri, I think that everyone was thinking not only about hurricanes, but we cannot let a Winter Storm Uri situation happen again. And so I think there was probably a desire to make sure that there was no second guessing on the other side of this issue, that we had another Winter Storm Uri last winter, and the questions would come on the other side. This just happened a few years ago. Why we passed this law? Why were you not prepared with the mobile generation you needed? So I see it on both sides. I do think we need to question how they made their decision compared to, say, other utilities like Oncor. I think that's fair to look at and figure out if they need to right-size going forward what they've leased and procured. Because, again, like I said to Senator Betancourt, tornadoes, hurricanes are much more frequent than what we've heard from meteorologists a 50 or 100-year storm is. And so I think it's pragmatic and practical for them to spend more money and resources on the facilities that can address those issues that happen more frequently than a Winter Storm Uri situation.
But it just seems kind of arrogant to go out and make this huge investment, because then the PUC's probably, they've already spent all this money, legislation's been passed, and at the time, of course, the legislation was, I think it passed overwhelmingly, sure. Mr. King, almost unanimously, I think. And that, because we all want generators. We want more resources during these storms, right? But the arrogance of making that huge investment before the PUC gave that final approval, I didn't know until, well, Chairman Bettencourt started down this path, but then we started in the short time just asking more questions. And I know as a legislature, we don't get into private business and how they do their bids. But it seems like this has raised some eyebrows. I understand that the bid process, that potential vendors only had 2 days to respond. Are you aware of that?
I'm not familiar with that. This was a while ago, but that sounds about right.
And Mr. Bettencourt also mentioned that the CEO of the company that had been selected had been convicted of a felony. It was for violating federal environmental protection laws in 2012.
Yes, and I will say those issues, to my memory, were brought up by interveners in this case, by other parties.
And what was CenterPoint's response to that?
That I'm not aware of. You may ask them.
I will. Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa.
Just a couple of questions. Are these $800 million generators mobile?
So they're intended to be mobile. One of the things we'll be looking at, I heard anecdotally that perhaps some of them are not as mobile as we had thought, and that's one of the reasons that CenterPoint had to borrow some from other utilities. I don't know the answer to that yet. That's one of the things we're going to look into.
Have they ever been used?
The large ones?
Yes.
Or, I don't know the answer to that question. They can answer that, or I can get back to the committee on that.
I don't think they've ever been.
I would assume they have not been used since, again, the real purpose of those is for a Winter Storm Uri type event, and we have not seen one of those.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair Miles.
I've been waiting because I got a lot of questions.
Please.
Respectfully, thank you. Mr. Gleason, let me start off by, Chairman Gleason, thanking you for acknowledging and moving on the letter that was written by myself and my colleague, Senator Alvarado and Senator Cook, for the moratorium on the disconnects. So I want to thank you for that starting off. But, you know, in hearing all these questions about this contract and these generators, I feel like I need to, in the experience that I had in dealing with your office, I feel like I want to get this elephant out of the room, colleagues. And I think we all kind of feel it, but nobody's saying it. And I can tell you, I experienced it when trying to get this moratorium set. You know, I'm not quite sure. You can answer it if you want. You can answer it if you want, if you like. But colleagues, I'm not quite sure that, you know, PUC is driving the industry or the industry driving PUC. And that's something we got to start thinking about. Because have you ever denied any one of those contracts? Have you ever denied any one of those requests?
So for the mobile,
in your history with
for the mobile generation specifically, you're asking? No, sir. Those were all allowed to go into rate base and paid for by rate base.
So, you know, we've got to start thinking in that manner, especially on this committee. Let me move into a couple other questions, and so we can move the day on. Why is it that when the TAC rules address the ban on disconnects when it was too hot or too cold, but it does not address a ban on disconnects after a natural disaster? Can you answer that question for me?
So I'm not sure that was ever envisioned. Typically, what I'll say, my experience has been that utilities will voluntarily do a disconnect moratorium like you saw here. Mm-hmm. And as you referenced, you know, they had initially, I believe, planned to end that moratorium today. And I spoke to them prior to our open meeting about how they made that decision. And then in our open meeting last Thursday, they committed to extend it at least till Friday and then reevaluate. I will say one of the issues we have found, I've been at the commission for 16 years, is if we from the dais set a moratorium and we don't know exactly what's going on the ground, that can cause some unintended consequences. In fact, what we've heard from customers before is, you know, those bills keep racking up. And so if you have folks who have a hard time paying their bills and there's a moratorium on disconnects, they just get deeper in the hole. So we also want to guard against that. So I'll tell you what we felt in talking to staff, what I think the right answer is to work with the utilities to figure out if they can do this voluntarily in something where they can work with the customers, with the retail electric providers to make sure that that time certainty is set by them and not by us administratively from the dais.
So do you think that we may need to help as a legislative body to put something in legislation about disconnects as it relates to natural disasters?
I think that's something, if you all wanted to talk about, absolutely.
And the moratorium, since I heard you said it may need to be extended. So did the industry have anything to do with that date that was set up on the 29th? Did they have any involvement in setting that date for you?
Did the industry?
Uh-huh.
So CenterPoint set that up on their own. That was what they put out.
Okay.
It was once I saw that put out, when I spoke to Mr. Wells and his
You just
staff.
kind of rode along with it?
Well, no, I talked to them about extending it, and then the decision for them to extend it was made in before our open meeting on Thursday. And so I asked them the question because I wanted it out publicly. We've talked about this. Do you plan to extend beyond next Monday? And that's when they articulated that they plan to extend it at least until this coming Friday.
Okay. That's understandable. One of the biggest complaints that my constituents complained about in my office was the fact that they were not given accurate information about restoration from CenterPoint. They were literally in the dark and figuratively in the dark. And I spoke to Lieutenant Governor about it, Mr. Chairman, about there was never any on their website. There was never any. They talked about restoration of population of restoration, but they never talked about areas of restoration. So does the PUC, does it have customer communication standards that transmission companies must meet? And if they do not, do you think that we need to help you in that part as a legislative body as well?
So in their emergency operations plans, they have a part of that that talks about their customer communication during an emergency. What I will say is what they told us in our open meeting on Thursday was they only know about who 42% of their customers actually are, because most of the customer relationship is owned at the retail electric provider level. And so one of the things we discussed at the open meeting is how those two entities, the retail electric providers and the utility, can collaborate better, because that should be a really big resource for the TDUs to use. If they don't know who, it's hard for me to imagine a business can communicate effectively if they only know who 42% of their customers are. So we either have to find a way to change that so that they have direct, in an emergency, they have direct communication with their customers, or a way to leverage those existing relationships that the retail providers have so that they can adequately communicate with their customer base.
So are you telling me that we'll never be able to have even location tracking on restoration?
No, I'm telling you we should
Should.
have that, yes. And I think that's there are two issues here. One, their outage tracker should be accurate.
Right.
I think, we heard at the commission, a lot of the complaints we got were similar to what you've heard discussed. Either I got a text message saying I was restored and I haven't had power in 9 days, or I'm getting a text message saying you may be up in 24 hours, but my power's already come back on.
Yeah, because it would help me, because let me tell you, historically, the complaints come into my office that our areas are always hooked up last. And that's a heated discussion that the Lieutenant Governor and I had, colleagues, just last week. And we got to do something to fix it, because we want to make sure that everything is done evenly and equally. And there's no discrimination. And we can prove that historically that's not what's happening. Okay, but because we didn't have that data, what am I supposed to say to my people, my constituents?
I totally agree. It's one of the things I talked to our staff about. One of our goals should be to ensure that different communities are not having disparate outcomes in events like these. We said the same thing coming out of Uri, and the one
You said the same thing coming out of Uri.
Correct. That
Sure
we
did.
should ensure, because there were all the stories about you could see certain parts of, say, Austin that never lost power, and then other parts that took a really long time to have power come back on. And
I remember those arguments.
Say again.
I remember those arguments.
Yes, sir. And so it's one of the things we have to figure out how they decide what needs to come back on first. I will tell you that what we heard a lot was we prioritize, say, where there are hospitals and things like that. To be honest, those types of facilities tend to be near certain communities. And so that's one of the things we have to work with the utility on, and with you all, about how we address those situations. And to your point about figuring out when someone's going to come back on and how that can be useful, one of the differences between an event like this and an event like Uri is, with Uri, even if you had known when you were going to come back on, most of the roads were impassable. You were kind of stuck at your house. If you had known it may take 10 days, not 24 hours to come back on, you could have made other accommodations. You could have driven to Houston, or driven to Dallas, or driven somewhere else. in order to, be able to have electricity. So that's another thing where this is different than Uri, because that information actually could have been acted upon.
Okay. I got just a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Would you agree with that? Agree with me that the moratorium was a big deal, is a big success for the people who really, really are going to need it?
Yes, I think it is. It would not be good to ask people who have gone without power for an extended period of time to be able to receive service and then immediately lose their power again.
Then respectfully, sir, why was it on your website? Why was it not on your website?
The moratorium? I don't know. We don't typically put moratoriums on our website. Again, if that's something that we need to look at as far as our communication on our website, we're happy to do so. Typically what we do is we use our social media to get that type of information out.
Do you know the people that have made complaints to PUC? Do you know how they were notified and how they were contacted with follow-ups?
From the utility?
Several people, when they called my office, I told them to contact PUC, gave them your information. So I know that there were some complaints filed. Do you know how they were followed up with, or if they were at all followed up?
So yes, sir. So if a complaint was filed, that would still be going through our informal complaint process, which has typically 30 days to work through the process.
So they should expect a formal complaint response?
Yes, if they filed an informal complaint, they will get a response from the PUC.
Okay, and last but not least, what is the PUC doing to enforce requirements that retail electric providers must provide all payment options and assistance to those customers that indicate an inability to pay their bills?
So that's another area where we typically rely on complaints. If we get a number of complaints that a retail electric provider is not following our rules or someone, we will investigate that. If they're following our rules, we'll reach back out to that customer and tell the customer, this is within the rules, they're acting appropriately. If you'd like to file a formal complaint, which is a whole adjudicated process, you can do so, and we explain how to do that. If we find that the utility, that the retail electric provider is not following our rules, we will work with that company to provide money back to the customer who has been adversely impacted.
So, Ms. Gleason, I thank you for putting me at ease to know that all of my constituents that I forwarded on to PUC are going to get some type of follow-up response.
Yes, sir, and I'll commit that we will follow up with this entire committee about the complaints that we received during this and how they were resolved.
Thank you again. Thank you,
yes, sir.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Miles. Senator King and Senator Braden.
Thank you, Chairman. And maybe this more in way of context than question, but I just wanted to remind us that how we came about the mobile generation, because that's been such a topic this morning. After Uri, House and Senate asked one very simple question of the TDUs, and it was, what were some of the tools that you didn't have that you wished you'd had in the toolbox for when that power was out? And one of the consistent responses was, if we had just had some mobile generation sitting on the back of an 18-wheeler trailer that we could wheel out to sites of essential service, whether that was hospitals or warming centers or cooling centers, in the case of a hurricane, or law enforcement, or whatever it may be, or even maybe for small neighborhoods. And then the discussion was, if we had those for tornadoes and wildfires, we could roll them out for that. That was a really, really, really simple concept. And I think that was what everybody envisioned when the House and the Senate unanimously approved that legislation for that. I know I checked with Encore, and Encore bought 15 small units running from about 400 kilowatts to 1.2 megawatts. And I think their total cost for that was about $5.5 million, which is amortized over 84 months. I think it's like 600-something thousand a year. I've seen them roll those out in my district, tornadoes and other things, really with great success. And I know Encore had rolled theirs out previously with great success too when there's been events. So was a little surprised to learn that these large units, 30 megawatts and larger, had kind of been put into this bill. And so when CenterPoint comes up, I'd kind of like to, I'm hoping we'll hear some discussion about, because that's two different things. The small units are there to roll it out to a neighborhood or a facility when the power's out. Apparently the big units are for load shed when lines and poles aren't down, and that's to go in, and if the PUC or ERCOT issues an order to shed load, that they can turn on those larger units and keep a neighborhood or a community powered up during that time. So there's two different things here, right?
That's correct, yes. So the larger ones are used to connect at the substation so that the distribution lines can be re-energized if you have a major transmission issue. And I think, again, like I said earlier, the context is right. Coming out of Uri, I think what everyone envisioned, honestly, was a kind of all of the above approach. And so we'd probably be having a different conversation if we were here in February and this event wasn't a hurricane but was another really massive winter storm. But I think what this brings to light is how were those decisions made as to how much of each type of mobile generation facility you procured. I think that's appropriate for us to ask, even though this is already in rates, because I think that will also help us inform what we do going forward, which I think is, at least from my standpoint, our investigation, we'll figure out what went right and how we can improve and what went wrong and how we can remedy that. But the real key to this is once we have that information, it has to be actionable. So we have to move forward in that light.
The other piece of this that I think really needs to be looked at is that you can only lease these generators. And so if you buy, a generator lasts a long time. So if you buy a, 400 kilowatt generator that you're going to roll out behind a small truck and hook up, those things are going to last for 25 or 30 years. The way they're set up for leases, they're only getting 6 or 7 years out of it. So they're paying a lot more, I'm suspecting. Have y'all looked into the cost difference between if they buy these things where they can buy them and depreciate them versus lease them where they're going to pay a lot more for it?
So I believe that they can speak to that. I know during discussions around changing the statute, CenterPoint in particular made the argument that it was cheaper in the long run to buy these facilities rather than lease them. And I would say you're right. It probably makes sense for the facilities you're going to use often for tornadoes or hurricanes. It probably does make sense to buy them instead of leasing them. For the larger units, I don't know that I'm sold on that anymore because to Senator Betancourt's point, you could buy facilities that are, you may use every 50 years that if you don't use them in the first 20 years, you're going to have to rebuy them anyways, potentially. And so I think that brings into question what the appropriate kind of mix of resources you need and how you would finance
The last
procurement.
question. Did y'all, when you overruled the administrative law court, was there discussion of whether or not the two different types both fit under the legislation? Was that one of the issues that was discussed in trial, that whether or not the large units, which were for load shed, actually fit within the legislation that was really intended just for small mobile units?
Vice Chair King, I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't remember the specifics of the arguments made. But like I said, I do remember that many parties other than the utility did push back on the amount that was procured and how much it would cost.
Was the pushback on the large units and not the small units?
My memory, it could be subject to check. My memory was just on the overall amount of needing to rate base that many megawatts of facilities.
But in CenterPoint's case, the vast amount of that cost was the large units.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are those large units mobile?
So that was the point I was making. In my mind, they were. All of these should be mobile. I had heard anecdotally that one of the reasons that they were not useful is because they're not actually that mobile. So that's something that's one of the issues we're going to look into. Do those large units actually meet the criteria that was set forth in statute and in rule to fall under the provisions of mobile generation?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, whether that's consistent with statutory language. Senator Gray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Gleason, I wanted to go back up to a higher altitude for a moment, just for the benefit of those that are listening and watching. Can you explain, as we receive comments into our office, that what we experienced during the storm, the CenterPoint definitely in the focus of this discussion, the difference between a problem with the grid itself and problems inherent within being prepared for a hurricane and the aftermath?
Sure. Yes, sir. So this was not a system-wide failure. We didn't see, massive generation fall off. We didn't see other areas of the state impacted as significantly. This, I think, is more localized. And again, one of the things I think we need to talk about is, based on the location of these facilities, what is the right amount of hardening of the system that we need for coastal areas of the state versus potentially the rest of the state. This was not system-wide. This was localized to the coast, and within those coastal areas, different utilities perform differently.
So do you have anything to reference to let us know how, output was, how much electricity was available as far as in terms of megawatts during that week and a half? Or?
Yes, so we had enough generation to serve our full load. There was no lack of generation. If all customers could have been receiving power, there was plenty of electricity to provide those customers power.
We've had some references today to regulated versus deregulated, ERCOT, non-ERCOT. Can you just, with brevity, explain for those that are watching and listening why it has been mentioned several times that CenterPoint has a monopoly?
So within ERCOT, the wires and poles companies that actually deliver the energy are regulated utilities. Back in 2000, when the ERCOT region was unbundled, we now have 3 different levels. We have generators, we have transmission distribution companies that actually supply the power, and then retail electric providers that have the customer relationship and actually sell that power to, say, a residential customer. That's different from outside ERCOT, where Texas still has unbundled utilities, where the utility, one utility does the retail service, owns the wires and poles, and also owns the generation. And for those companies, we regulate all parts of that. In the ERCOT region, we only have regulatory authority to set rates for the transmission distribution companies.
So break that down even further and even more brief for the layman that is just, Mr. and Ms. Smith that are watching this hearing. How is it that CenterPoint has a service territory in the Houston region, and how is it that they are not required to compete with anyone in a otherwise what would be considered a deregulated ERCOT market construct?
So the trade-off is, for those regulated utilities, they have a monopoly service territory to invest in. The trade-off for that is we get to set their rates, as opposed to, say, a competitive area. If there was full competition, they would have to have competitive rates. And so the exchange for that is we get to set their rates and set how much return they should be allowed to get.
Very clear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the clarification on that. I think it's important for the public throughout this hearing that we continue to remind them exactly how this all fits together, because it's very confusing to those that have just gone through a traumatic experience, and then to watch this hearing hoping to learn answers that will give them clarity or closure or just an understanding of how this framework works, so they can weigh into our offices and tell us their opinions. And so even though it seems like, those summaries are very well known, it's important to continue to go over them. For a service territory itself, how would CenterPoint's service territory be expanded or restricted?
So typically we don't get, inside of ERCOT for TDUs, we don't get much change in their service territories. Most of the certificates of convenience and necessity, which give them their service territory, what we get in the inside ERCOT piece is mostly on facilities. So if they want to build new facilities, they have to go through that process. But typically that's within their current footprint, not to expand out into other territories.
And so how would that footprint change?
So they would have to come to us and ask for a change in their service territory.
Or the legislature would take action to do the same, correct?
That's correct. There could be statutory change to affect their CCN.
To expand the CCN or?
Contracted as well.
Contracted.
Yes, sir.
Right. Is there precedent for that?
To be honest, not to my knowledge. There could be. I would have to check on that. I don't recall anything like that on the ERCOT side.
And that's okay. That's okay. You made reference earlier to the governor's letter, Chairman Gleason. Is that letter that you referenced from July 14th?
Yes, sir.
24. And in that reference, you mentioned several things the governor pointed out as priorities for his office and directives for your office. Is that correct?
That's correct. He laid out vegetation management, infrastructure and storm hardening, communications, use of mobile generation. I've also instructed staff, the Lieutenant Governor put out 10 questions that we also need to figure out answers to during the course of this investigation.
And so within those directives, as you mentioned, there was number one, is the cause of the magnitude and the duration of customer outages a result of physical infrastructure or personnel issue? Number two, what were the utilities' pre-event planning processes? Number three, why exactly were so many Texans left without power for so many days? And number four, when and for what purpose did utilities use their mobile generation resources? You're familiar with those questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in the letter, prior to those directives being listed, there's a reference to the PUC undertaking a rigorous study. Your words were an investigation. Do you see those as mutually exclusive, or do you see those as the same? And if the same, then how do you reconcile the difference between a study and an investigation?
So what I wanted to be clear with the governor on, and as I stated earlier, is typically when we say investigation, that's through an enforcement action. Our typical investigations are contested cases, similar to what we've talked about, where I can't speak right now on resiliency plans or a pending rate case. Typically, I can't speak to our investigations because ultimately whatever our staff finds will come before us for us to make a final judgment on. My sense of this in talking, I talked to the Lieutenant Governor before one of the press conferences, I talked to the governor, was that the goal of this should not be to do everything behind closed doors, then 6 months from now come out with an administrative penalty that just gets deposited to general revenue for $1 million. The goal here is to get answers to all of those questions, plus others that we develop in coordination with the legislature and the governor. Have that be in the daylight so everyone can see the questions we've asked and what those responses are. I think that will bring us closer to the change we need and the actionable information than doing an enforcement investigation that results in some minimal amount of money going to general revenue.
I think the daylight that you mentioned is incredibly important in using that rhetoric because the most important people involved in this process are not in this room. The most important people involved in this process are still recovering at home. And so that daylight and that sunshine, it just can't be overstated how important that is for your efforts to be an investigation, not just a study. And I'm very impressed with the governor's letter. I think it's spot on. But I think the difference between a study and an investigation is very important to highlight. And, you know, as chairman of the PUC, it's my understanding through my research that you have ultimate legal authority over ERCOT. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have complete authority over ERCOT.
Right. So tell me to what extent you have authority and investigative powers over exactly this type of research and microscope that you're planning on placing on CenterPoint on behalf of all Texans served. And I'll just say it, in my district, in Senate District 4, I have 332,000 homes served by Entergy, non-ERCOT, and I have about 180,000 homes served by CenterPoint. So it's kind of a fascinating disparity on where my constituents sit within this problem, right? And a comparison of best practices and those that were not utilizing best practices. So this investigation is extremely important to all of us, but for Senate District 4 in particular. And the names of those that I mentioned are now deceased. I just want to impress upon you any way possible that this needs to be an investigation, not based on relationships or favors or hey, we've always done things the right way. This needs to be an investigation like there has never been before that the PUC will conduct to make sure that every rock is overturned and that we understand answers so that we can make decisions going forward. Is that your opinion as well, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Within our enforcement discretion, we have the authority to submit RFIs, requests for information from them on any topic that we wish. And again, those will all be public, what we ask and what the responses are. And to your point, yes, we shouldn't do this in a vacuum. This shouldn't just be stuff, issues that my staff comes up with. We need to be collaborating with you all, with the House, with the local officials. I talked to Mayor Whitmire at one of the press conferences about this. At the last open meeting, I impressed upon my governmental relations staff that they need to make sure that they're reaching out to mayors, county judges, local officials as well, because they're closer to this than anybody. And I think it's with all of that, comprehensive communication and input, we will get the best results to make sure that we can mitigate this ever happening again.
So, and I like your answers there. So for the governor's letter and the lieutenant governor's letter, both with directives, they both mentioned, and I'm very impressed with both of their correspondence, that the directives they list are not comprehensive. So in other words, they encourage the PUC to continue to develop based on those concerns and needs and the answers that we all need to recover as Texans. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think they were wise in not saying those are the only questions that need to be answered, though that's a starting place. So from there, we will branch out, like I said, and talk to multiple parties. We'll do, I've asked our staff to reach out to Florida Power and Light and other states' regulatory commissions about how they handle these types of things, because I think we can learn from how other people do things and then take that information and come up with a Texas solution for these problems.
Yeah, definitely needs to be a Texas solution.
Yes, sir.
Let Texas run Texas. So for the conversations that we've had, I think it's a complete gift that Chief Kidd and yourself have testified first, right? Because Centerpoint should be learning minute by minute what our concerns are, coming straight out of our districts, right? We all have over 1 million head coaches, and we're the team. And all those head coaches that we represent that have lost family members, that have struggled, that have gone through the hardships that they've faced through this storm, they expect answers, and they expect much more than us just to vet the problem, right? They expect action, and
yes,
quickly. So your directives are to have this study. Again, I keep saying the difference between a study and an investigation, the conclusions and the results of the findings of the investigation, which it should be, is due December 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you expect that it could be complete prior to December 1?
Yes. It will. I believe it will be completed prior to December 1. And I would say this is not a one-off. I think one of the areas that we as a regulatory commission can improve on is we need to continually iterate these questions. As the grid is changing, as the conditions on the ground are changing, we can't do this one report and say, this is good. We'll just assume that this static state is the way we can proceed until the next issue pops up. I think, we learned this in Uri because we had, outages in 2011. We made some changes, and I think we failed to continually analyze and iterate solutions. And then we had Winter Storm Uri. The learning from that is we can't say, great, we did weatherization, tick off on our checkbox, our checkboxes on a list and say, we're good now, and then wait for the next winter storm. Right. You have to continually iterate and analyze what's actually going on so you can pivot when you need to, not wait for the issue to arise. And so that's what the plan is here. This is the beginning of what we'll do. Hopefully we'll come up with best practices and things that can be done actionable now that Centerpoint does not have to wait to do. There will be issues that perhaps we at the commission need to do rule changes to address. And there will be, I assume, recommendations that need a legislative fix. Those will be in the report, and any of those that we believe need a statutory change, we will put in our agency report that's due to you all by January 15th of the session year as legislative recommendations in our report.
Well, I know there's been references to recovery from winter storms and polar vortexes, right? We've had 6 polar vortexes over the past 25 years. The last 2 have been the most significant to my knowledge. But the other side of that is we've had 10 named hurricanes and storms since Harvey. So it's our expectation that there is preparation for both. It's our expectation that with a potential to recover double-digit returns on profit, that these companies do what they need to do to protect the public. So last point, do you distinguish in your RFIs that would go out to CenterPoint for your investigation to be completed? Do you distinguish between any authority or powers within that RFI that would be different than subpoena power? In other words, is there any privileged information that they do not have to submit to you?
Not that I'm aware of. What I would say is if we did ask any questions through the RFIs where they did respond that way, we would discuss it with them.
If there is any privileged information that is not disclosed to you through those RFIs, I would like to ask you on the record in this committee hearing to let every senator on this dais know immediately when that answer comes back from their general counsel. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, it's fair. And again, those responses will be public. So if we get a response like that, the public will know as well.
It's great for those to be put out in the public domain. Sometimes they're found, sometimes they're not. I would like to request for myself and my colleagues that those formally come to our offices. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. And we will also be discussing this at our open meetings. So there will be spotlight on these responses.
Thank you, Chairman Gleason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just one quick point. You can administer as a commission administrative penalties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what dollar amount?
So we have a different authority. There are caps of $25,000 on some, others coming out of Winter Storm Uri, $1 million per day per event.
But for
I believe 25,000 would
TDUs?
probably. I believe for this type of event, 25,000 would be the cap.
Per day?
Per day per event.
Okay. The rate of return calculation that's been discussed by Senator Colkhurst regarding outcomes-based, there's no obviously penalty structure regarding diminishing the rate of return as a penalty structure for efforts beyond what we would consider standard.
Correct.
That is not in law, correct? You
No,
cannot
what is in law is, and I think I referenced this to our rate staff, has only been used once in the past 25 years, is there is a provision in statute that if there is poor performance or management, we can address that through their authorized rate of return. So if
Has that ever been done?
Again, I think it's been done once in the last 25 or so years, and that was on an Entergy case.
I'd like to have that information. If you could
Yes, sir.
find it. But it's not formalized statutorily that
So
are able to do it, so there is some statute that allows you to do it.
there is, what I'm not sure of, if there's any kind of methodology for if X, then this is how you calculate what a reasonable return on equity would be.
So members, I'm getting to this counterbalance of a regulated monopoly and the PUC being the economic counterweight to that. And obviously, people listen to the dollars, right? Especially if it's for the shareholders. And so how do you adjust that? And that's usually through the rate of return, penalties, or a combination thereof, service territory, other things. But we need to potentially look at those type of issues. This issue of mobile gen, right-of-way clearances, coastal standards for equipment and construction long-term going forward. There's a whole bunch of different items that are floating around that I think we have some fairly good unanimity, at least for thoughts of it. We should maybe address it this next session. Senator Nichols and then others.
Oh, thanks. First of all, we do appreciate the position you're in at the PUC. We followed you for a number of years. So my points are going to fall into really two categories. But before I say that, having a stable agency is extremely important, especially the one that you've got, because it just touches every aspect of the state. And we've made a lot of changes at the PUC just in the last 4 years. You know, after Harvey, Uri, we had COVID, and you listed a number of the hurricanes and stuff and disasters. There's a lot of responsibility at these different utilities that we've put on them. But we put the PUC, or the PUC is in the oversight. So you, in my opinion, y'all do have a responsibility to make sure that these people are operating, or entities are operating within certain standards. And so with that, I was going to go until like number one. I know in running my businesses, I used to have a difficult time keeping up with a lot of stuff. So I was constantly had a series of matrices that would help my eyes and ears if something went out of whack. In other words, inside your organization, while you're reviewing the different costs, operating expenses and things like that, in the area, for instance, of resiliency, I'm not sure what all y'all are measuring and how y'all look at it. But if I'm looking at one utility and they're spending a certain amount of money per mile on vegetation expenses over a period of 2 or 3 years, and somebody else is spending either a whole lot less or a whole lot more, by the time you compare several of them, you've got somebody that's out of whack. Do y'all look at stuff like that?
So not within a specific rate case, right? So the rate case.
I'm not talking about in a rate case. I'm not talking about rate case here. I'm talking about as you're watching, you might see it at a rate case where you go back in and review it. And so are things that are way out of whack like that, do they pop up? Or?
Yes, so we track, for instance, vegetation management spend by utility. I referenced earlier one of the first filings we'll have in this investigation. I asked staff, and they put together a comparison for all utilities from 2013 until 2023, what their vegetation management spend has been, what that is per capita, and what that is per line mile. So that'll be filed in this investigation.
But y'all haven't been doing that before?
So I don't know if our infrastructure staff regularly looks at, this utility is spending X, this is spending Y over the last 15 years. I don't know if that's happening.
Okay, but I'm assuming you will now?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, we'll file this, and again.
But in the category of resiliency, there's a number of different things. Vegetation management, the type of poles, above ground, below ground, the heights, that whole category. And there's even different categories of resilient poles and stuff. But I would think if it would be important, and I know we have a tendency to react to the disaster that we all just went through. I've been here numerous winter events, with freezing and things like that. And then, kid, no matter what the disaster is, you seem to always be here for good reason. But I think you're in a position, or your agency is in a position, if utilized, you could identify some weaknesses in some of these transmission distribution utilities.
So yes, I think one of the goals of the resiliency plan statute that was passed was for utilities to put into the category what will improve our resiliency, how much it'll cost, and then it's up to us ultimately to determine if those activities and that spend is prudent.
And so when they put in a resiliency plan, how long does it typically take to get an answer back to them?
So we have a statutory deadline once it is filed to either reject, modify, or accept within, I believe, 180 days.
Okay. And the second category, Mr. Chairman, kind of goes to where you were headed. There are incentives and there are penalties, whip and carrot. I'm one of the believers that carrots work better than whips. Punishing somebody is one thing, but incentivizing them long-term to invest in the areas that we are interested in, I think that's where Senator Betancourt was going, I think is a much better approach long-term because then it focuses them. The only other thing I can think of that might be better would be the competition, which is what we went to in the great bulk of on power generation. Now, I don't know really how we can have competition in the operation of those transmission lines, and that's one of the reasons we ended up with the structure we did, when they deregulated the ERCOT market. But there's a lot of smart people in this state who can come up with performance measures that probably could be incentivized, and instead of just paying somebody a rate of return on a large investment, that it makes them, I mean, I can figure that out pretty quick. If I'm looking at my books, the more money I spend on capital equipment, the more I'm going to make. Why the rest of the expense, I don't get a return on, so why mess with it? That's the resiliency side. So hopefully y'all can work toward something. I've been sitting here making notes, trying to figure out how to do a performance measurement, and I'm not real sure because the disasters change so much. And the different geographic regions, like my district looks so much more differently than Senator King's district, and our issues are different. Do you have to have statutory authority to change the formula? Such as, instead of reimbursing based on how much you spend in capital equipment, reimbursing based on a performance measurement that might include customer service?
So I believe,
Like that?
and this will be, again, subject to check with my rate staff, I believe the general kind of tenets of how we do rate making are in statute. The individual components, I know, are in rule. I'm not sure about statute. And I would say, you know, the transmission distribution service utilities have an incentive to provide power. In their rate, there's a fixed component and a variable component. That variable component is dependent on how much electricity actually shows up at homes. My point is that doesn't seem to be a strong enough incentive to avoid these types of events happening. So we have to figure out whether we have to bolster some existing incentive or come up with a new set of incentives that they spend the proper amount of money and do the proper operation, you know, maintenance of their system to avoid these types of events in the future.
Would customer service in any form have any impact on the formula? Do you feel like it should be in there somewhere?
I think it's definitely a qualitative input that we should consider. As far as a quantitative one, I would hesitate a little more because my experience with our own surveys on performances, you hear mostly from the folks who are displeased and not so much from the ones who are happy with their service. So I want to be careful about that. But again, I think all these are good discussions to have because, you know, we've heard, and I think, you know, Chairman Schwartner may have mentioned this or referenced this, you know, we've heard a lot since the storm hit that how performance was during, you know, in 2008, 2009 for the last real wind storm we had. And the performance here was actually better. But the thing that's changed is the expectation. And so we have a new expectation for how reliable our system is. We have to come up with ways to meet that new expectation. What was good enough 15 years ago is not good enough anymore.
I know a great portion of my district. I've got regulated markets. I've got CenterPoint. I've got Entergy. I've got co-ops.
You've got everything.
I've got it all. It's a great district. I love my district. The co-ops have kind of, to me, the ultimate performance measurement in that the customers own the utility company. And so if they don't take care of those customers run them. I mean, they really do. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Colcourse.
I have one quick follow-up. Thank you, Senator Nichols, about the statement about co-ops. That's for sure. They're very responsive. And I don't know. I guess Judge Keogh could answer this when he talks, because he has Entergy, he has CenterPoint, and he has some co-ops. And we'll find out who was, Mid-South. I was going to say Mid-South. So we'll find out which ones were most responsive. Which, does the PUC keep those, like how quickly, do they keep the stats on when a hurricane comes through?
Yes, so we have information through our representation at the State Operations Center that's embedded with Chief Kidd and Tatum. We get updates from municipal utilities, from co-ops, from TDUs. We get updates from all of them and have those, because that helps us determine where we may need to let Tatum know resources need to be allocated.
I'd be interested to see those stats, especially with Beryl. And we all understand the path and who had higher winds than others, but I'd be very interested. I'm going to go back to what Senator Miles was talking about, the outage map. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you made a really good point, and Chief Kidd was nodding his head about the outage map and the importance of it, because you know that if you're going to be out of electricity for 9 days, you know that you have to make other plans. And those other plans can, my goodness, you might have family members. I ran into one of my classmates from the class of 1983, Brenham Cubs. She came to town and stayed with some of her relatives. I hadn't seen her in years. I said, "What are you doing here?" And she said, "You know what? I'm not going to have electricity for about 10 days, and I needed to go find some place to stay." The problem with CenterPoint's outage map was the inaccuracies. I know, Senator Huffman, you and I had a discussion about that, and I'm going to ask this question. There's a lot of talk about the Whataburger app, okay? And I'm going to give them a little free advertising here, because you could go to the Whataburger app and you could see, wow, these Whataburgers have power. I can go get hamburgers over there, a cheeseburger. Senator Shortner likes cheeseburger. I try to save on the calories. I'm going to get a hamburger, okay? But here's the deal. So they have an app that people started using. They almost had to do a disclaimer to say, "Hey, don't use." I mean, like this is just for you to know where we're servicing, etc. Okay. My question to you is, that was a cloud-based app. We're now learning that CenterPoint has a physical server application, and it was woefully inadequate. We heard from our constituents. You heard. Literally, they were in the dark. Not metaphorical. They were in the dark. So my question to you on this is, it seems like cloud-based would be a subscription-based application, which would go in the bucket of I'm just reimbursed, by the other part being physical servers, and that goes in my capital expenditure bucket, which I get to make profit off of. True or false?
So my understanding is that is correct. I would have to look at our previous rate cases. A similar question got asked of me earlier today. It was the first time I'd actually been asked that question. So I would want to look and consult with my staff, but that's my understanding as well. And I would say, while we're thankful that the Whataburger app worked and helped people, I view that similarly to the way I view the idea that any part of a solution to this should be people going out and spending their own money to get a generator. If people want that as backup, that's fine. But the primary issue here is we need to be providing them power. So let's say, in this case, sure, if someone thought it was helpful because maybe they were questioning whether or not the information they were getting from CenterPoint was right or not, you just want to go check if a Whataburger has power, sure. But that should not be the primary way we deal with this issue, nor should telling everyone to go buy a Generac. Those things should not be how we deal with this.
You just made my point. When we're talking about very complicated formulas, like the one that I see here is the DCRF, which we've talked about, which Senator Nichols was just hitting on, and different things. Just something so simple as having an app, an outage map, something that I can go to and say, wow, they're working in this part of the state, this part of Houston. I'm not going to have electricity for X amount of time. I need to make plans for my children and me. Or like the couple that called us from New Jersey, who asked us about their elderly parents in Fort Bend County. They were working so hard from thousands of miles away to figure out how they were going to help their elderly parents. The husband needed to go to a cooling station. The wife wouldn't leave because she didn't want to leave the animals, risking her own health, okay? If we could have had an app to tell them, hey, listen, we're really in trouble here. You're 9 days out, 10 days out. We think we're going to get electricity. We don't have to call the Fort Bend, all the folks in Fort Bend who helped us, and we called TDM, what's the best plan of action, etc. And that's just one example. All of our staffs did dozens of those cases. But if we're talking about Whataburger being more efficient And that when we really boil down to it, they're using physical servers because they get a 10 or 9.5% profit off of it versus a subscription that is only reimbursed. I don't know. We got a lot of work to do. And that goes back to how I think our formula should be reworked, and incentives, as you said, Mr. Chairman, incentives align with the consumer. The simplest thing I think I could hear, and I heard over and over on the phone, was, could I just know where there's power and how quickly? Just give me an estimate. It's kind of like a package being delivered from UPS today. You don't have to tell me what moment it's going to come here. I just need to know what day and the range of time. We can do better. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Quick,
Senator Betancourt.
Yeah, quick couple follow-up for both of you gentlemen. Since follow-up, Senator Colkhorst, on the outage tracker, I believe Lieutenant Governor told me same thing from both of y'all different times, that what your understanding was that the outage tracker, that Center Point, when it went down, we were all told, or I believe the three of y'all were told, that it would not be up until actually the beginning or the conclusion of the hurricane season. Gentlemen, could you confirm that?
So I was told that they were in the process of developing one, and I believe the last update I got was that it should be ready by August 1st.
Yeah, but what was the initial understanding, that it was not going to be ready until?
So I'll be honest, I don't remember hearing that. I know when I asked, they said it typically would take multiple months, and they had asked that it get done in 2 months from when they let the contract.
Not the same information, sir. I don't know that I have a specific date.
Right. So when the server-based unit went down, this was, of course, hurricane season already started, and we're in the middle of it. And so the question is it, if they rush it, is it 2 months or is it going to take 4 months? And that's a pretty bad management decision by any measurement I understand.
So my assumption, absent any additional information, is they will have a tracker that is up and running August 1st. I think it is fair to question, should they have fixed their server issue in lieu of having nothing working during hurricane season?
And that would be a question for Mr. Wells, and
Yes, sir.
it would have been for Madam Lynette if she was still employed, because I'd like to understand what that decision was made, Chairman Wells, why it was not made, before the season, the fact we're in the middle of the season. Any type of post facto response is just preposterously bad management decision. Mr. Kim, since you've been quiet the whole time, was the state prepared and met any of the city and county requests that were given to OEM?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other comments on today's testimony, and if there's anything else from the legislature that you think you need?
So thank you. It's been my experience that the only thing worse than no information is bad information. And I would ask that either through the PUC or the legislature, we address this topic. Our public needs to know when resources and utilities are expected to return. And I'll say it again, the only thing, in my experience, the only thing worse than no information is bad or wrong information.
That's correct, because to summarize what I think Senator Nichols was trying to say, something I've said many times: what gets measured gets fixed.
And Senator, again, our local partners have been phenomenal through this entire process and every disaster that we deal with. The judges that you're going to hear from, emergency management directors for their communities, whether they ran on that platform or not, that's what they are. And I appreciate their cooperation and support with us in every disaster. And hurricane season does not end until November 30th this year.
Right, and we have been in it and still are in it, and it doesn't miraculously start on August the 1st, even though that's our higher season. And I just am astonished and just aggravated to no end about some of these management decisions. But I'll save that for Chairman Wells.
Members, any other questions? Senator Middleton, and then Senator Alvarado.
Sure.
And then Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Thomas, I had a question. So the Chairman Schwartner pointed out that the PUC has some authority to go after their reasonable return. I guess that's sort of like the clawbacks Senator Betancourt talked about. And, we've already seen an estimate that, up to 80% of the mobile gen was not deployed, so we paid for a lot for something that only 20% was functioning like it was supposed to be. And I think that number of profit was 50 million, something like that for CenterPoint. But Senator Colcourse talked about something else that's probably the first thing that all of our constituents look at. When their power goes out, they go look for an outage tracker, right? And so the question is, how did they account for that? So Texas, New Mexico has cloud-based, right? So theirs worked the whole time. I think there was like one issue they had for a few hours one day. And that is on the, obviously, the operation side. So that's an operation expense. And I think with that, am I right that you just recoup your actual cost? There's no profit in that.
Correct. On the O&M side, you get recovery of your expense, not return on your expense.
Right. So you're just getting, the actual expense. But with a capital cost, you get that 9.5% return. And so is it correct if it's firmware, servers, something that's physical asset, are they getting their 9.5% return on that?
That's correct.
So they got their 9.5% return on something that wasn't working, and they essentially defrauded their ratepayers, because that's the first thing we look for. That's the first thing anyone does when their power goes out is they go, is there an outage tracker? Let me go look at the map. Let me go type in my address. And none of that was working. So that's something else besides mobile gen that we need to look at, where it's disturbing to think that they may have chosen something that was likely to break, firmware, for that 9.5% return. So that's something I hope the PUC looks into and examines, and why the other transmission distribution utilities chose, cloud instead of firmware. So was their incentive and their motivation just to get that 9.5% for something that wasn't working for our constituents? And they took their money and all of our money and didn't provide the product that they promised. In fact, it's one of the most essential, because it was what Senator Colcourse was talking about. People couldn't plan. They didn't know. I always said, if you think you need a cooling center, you need a cooling center. But people are under the impression that maybe I'll get my power back tomorrow, And unfortunately, we have some people that aren't with us anymore because of it. That's one of the consequences of this. This is not just a convenience thing, or, I want to know, throw stuff out of the refrigerator. No, this is life and death issues. So if you could look into that for us and see how much they asked from the PUC on that hardened capital cost for the outage tracker.
Yes, sir.
Senator Alfredo.
Just a quick question on, during the May derecho and CenterPoint's outage tracker failed, it wasn't working, right? Did the PUC intervene and say, you've got to fix this and you have X amount of time to do it?
So I would need to check with staff. I was not aware that their outage tracker was out personally until I went to the press conference with Chief Kidd and the Lieutenant Governor. I was going to, in my prepared remarks, was going to reference the outage tracker, and was told as I was walking in that it wasn't working. So that was the first time I knew about it. That's typically not something that a commissioner may get told. I would have to check with our staff to see if that had ever been told from CenterPoint to agency staff prior to Beryl.
Well, because the public knew, we all knew.
I think people knew when they went to it and they weren't, and it didn't come up. I personally didn't go check their outage tracker during the storm.
Okay. Well, once you learned about it, was there any communication with CenterPoint?
There was. We discussed how quickly it would get up. I did ask, what was the thought process between using this intervening period to switch, and I think the thought was that even if they put back the existing one, it would be overloaded again and just fail again. So the thought was, once it failed, start the clock running on, let's update this and get the cloud-based system. The storm just came before it was done.
Okay. Thank you.
Dean Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gleason, I have a copy of the report filed by CenterPoint Energy Houston to the PUC on May the 1st, 2024. Are you familiar with that report?
Perhaps. Do you know the title of it?
It is called the Report for Vegetation Management Plan pursuant to Texas Administrative Code.
Yes, they follow vegetation management plans with
Okay.
us.
On page 8 of that report, they say that their plan is to address a minimum of 3,500 miles of distribution circuits for tree trimming each year. And then on another page, on page 13, they state that they have 29,270 miles. Now, this was in May, way before the storm. Would 3,500 miles be an adequate goal?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so. My understanding is they use a risk-based analysis for what they're going to inspect and ultimately what vegetation management they do. My assumption would be that they've prioritized that vegetation which they think it could be most hazardous to their system.
On page 14 of the same report, it says CenterPoint Houston successfully met its 2023 goals as noted in the previous section. However, there were challenges. Looking back, would you agree that they met all of their goals for 2023 adequately in terms of preparation for the storm in Houston?
I think what I would say now is they met their internal goal. I would now posit that the goal is insufficient, that the goal needs to be more, and they need to spend the money, and we need to make sure that they spend the money to address a larger portion of their vegetation quicker.
And their plan is to double the 3,500, but that's still 7,000. Only 7,000 of 29,000 and more miles. So thinking about that report and other sections of it, and thinking of the investigation that is underway, are you going to go back and look at this report and look at other weaknesses as part of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I think we need to better understand how they come up with that goal, why they think that is the sufficient goal, and then obviously, like you said, they've committed to doubling that. Why not go further than that? I think those are all reasonable questions that, yes, we will endeavor to answer through our investigation.
We talked about the profit that they made, that CenterPoint Houston made in terms of leasing the mobile generators, especially the large ones that they did not use during the storm. Do you think that they should use that profit to pay for the vegetation mitigation going forward?
So what I'll say is, I don't want to prejudge any rate case that they have. Obviously, I can't speak to the one that they currently have before us. I think we need to find a way to ensure that they're doing all the vegetation management that they need to do. There's not a science to that. I think we need to work with all of the utilities and figure out how they determine what their schedule is, and then it is our job to tell them whether or not that is sufficient. I would agree that we have not held them to a standard that would be considered sufficient.
Thank you. Well, here's something else that is not rocket science. In a letter to the governor, CenterPoint Houston wrote, their pillars of action plan regarding resiliency investments, best-in-class customer service communication, and strengthened partnerships would be part of what they're planning for the future. Do you believe that those are adequate in terms of a plan?
I think that they need to do all those things. I don't think that that is comprehensive.
What would you add?
Sorry, ma'am.
What would you add to that?
So I think and again, I know we're focusing on CenterPoint. The governor's letter talked about the entire kind of Houston and Gulf Coast area, and I would think about it even just statewide. I think we need a comprehensive look at how we fund utilities, how they prepare for storms. Look at their communication. I know for a fact that they were in communication with the retail electric providers during the storm about how to better communicate with customers, but that was being done in real time during the storm. The right time to get these systems in place is not during the storm. We have firsthand experience at the commission with that. We had really no communication plan for emergencies during Uri. We had one, as you all have heard me testify about a lot in Senate Finance, we had one communications professional heading into Winter Storm Uri. That was not sufficient. Coming out of that storm, we've bolstered that. We've changed the way we do our typical day-to-day communication and our communication during emergencies like this or, any type of ERCOT potential issue. I think that is a place where they have got to really dig down and look, because my experience has been, sure, we can't have 2.2, 2.3 million customers without power for this long. But if you effectively communicate with folks, you will, one, get a lot of grace for how you're doing, but two, if they feel like you are giving them accurate information they can make the proper accommodations. And if they want to leave, they can leave. If they want to hunker down, they can hunker down. But that's up to them. When they don't get adequate information, they cannot make informed decisions, and that is a major problem.
Thank you. Looking at the region that CenterPoint serves beyond Houston, do you have an opinion regarding whether the size of that region should be studied and considered?
No, ma'am. At this point, I don't. My experience with CenterPoint prior to this has been very positive with their communication and with their restoration efforts. I think that's why it's important to look at this kind of acute onset event and what worked and what didn't work, and then try to learn from that so that we can take those learnings and apply them statewide.
Would you support a requirement that electric utilities in Texas all have reliability and resilience measures for the regions they serve?
Yes, ma'am.
All of them?
Yes, I think it's important that customers know what kind of reliability they can expect. Yes.
Thank you. Looking forward, what plans and what actions do you think that this committee should take, and what recommendations should we make to the legislature at this point before your investigation is complete? I know that they'll be different later.
So the first is on communication. I think, that's not something that needs statutory change, but I think it is something that can be done immediately. I know CenterPoint has told me they're taking steps to improve their communication going through the rest of this storm season. I think the recommendations on how to better communicate with their customers, who are your constituents, who you hear from, who we hear from, is something easy that can be actionable right now. I think the other thing that should be focused on and really looked at is how we are setting up these economic incentives. I know I've talked about it a lot today, but for our purview, and we've talked a lot about B&C and Chairman Schwartner's committee that has jurisdiction over us. I think this committee can look at our investigation and any other information to give recommendations to the legislature to statutory changes that need to be put in place to improve resiliency. If that's changes to the resiliency plan statute, if that's metrics, anything like that that can ensure in statute and give the PUC, as it produces rules, some direction as to where those need to go. Because again, their customers are your constituents. You hear from them. So I think you all and local officials are very well positioned to provide that input to us.
Thank you. And speaking of local officials, are you including municipalities and all local governments in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. We will expand it to municipalities and local governments. And as I stated earlier, what I've committed to, what I've asked our governmental relations staff to do is reach out to all the local officials in these areas, mayors, county judges that have been impacted, to see what they're hearing on the ground and how we can use that information to inform where our investigation goes.
Thank you. And this is for both of you. August 1st is supposedly the official date for the start of hurricane season. So as we prepare for it, what lessons learned can we report to other electric utilities based on what you've learned here in Houston?
So I think the most important one is to expect that these storms are going to hit you. One of the things that we will ask through this investigation is, was there adequate preparation, or did any of the utilities really believe this wasn't going to really impact them and therefore were inadequately prepared to deal with it? I think, and Governor Patrick mentioned this in one of the press conferences, I think what this teaches us is all utilities, if you are anywhere where you think a storm could hit, need to be prepared to address the issues that come along with that storm and not potentially wait until it's too late to address them, because once a storm hits, we're too late into this and we cannot react anymore. We need to be proactive and expect it to hit us, not reactive once it hits us.
Thank you. Chief?
Dean Zaffarini, the Atlantic hurricane season, June 1st to November 30th. But that's not the only time we're impacted by disaster. And what I hope that others that are listening to this here is local offices of emergency management should be the first place they communicate. Their senior leadership should be tied to the State Emergency Operations Center. And you should, in Texas, we position our resources ahead of need. We don't wait for the call to ask for help. We make sure that we know what the possibilities are, what the most likely scenario is, what the worst case scenario is, and we plan for one step greater than whatever that worst case scenario is, to make sure that we've communicated early, we've communicated effectively, and we don't leave our partners in the dark.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions? Senator? Green.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, I just wanted to ask you, Chairman Gleason, you mentioned the cap on fines for and penalties being at $25,000 a day. Is that correct? Do you feel like that's sufficient in the circumstances where those fines are levied? And if not, what would the appropriate fine be to just not be considered a cost of doing business?
So yes, I believe it's currently 25,000. Again, we'll have to endeavor to see if any rules or statutes were broken that this would even rise to an enforcement case. As we learned during Uri, I don't think $25,000 per day per event is a deterrent enough to impact decision making. I think it's maybe part of a suite of deterrents that we hope are useful in deterring, in incentivizing, providing the proper incentives for utilities to invest the way they need to. I don't know that I could say a specific number right now. I know, like we talked about with Uri, $1 million per day event was changed during the 21 session. I think I'd want to look into that before I committed to a specific number. But no, I don't believe $25,000 per day per event for violations is significant enough to probably change behavior.
Thank you, and please continue to give some thought to that, and my office will work with yours on any recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That penalty matrix that was instilled with SB3 is consistent with FERC, if I remember correctly.
That's
I'm not
correct.
for sure what FERC's regulatory penalty matrix is for TDUs in certain situations, but we're going to find out. So,
Yes, sir.
members, any other questions? Thank you, Chief Kidd and Chairman Gleason. Chair calls Judith Talavera, President, Chief Operating Officer, American Electric Power, Texas. Ellie Villamontes, Chief Executive Officer, Entergy, Texas. Jason Wells, Chief Executive Officer, CenterPoint Energy, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and
Wait,
committee members.
1 second. Just letting everybody move around here. So y'all have 3 to 10 minute prepared remarks, and members, we'll try to let them get through this, and then I know there's a lot of questions for, I know Mr. Wells, and I'm sure the others as well. Ms. Talavera.
Thank
Go ahead,
you, Mr.
please.
Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Judith Talavera, and I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of AEP Texas. We're the transmission and distribution utility that serves much of South Texas, just south of San Antonio, and we have a large footprint in West Texas as well. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you how we prepare for storm events and then specifically our response to Hurricane Beryl. I would also like to express my heartfelt thoughts to all the Texans who were impacted by the storm. Safety is of the utmost importance to us in our industry. When our employees leave home to begin their workday, we want to make sure they return home safely to their loved ones, and the safety of our customers is no different. If there's a disruption to their power service, our priority is restoring service to them in a safe and timely manner. AEP Texas has an emergency response plan that contains procedures for restoration events following significant events. We conduct a storm drill each spring to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season. We held ours in April. In addition, our procurement team ensures that we have adequate supply in our storerooms before hurricane season begins to ensure that we have enough material on hand in the event a major storm impacts our service territory. AEP meteorologists continuously monitor the weather, and we ramp up our planning activities as soon as a storm threat to our service territory is detected. We are also able to access other resources, both within the AEP system and through our mutual assistance partners that can quickly mobilize when needed. We have more than 125 mutual assistance agreements in place to respond to storm events. AEP is a member of some of the regional mutual assistance groups, like the Texas Mutual Assistance Group, the Southeastern Electric Exchange, just to name a couple. Membership in these groups provides for a transparent and efficient process to request additional resources. And when we call on them, we need to be able to stage camps, base camps, and staging sites. We do have pre-existing agreements in place with potential sites as part of our overall planning process. The locations are chosen by their availability of space necessary to accommodate both crews and material, as well as their proximity to our assets and the location of the areas possibly impacted by the storm. Now I'd like to share with you a timeline of events before Beryl made landfall in our service territory on July 8th near Matagorda, Texas, and the steps we took to restore power to those impacted. Like Chief Kidd mentioned, we were monitoring the storm well before it made landfall, watching it closely just in case it was headed towards our service territory. On Wednesday, July 3rd, we activated our incident command structure in preparation for a hurricane that we thought could impact either the Rio Grande Valley or Corpus Christi areas of our service territory. We used the ICS organizational approach to be more aligned with state and local emergency responders. That same Wednesday, we began communicating with the public in both English and Spanish, sharing information on hurricane preparedness and letting them know we were making preparations. We notified the commission and state and local leaders of our efforts and reached out to our communities to ensure that we had the latest information on cooling centers and updated critical customer lists. We also proactively reached out to large industrial customers along the coast to confirm that contact information was updated. During this time, we were actively engaged in requesting additional resources and ensuring we had enough material on hand in case of an event. We confirmed availability and location of previously identified staging sites for crews and materials to activate as needed. On Sunday, July 7th, resources began arriving at the Richard M. Borchard Regional Fairgrounds in Robstown, Texas, which is just west of Corpus Christi. This location served as the central check-in site for AEP Texas. We had secured more than 4,500 resources to be able to respond to Hurricane Beryl, and more than 2,700 were checked in and ready to respond the day before landfall. After the storm made landfall and during the early morning hours that Monday, as soon as it was safe for our crews to go out, they began assessing the damage while restoring service to our impacted communities. After our initial assessments, we determined that we could release some resources to other utilities whose systems had also been impacted by Beryl. The most impacted areas in our footprint were in the Port Lavaca, El Campo, Bay City areas, including surrounding communities. At peak, we had approximately 35,500 outages on our system. We were able to share estimated times of restoration with customers by that Monday evening and continue to update those ETRs and further refine them down to specific neighborhoods throughout the event. By the end of the next day, we had restored power to about 75% of our customers, and by Wednesday, over 92% of customers had service back. Our effective response to the storm was a direct result of the preparation, hard work, and dedication of our employees and those who came to help us. So I really would like to thank all the line crews and service and forestry crews and assessors who came out to assist. We do recognize that we are still in hurricane season. We're always monitoring the weather and will be prepared to respond when another event inevitably impacts our footprint. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for the opportunity to share our experience with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. We'll get through the other two witnesses' prepared testimony first. Mr. Villamontes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. For the record, my name is Eli Villamontes, CEO of Entergy Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to first thank our customers and community leaders for their understanding and support, and let them know how honored we are to serve them. We know that Hurricane Beryl disrupted their lives and businesses. We too live in the areas we serve, and it was inspiring to witness our communities come together. I would also like to recognize state leadership for the collaboration and coordination throughout this event. At the peak of Beryl's impact, 252,000 customers were without power. As soon as it was safe, we immediately began to assess damage and in parallel restore power. We began communicating directly to our customers, and in just over 24 hours after the storm had cleared, we established and communicated estimated restoration times. 2 days after the storm made landfall, 57% of the affected customers had their power restored, and by Sunday evening, 94% were restored. I am grateful for our employees and the mutual assistant partners who came to support us, as hurricanes can create many unsafe working conditions, and there's a lot of pressure to move quickly. And I am proud of the safety performance of the men and women that were out in the field. When it comes to storm preparedness, it is a year-round effort. As a Gulf Coast utility, we test processes, incorporate lessons learned from previous storms, and throughout the year, we ensure we have sufficient supplies, and that includes sufficient supplies for a Category 4 hurricane. It is important to note that proactive restoration planning began well in advance of Beryl impacting our service territory. 11 days prior to landfall, we began 24/7 tracking of the storm. 6 days prior, employees were requested to start their storm preparedness checklist, which includes validation of personnel, equipment, and materials. 5 days prior, we notified our employees and contractors to prepare to travel to Texas. 3 days prior, we activated our emergency operations plan, which kicks off damage modeling, prediction, resource planning, and also material pre-staging. And by landfall, we had mobilized a field workforce of over 1,200, which is about 3 times our base levels. Now, I want to talk about the impacts of the storm. And first of all storms are unique. The eye of the storm passed through Montgomery County, which is the most densely populated area of our service territory. It is also the most heavily wooded area in the state. Trees falling, especially from outside the right-of-way, was the main cause of outages. This led to electrical infrastructure damage, which mainly comprised of over 800 poles and 150 miles of downwired. This also included 44 substations being impacted, but notably, none of our key refineries or major chemical plants were impacted. And I would also note that there were no impacts to any of our generation facilities. After landfall, we began damage assessment and restoration efforts as soon as it was safe to do so. We deployed a workforce of more than 2,500, which included Entergy employees, contractors, and mutual assistance partners. Most of our resources came from our sister operating companies, so they were immediately deployable for the storm. As I stated at the beginning, we know how important it is to provide accurate and timely information during emergency situations. This is why, prior to the storm, we informed customers about storm preparations and safety measures. We encourage our customers to have a plan and emergency kits during hurricane season. We also stayed in contact with our customers before, during, and after the storm through 130,000 direct calls, 2.5 million text messages, alerts on the Entergy app, and multiple updates on our website and social platforms. We held daily calls with elected officials to provide detailed updates and key information. We also held multiple media interviews, several of which I did personally in English and in Spanish. Our detailed view outage map not only kept customers informed about the status of their power, but also helped them understand generally where there was power so that they can make important decisions for their families. As I look back at this storm, much of the damage to our facilities, again, was caused by large, healthy trees outside the right-of-way. We will continue conversations with stakeholders to find ways to reduce the impact of these types of outages. At the same time, facilities that we hardened to our latest resiliency standards fared well. One example is Bolivar Peninsula, where none of the hardened structures were compromised. This highlights the importance of and the benefits of resiliency investments. Members, I am proud of the work of the men and women of Entergy and the support that we received from our communities. I also appreciate the significant impacts that Southeast Texans experience and that it is extremely frustrating to be without power, especially during the summer heat. Providing safe and reliable power, and that includes restoring after a major storm event, is always our top priority. And we will continue to look for ways to improve because we know our customers and communities are counting on us. This concludes my remarks, and
Thank you. Members, I'm being advised that there's some audiovisual issues, and so we're going to stand at ease until time certain at 1:30, so we can get that checked out and before Mr. Wells testifies. So we'll have the public able to fully hear his comments and our questions. So 1:30, the special committee stands at ease until 1:30 p.m. time certain. Members, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. We'll start here. Mayor Whitmire has joined us, and as soon as we have a few other members come back, we'll ask Mayor Whitmire to give us his learned opinion. Also, for those listening, there are some technical issues with the broadcast that unfortunately is by the, I'm being advised by the third-party company that helps us, Granicus. Some of their, I believe all their clients are having some outages and difficulty with their technical issues. We are working to restore that and rectify it, working in conjunction with Granicus. We are recording this hearing, and it will be available in its entirety. And so we are working on two fronts here to try to get it up and running on a regular basis, but also making sure that we have a recording of it so it can be broadcast and be watched at a later time. So let's see. Well, it looks like we have most of the senators back, so we'll go ahead and resume. Members, I'm going to go out of order here. Instead of hearing from CenterPoint CEO Mr. Wells, Mayor Whitmire has joined us, and I'm going to ask him to come up. He was at a funeral of one of the fallen police officers that died, unfortunately, during Hurricane Beryl. And thank you, Mayor, for joining us.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate you coming before your prior colleagues and many friends here on the dais, and sorry it's under these circumstances. So with that, I recognize Mayor John Whitmire Houston to give his testimony. The lights just go, I believe it's working.
It's working.
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually on.
You're right where I'm at.
I'm usually where you are, Mr. Chairman, but I'm pleased to be here. Certainly with my fellow Houstonians and colleagues. I knew I was going to be talking to you and actually appearing in front of you, but I thought it would be in January when I was seeking resources to get the state to help me fix Houston, some issues that I inherited. But today, there's no more important subject in Houston, Texas. I'm here representing 2.3 million Houstonians, and quite frankly, the region. And I've sent you a letter outlining some thoughts and issues, but I'll leave that in your package, and I'll talk to you from my personal experience of dealing with not only Beryl, but derecho. You know, they were 6 weeks apart. We had a storm within 6 weeks of each other. And the bottom line is I'll emphasize, enough is enough. It's time to hold CenterPoint accountable. I can tell you what the city did to prepare for the storm, but I can't tell you what CenterPoint did. I've never run a utility. They were present in our nerve center, our emergency center. The city was getting prepared. We have an excellent emergency center, probably the best in the country based on our experience. We got prepared. We pre-positioned all of our high water vehicles. We had all hands on deck. Homeland Security was present. So Saturday morning, we were actually thinking everything was in good shape. We were listening to the National Weather Service that said it was going to Mexico and then to South Texas. We watched it all day Saturday, then saw it turning, and we even increased our preparation. Actually had a press conference at 5 o'clock to warn Houstonians, after 10, be off the streets. We're going to have tropical winds of 60 miles an hour, rain 6 to 10 inches. We were well prepared. I had all my directors. You ought to see this nerve center. It makes me so proud to be the mayor, to have each department head there and their rank and file prepared. So then we saw that it was headed toward Houston. And we ended up, colleagues, on the dirty side of a dirty hurricane. Actually, we were so prepared that I left the emergency center to go with the police chief. And at 2 o'clock, he and I looked at each other and said, we're only gotten a sprinkle. Maybe we still got misinformation. So I went home around 2, and all hell broke loose. I could barely get back to the emergency center at 7 o'clock. Now let's talk about what needs to happen. First of all, we can debate CenterPoint's preparation. They're in better position to describe that than I am. I can tell you my observation. First of all, let me get right to the bottom line. Their communication sucks. And maybe a mayor's not supposed to use those terms. But being in this body, you understand what I'm saying. They haven't had their first press conference. Still. So I was observing their personnel in the emergency center Saturday and Sunday, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the young lady, but mid-management, maybe, lower management, most likely. So as we got into Sunday evening, I went over and told her, I need management here. I need vice presidents here. We could see what was approaching. So actually the next morning after the storm had come through Houston, we got a vice president, Brad Betungan, who did a good job with what he had to work with. But we had not tropical winds. We had 90 miles per hour hurricane winds, not 6-inch range. We had 10 to 15-inch range. Some folks say we've never experienced those winds. So we're prepared at the city level. We kept the public informed all day Monday. We immediately saw we had lost power to almost 1 million Houstonians, 2.3 million in the region. We also found that CenterPoint's system of following the blackout had blacked out itself. They have a detector that I'm told is equipped for 10,000 people, and in this instance, we had 2.3 million. So I'm here to let you know the city will do its part. We have limited jurisdiction. We have opposed their rate case. We have asked the PUC to review the resilience plan that had already been submitted to take in consideration this experience. And obviously, having just been gone from your body 7 months, I know the hard work you've done on hardening, production, generation, transmission, but I'm here to let you know we got to do a better job, no nonsense job of distribution. We weren't without energy. We were without supply to the homes. And everything I'm trying to do in Houston depends on electricity, whether it's public safety, our medical center, our infrastructure, our port. As y'all know, I've said before, how Houston goes is how the state of Texas will go. 30% of the state production, 25% of the state's employment. We have to do whatever is necessary to hold people accountable. CenterPoint. Doing business as usual is unacceptable. You cannot act, Mr. CenterPoint, and your administration like you're the only energy company, utility company in town. It appears it's either complacency or incompetence. But the bottom line is they must do better. For instance, I've learned they could do a better job with their poles. The wooden poles collapse, break, snap, and it brings down the entire line. If they would use cement poles, they would have better resilience. There's also a composite pole that breaks up into 3 sections. The line pulls on the pole, the top section is dismantled, and then you can go back and restore it. It's expensive, but they've got money. And that's probably going to be the strongest tool you have. So I can't tell you what Houstonians went through. You would nearly have to be there. But let me also thank some people. The state of Texas. Nim Kidd is a godsend. The lieutenant governor was all hands on deck. Governor Abbott. There's never been better collaboration between the state of Texas and the city of Houston. And you and I know that's because of our relationships and also the leadership commitment to their hometown, lieutenant governor and the governor. During the crisis, we noticed that our ambulances were being backed up at the hospitals. They weren't releasing anybody to unenergized homes. They were keeping them there. You can't take someone after surgery to where there's no power. So they were backed up in the halls, and the ambulances couldn't drop off emergency cases. So we were down to only 4% of our ambulance capacity available for calls. What did the state of Texas do? Nim Kidd sent us 25 ambulances from other regions. In the dark neighborhoods, public safety was an issue. Very dark neighborhoods. 1,400 traffic lights out. Traffic lights numbers equivalent to entire San Antonio. People were desperate to travel. We kept cautioning them. Don't travel after dark. We actually cautioned and told the bad guys, if you take advantage of the lights out, we're going to be there. But as you know, Houston's law enforcement is stretched. We went to mobilization, 2 12-hour shifts, all hands on deck. We still wanted resources. The state of Texas got 100 additional law enforcement to Houston, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Dallas, Corpus, Alice, Plano. Thank you, cities that came to our assistance. Thank you, the state of Texas. But what we have to do is prepare for the next storm. I know the city of Houston could do a better job. I had no idea. And some of my critics said, why hadn't he checked it out? Because I have fire chiefs and police chiefs and public works and solid waste. We discovered during the storm, Senator Alvarado, that 10 fire stations did not have backup power. We had to close down 10 fire stations. Not a backup energy system. George Brown Convention Center was without a backup system, and we had 1,500 FFA students at our 2 convention hotels waiting to have a convention. I don't want to be flippant, but I suggest we take that locomotive off the city seal and put a generator on there, because we have to get generation and backup power at every essential city service. I just can't begin to tell you what it's like to go almost 2 weeks without power. Our multi-service centers that we serve as cooling centers, ice, water, other essentials, no power. I also learned as a mayor, no backup power at our multi-service centers, 12 of them. So I inherited not just a mess, but many messes. But I want y'all to partner with me, and I know you will, to get better prepared for our storms, our resilience. And Houston's a great city, great people, and we've got challenges like most major cities. But let us know what we can do. I know the PUC is taking this serious. The chairman was present. I know y'all are very knowledgeable, experienced, and Senator Cocarts, what goes on in Houston doesn't stop at the Houston city limits or Harris County. It affects the region, and our port, I've told Senator Perry for years, you know, that cotton you grow in Lubbock is a neat thing. Goes overseas. But our port is how you get it out of your region. Our medical center, people come from all over the world. So help me fix Houston, not only in storm preparation, but multifaceted. But today I'm here to tell you we have to do better on preparation, operations, and recovery by Centerpoint. That's who we depend on. And they've got to be motivated, let them know that I'm not patient. You know that. Hold them accountable. Senator Miles, a lot of our communities have challenges before they have a storm and lose their power. Seniors, here's something I would challenge you to do. The reliability of power to senior citizen homes. Senator Colkhurst, we found during the storm that we would go to independent living site and the management and ownership had disappeared, gone back to California, wherever they hang. We've got to do better at the state level, the health department and others, protecting the seniors in nursing homes, independent living, and assisted living locations. So I could go on this afternoon. You can tell I'm upset. I don't have any more patience. No more excuses. CenterPoint makes a great return, and they're just going to have to spend it on preparation, operations, and recovery. The City of Houston stands ready to cooperate with the state in any way you choose. With that said, I'll yield to any questions, but I hope I've made myself clear.
Thank you, Mayor.
The state does and emphasize after Uri reliability, hardening of production, transmission, but it's the distribution, Senator Nichols, that we just have to do better. We got to get, like it's 2024, we're going to have the next storm, and we're working on our front right now. With that said,
Thank you, Mayor. Your care and concern and frustration is evident in your testimony. I am glad you lead Houston. I think everyone on this dais knows your commitment to the city, to the state. Thank you for being here. I know there are a number of people that want to testify. We're going to start with the Houston delegation or to ask questions. Senator Alvarado, do you have any questions of the mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure. Mayor, welcome. Welcome back. It's good to be with you again. You mentioned a point that I encountered in my district, which was senior living centers. I went out to one in Jacinto City. We could not find management. We called. They were an out-of-town management company. No one could be found that had ownership or management to that facility. So I do plan to introduce legislation that will hold management companies, property owners accountable. You can't leave. You can't just disappear when you're dealing with a vulnerable population. Mayor, I know you encountered some of those situations. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that.
Well, it was so bad during the rig show that I was proposing that we make it criminally negligent.
Yeah.
If you're responsible for seniors or others so we found senior citizens on the third floor of some residencies. Been there. It was a Sunday afternoon. We got an urgent call from a contact. They hadn't had any water, power since the Thursday of the derecho, which came in. So we've got to have some penalties, maybe criminal negligence. But if we're going to license them at the state level, inspection, backup power, and a resilience plan.
Can you talk about the impacts?
It's pretty widespread.
Yeah,
Senator.
it is. Switching topics, can you talk about the impact on the city's critical infrastructure, like the water facilities during
Glad
and
you
after
asked
the
that.
storm?
You know, it's amazing. Houstonians are very familiar with our streets and drainage being broken. But if they could see, and I'm going to challenge the council next week to go see what our water supply, East Side Water Plant, looks like. Built in the 50s, held together with tape and baling wire. We had Public Works sleeping on the floor to monitor it. But we've got to do a serious infrastructure plan for the city of Houston, and I would suggest most of our major cities. Our water supply was successfully went through the storm. Now wastewater. We put 150,000 gallons of waste into our bayous because our lift stations had no power. and we're under a consent decree order by the federal government to improve our wastewater, but without power, it comes to a standstill, 150,000 gallons. Before I get it, I just looked at a note, and I've already mentioned it, but I've just got to emphasize, so CenterPoint's listening to me and my colleagues. The outage tractor is essential. People have to be able to access information readily. So please do that. And another thing, you can't tell people on Monday they'll have power on Friday. It completely destroys morale, creates anxiety. I can go on and on. The message ought to be, working with the operators, and let's get to safety in a minute, that we're going to do it as humanly possible. I just can't imagine the messaging. Who in the world got paid good money probably on messaging to say in a week you'll have power? That's unsatisfactory. You got to say we're working around the clock. We're doing it. Now, let me tell you another thing. And I was in contact with the CEO. Safety. We have to talk to our constituents. The linemen are not your problem.
Right.
The linemen are from out of state. They left their families. They're our friends. Do not be threatening them. Do not bring guns to the staging areas. So we were in contact, provided law enforcement, HPD at the staging sites, and went out with the linemen. But let me just urge the public to respect the linemen. I got a call urgently the Sunday morning after, a week later, from a contractor that said 6,000 of our people, we got approximately 12,000 there on the ground from out of state. CenterPoint brought them in. When did they do it soon enough? I'll let them explain. All I know is what we did sure as heck didn't work. Sunday morning, they said, we fixed to lose 6,000 linemen that don't feel safe during this recovery period.
Mm-hmm.
So that needs to be emphasized. In fact, heck's checking Sharing Criminal Justice, Pete Flores. We might need a penalty, Mr. Chairman, and enhance the penalties if you harm a worker on an energy line, on a utility line.
Mayor, I had two other quick
I'd raise
things.
the penalty, Senator Huffman.
The city of Houston, your Office of Emergency Management came up with their own outage tracker. Is that right? When
Yes,
Center
ma'am.
Points went down,
We-
and you kind of did it on the fly, but you had something.
We did it on as an impromptu right there in the emergency center to distribute even our assistance. And then CenterPoint started using ours, the gentleman that was in the emergency center.
That's incredible. Y'all were able to get
I
something
got some
going
really
so quick.
smart people. I can't be more proud of the rank and file and the leadership in the city of Houston. Our first responders, fire, police. I consider public works first responders. Solid waste, the park system got busy. You've just never seen the damage that these 75-year-old pine trees, 75 feet tall, completely go through and destroy the residents, the business. And there again, thank you for reminding me of what the damage is done by our vegetation. There's another thing, Mr. Chairman, that you can insist on. Better control over the vegetation. You know, Houston has so many trees. We probably, and Lord knows I don't want too much government, but there may be a need in Houston to restrict the planting of trees under power lines, certainly in the backyards. And it was brought up in a conversation in my office today. I said, no, let's regulate it. Let's keep it trimmed. But it might very well be that in this day and time, you can't allow people to grow vegetation that interferes with the transfer of power, transmission of power.
One last
Can you bring
question.
your microphone a little bit closer?
One last question. You mentioned at the emergency center, you were dealing with CenterPoint officials, but nobody of high management level or authority. When is the first time you had a face-to-face with the CEO of CenterPoint?
Well, we were in contact over the safety issues. And I guess recollection would be he actually called me after the storm saying we're doing everything we can, we're bringing in resources. But it was mostly the Vice President, Brad, very smart cable man. I've actually had him before council to brief the council. But here's the real problem. And we all know, and we're held accountable. You got to communicate. You got to have daily reports on progress, what you're facing. In fact, quite frankly, they need to tell their story. I don't know what they did to prepare. I was busy at the city level. They may have a story. They certainly need to share their information. What were you doing on Saturday when we were already getting our resources prepared? Where were you during the storm? The storm was unbelievable, by the way. Like I said, I was on the streets with the police chief at 2, actually making some arrests. I wasn't making the arrests. One day I'm going to tell the whole story. So we made a 1:30 call at Buffalo Speedway, and in 59, a person had broken into 2 apartments. So we got there, and there were 2 young officers there trying to get over the fence. The gate was locked. They finally did. That officer needs to go back to training because he could have no more got to his firearm or anything. Senator King, he was straddling a fence, about to fall off of it. Somebody could have come up behind him, and the bad guy was inside the complex. So they kind of kept me in the background. They finally opened the gate, and so this long hall, about half the size of a football field, homeless person, no shirt on, no shoes, certainly high on something, just jabbering as they brought him down the hall, handcuffed. And he gets to me and says, "Hello, Mayor." So I told my crew the advertising worked. But I just can't begin to tell you, it's on everyone's mind in Houston. You know that, and all of us. Brandon, even up in the Conroe area. The nutty thing is we just got over a storm 6 weeks before. We had the Kingwood flooding about a month before that. Had the Lakewood shooting. We had the freeze the second week I was there. I've had one critical incident after another, and I've got so much work to do. But we can't do the work for other people. We need our partners to provide us preparation, operations, assessment, rescue, and then get ready for the next one.
Thank you for being so direct and to the point, for your leadership, Mayor, and for being hands-on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albert.
Senator Betancourt.
Mayor John, I second that. You've done really a fabulous job with that. But unfortunately, that's just you having to do a lot of work that you had no idea until you got signed up for this job. To Senator Alvarado's point, senior living centers, they should be on a priority status, and especially those multi-story ones. Pastor Greg Mott, he called with an emergency request from the forum because that director, Madeline Goldsmith, was hauling people up and down 12 flights of stairs or more. Tremont, there's a bunch of those facilities. And I do want to credit Jeff Bonin for taking my call, and I said, look, we've got to get some help to these senior living centers. Next day, the Chronicle had a long story of it, but there's real significant risk to people, not just in the single floor units above the high. You want to comment on that?
What we need to do, Senator, is I would like for y'all to inquire, and I'll inquire, what is CenterPoint's privatization?
Right.
You notice downtown for years and other storms, you notice downtown doesn't lose lights. I've always been told it's because of the criminal justice center downtown, the jails, in St. Joseph and others. But maybe we need a hearing on what would be the best practices in terms of who is lined up to get energy. So I would suggest you're correct with independent living. Our most vulnerable, our nursing home, because you just can't imagine the conditions people were living in, even in derecho. The darn management, we'd already red tagged that facility when I got there. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do.
Okay, I agree with that. Now, One of the, you mentioned the fact that.
But we can't, excuse me, but we got work to do. We had red tagged it, but we can't close it.
Right.
And well, strike that. We actually relocated people is what we can do.
Okay.
The state is a licensing agency.
And they would have to make that decision.
It has to be.
Okay, I agree. Okay, we'll check on that. Now, I've got an overarching point. I am concerned that these repeated outages
Yeah.
are not doing any positive, ways with our image as H-Town. And if we're the energy capital of the world, the answer is the lights have got to go on and stay on as much as possible. John, please.
Obviously, that's the reason I'm here, Senator. It's not good for our life safety of our residents. It's certainly not going to attract more business or additional residents. But let me just emphasize, this is all can be addressed. Houston is still a great city and great people. And we're attracting people every day in large numbers. We've got to get prepared. We've got to get our infrastructure improved, and certainly prepare for storms and get modern. As I was talking about those posts,
sure.
If there's a better composition or cement or whatever the best practices is, go for it.
Would it surprise you?
And then I don't know how you pre-position folks. I'll let Senator Point explain it. I know how I do it at the city level. We mobilized. We went to 2 12-hour shifts. We were in constant contact with the State Emergency Center and knew where we could get additional resources. The retail now was an interesting proposition. It was sudden and intense. I was at a Little League game with the grandsons at 5 o'clock on a Thursday. We knew there were weather warnings, but it was safe to be out there temporarily anyway. So we had a coach come out and said, there's going to be a strong storm through here. After it passes, go to your card. After it passes, we'll come back and finish the game. Well, as a grandfather, you know, often I'm accused of getting involved in things that are none of my business, but I just knew that didn't make any sense. Within about 10, 15 minutes, we had one intense, dangerous storm came through there. We ran for our cars, couldn't leave, had to get out of there, and I went to the emergency center. Guess what? We were prepared. Our emergency and our first responders stay ready. There again, we lost power for 7 days under that storm.
Well, the retro was a more of a transmission, problem. We'll hear from them in a little bit, but I think your point that you're making is you made it about the poles. Would you be surprised to know that these type of upgraded poles have been available since 2019?
I've only recently started reading and being briefed on what's
So
out there.
one of my questions asked Chairman Wells is, why have we not deployed earlier? Why do we have to wait to 2 storms in 6 weeks? But again, I want to.
We do know they spend money. They've spent millions, almost $1 billion, on generators that are too large to take to locations like multi-service centers.
You missed
so
it.
I'll let y'all try to figure that one out, but they're so large you can't actually use them during the storm.
And John, your one ask for us as the mayor?
Partner with the city of Houston. Let us tell you what our residents' needs are. My request would be make this the urgent matter that it is. It is absolutely life safety issues. I can't have public safety. I can't have the medical center, the port. I can go through all the things that makes Houston a great place. Our employers, but also help us do better for the most vulnerable, the seniors we've been talking about. There's just a world of experience in this room on y'all's front, and I've seen you solve big problems, big shortfalls in the budget. I've seen coming out of Erie, Mr. Chairman. I was telling Senator King, I can remember back 20 years ago when we were talking about utilities, and he was the man to go to in the House. So there's just a lot of experience and knowledge. Listen to the experts, but at the end of the day, hold people accountable. I guess if I can go back home and say, I talked to the state Senate committee, and they assure me, people I trust, that they will do everything in their power to hold CenterPoint accountable to where we can minimize the outage as much as we can. We will always have these storms, but we're going to be prepared. I'm working on additional things we can do. The city's got to get, and I will probably, in fact, FEMA is working with us. I will talk to the Lieutenant Governor. We got to have some assistance to get generators in all of our essential services, hospitals, fire stations. Can you believe that? And somebody said, well, those are Whitmire's fire stations. I hate to tell some critics, I don't go around checking all the generators, but I will if I have to. It's really the responsibility of the director. Multi-service centers. I can't imagine Houston, Texas, in recent years constructing something that the public depends on during outages without generators. And it'll come to a halt during my administration.
Thank you, Mayor. You certainly have my commitment, and I'm sure everybody on this dais as well. Senator Gray, you had some questions?
Yes, thank you.
Senator Miles, I believe, and Colkhurst.
Thank you.
Middleton.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Mayor, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. I have to correct myself in not calling you Dean, right? Now that we have our esteemed Dean here on the class, right? No, I should get points.
I didn't say it, Jude.
I should get points, right? I'm recognizing it, right? Not going the other direction. Mayor, appreciate your commitment and focus on elder care and assisted living and our retirement homes that provide health care services. You know, throughout many of our districts, we were finding exactly the same, and we've got to get the statutes correct. We've had many bills following even Harvey to try to get this right, but we all saw management teams and ownership gone, nowhere to be found.
Yes, sir.
And those facilities and providers that claimed to have had a generator, either those generators were moved to other properties or they were down and not working, or they just didn't have them at all and just didn't really feel that anything we've ever done on the enforcement side mattered. So I'm committed to working with you and all of our colleagues to make sure that we get that right. Hospital providers, Kingwood HCA. HCA has a 15 to 18% market share in the Houston region. They're a huge system, right? And in the Kingwood area, that Kingwood HCA facility right there on I-59 North, I-69 North, was out of power for 5 days. Judge Keogh from Montgomery County was
going to give him a shout out. He called and said, if it's all right with you, I'll come down into Harris County at Kingwood and assist the hospital.
That's exactly right. I know Congressman Crenshaw and Luttrell were dialed in on that. My office was, Judge Keogh, all of us together. We could not figure out why Kingwood HCA remained offline with a critical load and a high priority on day number 5 with generators that were barely hanging on. I mean, there was no one on staff that had, especially the maintenance and service crews, that had any mindset whatsoever of confidence in those generators that were running that facility. They had shut all of their ERs down and their operating rooms except for 1 or 2. And they were just on full divert and in crisis mode like no other provider in the Houston region. So I'd love to explore those solutions with my colleagues and with you, knowing that Kingwood is the city of Houston.
Sure.
We share those constituents. And last, I would love to know throughout the day as we visit with CenterPoint, loose term, right, and just get information back on where their top 10% of their circuits are most vulnerable in their service area, because I would be willing to bet, I'd be shocked if Kingwood, as a part of the city of Houston, is not up there at the top of the list on the circuits they have that are the most vulnerable during a storm like this. We've just got to figure out how to get ahead of that. So all that considered, thank you for what you're doing for the city. You're going to obviously be extremely effective, as you always are, in working with the legislature on solutions for the city of Houston that's much needed, and look forward to partnering up with you on these and other issues that I've mentioned today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Well, and also, Senator, let me remind everyone, this was a level 1.
Cat going.
So that ought to be a huge wake-up call. We don't have time to waste. We've got to, and I applaud the meeting today, and I can't tell you what it meant to partner and collaborate with the state of Texas, your emergency center, and having the NIM kid expertise and passion, and Lieutenant Governor was down traveling the region, quite frankly, but he spent several days with me in the emergency center, and then Governor Abbott was very strong and delivered his message that it won't be tolerated going forward. Status quo is unacceptable, and I'm certain we'd have a 31-0 vote on that one and put me down too. Status quo just unacceptable. We got to get ready for the next big one, and no one can be complacent at any level of government, and certainly at Centerpoint.
Senator Colquhoun.
Thanks. Again, Mayor, thank you so much for what you have been doing. And you're right, you've faced one crisis after another. And it's good to see you on those Houston channels leading in your press conferences and boots on the ground. I really appreciate that. And the passion by which you're representing Houston, because we know you love Houston. I want to follow up on what Senator Alvarado and you mentioned, and Senator Creighton now, and Senator Bettencourt. And I've been on the phone making sure about our role as state of Texas, Health and Human Services Chair. When we talk about senior living, I want to make sure we define it, because nursing facilities, which are nursing homes, they are regulated by the state of Texas. Assisted living is licensed, and that's kind of, less 24-hour care. When we talk about senior living, I'm in my mind thinking, is that tax credit housing for senior living? What is it? Because
probably all the above.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you.
because I want to know who's not. I mean, I know nursing facilities, and I'm hard on them, man. I'm telling you, we've passed legislation and we've done things in the budget, and so I know they wouldn't walk off because you can't. Okay, but who are these people when you go and you say they weren't having electricity? I mean, are they apartment buildings that are senior?
Independence living, the ones I've visited during the crisis was mostly for-profit folks, and they are licensed by the state. And what we've got to do is come up with some penalties or requirements. They can't abandon their responsibility.
Absolutely
they have
not.
Not only fiduciary responsibility, a human, they got a requirement to don't abandon ship. And so when we got to Independence Hall on Airline in 45 during the reach-out, Sunday afternoon, we got urgent calls. In fact, they were in their rooms. HPD, we had to authorize HPD to kick the doors down to go in and have a life-saving procedure.
Will
We
you
brought
have
ice from the fire department.
Will you have someone on your staff get
And I'm
us?
going to be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to see what their classification is. We just get an urgent call when we fall up. But I do know there has to be some accountability, and
100%.
also preparation, understanding ahead of time. And penalties, and I'd make it a criminal penalty for abandoning someone that's under your care.
I think that there could be some statutes already there, but we'll enhance them.
Well, obviously,
And Senator
got to follow up
Alvarado-
with the enforcement part of it.
Yeah, I agree. And Senator Alvarado, you and I can figure out if his staff's too busy right now, but let's get to the bottom of who these people are.
Right. Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I respond to her?
Sure.
Okay. Chairwoman Colcourse, the ones I'm talking about, they're not nursing homes. They are like apartment complexes that are specifically for
profit.
Yeah, for profit. I don't know if they're getting tax credits or not, but we'll certainly look into that.
Yeah.
But from what I could see, the one that I had to go out to was in Jacinto City, because we got a call from the mayor there that they had people in wheelchairs on the higher floors, and we couldn't get them down. And we had to go out there and arrange for them to get some resources. But we still have yet to hear from this company. And they were out of state, and
I suspect I know
the
what this
office,
gonna
the
get at.
management office was open. You could walk in there, but nobody was in there.
Yeah.
And they just left.
I think that's reading you, we're going to have to go the criminal route.
Yeah.
We're going to work on this.
They're for-profit.
Thank y'all for bringing that to my
The
attention.
residents are getting Social Security, barely making it, and so first of all, they're in deplorable conditions even before a storm. They just don't reinvest any of their income stream into living conditions.
6 years.
But to get there, and the office was
I
locked.
got to tell you something. Seriously, Senator Miles, in the committee that I'm allowed to chair by the Lieutenant Governor, and grateful to do it. Senator Miles is one of the committee members and a very good one, and we work together on a lot of issues. And he's brought several bills to Senate Health and Human Services that we've passed out, and we've even had some of your officers, Mayor, come and testify.
There's a whole new department now.
Right, and somehow it gets out of the
Reentry
Senate.
folks. I know where Senator Miles is going.
And-
It's a serious
and-
concern, particularly during
We got to
the
do
storm.
something.
Think about who's monitoring the probation. Here you go, Senator Miles. You're on to something. When the GPS monitor as a condition of parole or probation cannot charge those batteries, what the heck do you think that opens us up to the risk? And so we got to do something from that, from a criminal justice perspective and a housing, Senator Miles.
HPD.
When the neighborhood goes dark, and you got residents that are not always ready for reentry, you got a serious problem with you. In the GPS, there's Senator Hubbard, think about this. I was talking about Miss Mays in the probation department. She said, we got thousands of probationers that are supposed to have a monitor, and they're not charging those batteries. We don't know where in the hell they are.
In the dark.
Well, I just want y'all to know, I'll work with y'all from the Health and Human Services and the Health and Safety Code, but also, if we need to, the Penal Code on abandonment and things like that.
Sure.
We'll get to the bottom of this, and I already have Health and Human Services Commission looking into this because, again, as you say, what can we do better? That's what this committee is all about.
Sure.
Learn from these mistakes and let's get it right and let's move forward because we got to do it.
Thank you, Senator. Just a point of administration here. We continue to have some audio-visual issues with the Senate feed based on the third-party entity that helps us with that. I believe that's KView that's broadcasting live back there, right? Okay. So for those listening, if they want to have an alternative option, KView is broadcasting live, KVUE. So you can go to their website. Thank you. Any other questions or? Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Whitmire, now that you've gone through Beryl, in the future, would you consider in the future directing the Houston Public Works Health Department, Houston Public Health Department, to work with CenterPoint to identify neighborhoods to prioritize in their emergency operations plan to collective aid or prevalence of existing medical conditions? You keep talking about the seniors, and we need to prioritize. So what I'm asking you is, in the future, would you have the City of Houston Health Department work with CenterPoint
Sure.
to identify those particular neighborhoods in our communities where you keep saying our seniors and those who have prevalence of health conditions, and we know those communities, so that they can get some type of priority inside of their
I will get with our health department, Steve Williams.
Yeah.
Very competent
He is.
director, and let him assist us in prioritizing from the health department, certainly public
the
works,
age.
and our
Of aging.
public safety, fire, police. We have a lot of work to do. Senator Miles, I want you to know, certainly everyone from Houston, right now, debris pickup. I've never seen anything like it. And we were already in our second trip around town during Dorito. And then here comes Beryl. And it's just, don't tell my security team, but I still get in my car and drive Houston by myself. That's how I stay in touch.
I think you just told him.
I was in Independent, in Oak Forest, in Garden Oaks over the weekend. You just can't imagine what it looks like. And we're putting them on the Esplanade out front, but we're doing everything we can. I race Kane with a solid waste director every day. Kingwood. Raised Kane with him the other day about Kingwood. And so what they've done is a stationary drop-off for the debris, and then we'll relocate it back to Houston as it's ground up and becomes more efficient to get it out that way. But
So, Mayor, what I want you to imagine the problem we're having with Beryl and heavy debris pickup on top of those communities that we already have dumping issues in, like Sunnyside.
illegal
and South
dumping
Park.
drives me nuts. You know how I feel about that. It affects our drainage, and we've got to improve Houston's drainage. We need a maintenance program that probably hasn't been in existence since Bob Lanier. The neighborhood drainage culverts are so full of grass clippings and debris before the storm. So I've just got a lot of work to do. Let me just assure you, I ran because Houstonians asked me to come fix things, and I've never worked harder in my life. People regularly ask me, what's the difference in being a senator and being a mayor? Being a mayor, you never get away from it. Truly, 7/24. I know how hard y'all work during the session, long hours, but the job I've got right now, it's 18-hour days, even before a storm. But I've got a great team. I look forward to going to work. The collaboration between the city and the county's never been better. I've got 3 county commissioners. Let me give them a shout out. Tom Ramsey called and said, I'll bring my resources, equipment from the unincorporated area into Houston. Judge Keogh out of Montgomery County, Joe Zimmerman out of Sugar Land. People want to help Houston. They're excited about my administration, if I have to say so myself. And I want to close by just thanking the state of Texas. I knew we would have collaboration. I actually ran on that premise, and it's working. But we got to get ready for the next storm. Hold Center Point accountable. Look at the best practices. I want to see what Florida does better than we do. There's other areas, Corpus. I can name other areas that we probably can learn from. But you can't act like you're the only utility in town. And I tell my airport that. I tell other services that, you can't act like you're the only one in town. And that applies to essential services such as electricity.
Senator Osa.
I look forward to seeing y'all in January.
One second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
And your mayor from Corpus called me the other day.
Good.
Called and offered any assistance. They had sent us law enforcement. And I told her if she ever has a problem with you to call me.
Unfortunately, she called me. Mayor, let me just, as I was listening to your concerns and what happened with Hurricane and CenterPoint's, I guess, response, I was reading a report from when Mayor White was the mayor of the city of Houston, 2009.
Paul Hobby did it, and it's been collecting dust ever since. I just got a copy of it the other day.
And that's my point. The same complaints, the same concerns about CenterPoint, and there was no follow-up.
Been a lot of neglect. It didn't get like this overnight. It won't get fixed overnight, but I'm doing everything humanly possible, collaborating with every level of government and the private and the faith and social services. Let me give a shout out to the Red Cross, Salvation Army, the Houston Food Bank. We got through this united like only Houston can do, but we got to get better prepared. And the Paul Hobby, I've already started talking to Paul Hobby about doing an update. I promise you it will not collect
Mayor,
dust while I'm mayor.
My point is this. CenterPoint, these recommendations were made for CenterPoint and have not done any of the recommendations. And here we are again.
Well, I'll let their leadership answer for themselves, but you're absolutely right. I'm not sure we're better off, certainly since Harvey or other significant storms and crises.
Well, one last question. So you always
Sir?
don't hesitate. One last question.
Yeah.
You never hesitate giving your opinion. And you were king. What would you do different in terms of policy with CenterPoint?
have this conversation before the storm. Probably would have done more as a legislator, but we get spread thin. I never held myself out as a utility or energy expert. We all got involved, and I served on the committee after Uri and asked tough questions. But the magnitude of this is something I never imagined. I think CenterPoint needs to do a better job of showing their coverage, 21 counties. See, what's amazing, everyone in Houston thinks it's just us. And if you go down to Galveston, it's just us, or Conroe. I think what I would do, or what I would say is to CenterPoint is, you got to take this from a global standpoint, a region, a state issues. And, I think we all share a little bit of the responsibility of not anticipating complacency or maybe not even the best practices. Let me close. There is absolutely no excuse for lack of communication. I've never run a utility a day in my life, but I darn sure know people deserve to know what's going on with their lives and property and safety. So what I've done earlier, I've lived in Houston, grown up. It's a different environment. The weather patterns are different, and maybe that's something that we've got to be more cognizant of. These are not normal days of storms. They're sudden, they're intense. Another thing, the tracking. We watched Beryl come across the Gulf of Mexico. Saturday morning, it was Mexico, northern Mexico, and South Texas. So we've got to be more. Of course, we were listening to the National Weather Service. I don't know how you do much better than that. But we got to be prepared for it to take a turn. And maybe that's what CenterPoint has to be required to do better. Maybe you don't gear up like it's a direct hit, but what if it does change directions overnight? Maybe pre-position some of these folks. I know you don't want to put them in the path of the storm or they get blown away, but maybe halfway to Houston. Maybe position them Austin, Dallas, or somewhere that is closer to for a more immediate response. I don't know. That's just something that we'll learn through hearings and examining their logistics.
One last point.
Yes, sir.
And that is that I agree with you to take a global approach, but the reality is that many other companies, transmission companies here in Texas, have not encountered the same type of problems. They have communication, they're prepared, and do the vegetation mitigation that needs to be done. It's just a point that needs to be made.
I'm certain we can learn from Corpus, Brownsville, in your area. Smaller scale, but I bet they've got some practices that we're missing in the Houston area, certainly in terms of preparation, communication. So I look forward to visiting with you. I'll reach out and visit with y'all anytime it's necessary.
Thank you for your leadership.
I would just ask the state to use their tools, certainly the PUC and others. Enough's enough, as I started. We've got to hold CenterPoint accountable and work on this together. So,
Thank you, Senator. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Mayor, appreciate your leadership. I know you're tirelessly working and fighting for your constituents, especially those that can't fight for themselves. And we brought that up, especially with the nursing home and the assisted living facilities. So this chamber, obviously made it a priority to pass the backup power package program. And it hadn't been brought up yet in this hearing, but it needs to be. And that's about a $1.8 billion program for essential facilities that have kind of fallen by the wayside. They don't already have a backup generator. Obviously, like the county emergency management office is going to have that. The police station is probably going to have that. But we're talking about like a nursing home that's under-generated. Even though they have to have a generator right now, it may not be sufficient to run HVAC. Or assisted living facilities that are not required to have them right now. Obviously, that's essential. So we'll need your help to come up with that list. That's in the rulemaking right now with the Public Utilities Commission. It'll be the $1.8 billion program that's either as grants or zero interest or low interest loans to purchase those generators. And unlike, what we've heard about mobile gen, those are all going to be deployed, right? Because they're connected to these essential facilities, so they're going to come online when we need them, right? And there's going to be a maintenance requirement as well, is my understanding. That's important, obviously, because we heard a lot of generators fail, unfortunately. But these are the things that we'll need to work with you on to make sure that we get that right. Then I've got to, you got to point out, what's the point of smart meters when they can't tell us if these critical facilities are online or not, right? Shouldn't they be able to generate a list of, hey, look, we've done all this grid reform and TDU reform to map critical circuits, but then when the critical circuits are not online for certain hospitals or nursing homes or, water facilities, pumping stations, you name it, they can't tell us that. So this is something that should be automatically generated by a company like CenterPoint, sent straight to you and TDM, because that way and these people that are walking away, you'll know that up front, because you'll see that that meter's not on. And we also, of course, need to hold these deadbeat, assisted living operators accountable criminally, also go after their state licensing, perhaps all of their licensing, can't even.
Well said, Senator, and I'll start talking immediately to my first responders, health department, public works. Obviously, NIM Kidd has the experience to show us what his priorities are. It'd be interesting to find from CenterPoint what their priorities are and how they arrived at them. Some are obvious: criminal justice, hospitals.
And then that way we can develop this list. And once this program becomes active here pretty soon, I think it's still in rulemaking right now.
Seems like they need to make themselves a priority.
I appreciate your time, Mayor.
Thank you.
I miss y'all if you want to know the truth, but
Thank
I'm really focused on Houston, and I look forward to going to work every day.
Thank you, Mayor, for coming.
Y'all be safe.
The chair calls Mr. Wells, CEO of CenterPoint Energy. Welcome, Mr. Wells. We're going to let you provide your written comments, and there's a whole host of questions I'm sure members would like to ask. Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
begin.
Chairman. Thank you, Senators. For the record, I'm Jason Wells, CEO of CenterPoint Energy. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I've passed out my prepared remarks, so I'll keep my comments brief so we can get to the questions at hand. But let me just be very clear. Our response to the impacts of Hurricane Beryl in our communications were not acceptable. They did not meet our expectations nor those of our customers, and I take personal accountability for that. I want to apologize to our customers and their families for the frustrations they experienced during Hurricane Beryl and the restoration process. We have outlined over 40 immediate actions to address resiliency, communication, and better preparedness in our communities that we are enacting for the rest of this hurricane season. I want to be clear, though, those actions are just the beginning. We've convened outside experts. We will take feedback from our regulators, our customers, obviously this body. We are gathering the best practices so we can improve the quality of service that our customers expect upon us. We understand that as part of rebuilding trust, there needs to be transparency in terms of our progress. We will be launching a dedicated website that will track our progress on the 40 commitments that we've already made and the additional ones that will follow. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today.
Members, I know you all have questions. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and begin. The Houston delegation, Senator Betancourt, Senator Alvarado.
Chairman Wells, I think it's on. Chairman Wells, first off, I have to say, how long have you been? There we go. How about this? Mr. Wells, how long have you been in your current position, CEO?
About 7 months.
Okay, there's been somewhat of turnover, 3 CEOs in the last 3 years?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. executive chairman. You've had 3 executive chairmen in the last 3 years.
That's correct, sir.
You have also a head of the, I assume you call it an electric group. I'm not sure if it's a department division. You don't have a chief operating officer, unlike some of the other utilities here. But that, I assume that job is effectively the COO of the transmission and distribution group, right?
Of the electric operations.
The electric operation?
That's right.
How many people are in that electric operations group?
We've got about 5,000.
Okay. And that president, or that senior vice president, I believe, which we call it, was terminated last week. Now, I assume that has to be for some type of cause, and quite frankly, if that person's been notified, the public needs to know why that person was terminated.
Senator, it's our policy not to talk about personnel decisions.
Okay, well, I think you should reconsider that policy in light of this. I don't wish this to descend into a Secret Service hearing. Okay, but so, I mean, there has to be some top-down, management guideline here that caused that person to leave. Were they not up to the job? Because I can go into a whole series of failures here, which I'm about ready to do. And if that person's responsible, I think the public needs to know.
I take personal accountability for not meeting our customers' expectations during Hurricane Beryl. It's my job as CEO to make sure that we have the right team in the right roles. And as part of the 40 commitments that we outlined, we've made 3 principal changes. The first is to bring on a chief communications officer. The second is to bring on a senior experienced emergency preparedness and response leader. And the third, I made a change for the leader of the electric ops organization.
Okay. Now, that change you made is because of dissatisfaction with the response internally? Certainly, there was extreme dissatisfaction externally.
I take into consideration the totality of an individual's work and the current needs of the organization when I make leadership changes.
And that's the reason why you made the leadership change.
I believe that we need to move faster with respect to some of our resiliency investments. As you've all discussed in this hearing, there's clearly improvements we need to make from a communication standpoint. Much of those communications really rely on a good estimate for the time to restore service. Our customers really want to know when they can expect power to be back. Those changes necessitated the organizational adjustments that I made.
Okay. Now, let's go over the Power Tracker decision, because this is probably the single, quite frankly, most double dumbass decision I've ever seen a major corporation make in your business, which is you have a Power Tracker, it goes down, and then what's the decision-making process at that point? Now, I heard that this lasted about a week after the derecho. Okay, so the site didn't go down all at once. Apparently, there was some period of time afterwards. And I'm astonished that it would go down without a replacement being in process, nor the fact that if you already knew it was limited by bandwidth or by application, why this wasn't handled in the off-season. And you're talking to somebody that runs a seasonal business, and yes, my little IT team went to the cloud with great effort, but we didn't do it in the middle of hurricane season. So please, I'm fascinated by this.
It's inexcusable that I wasn't ready for our customers during Hurricane Beryl. When derecho impacted the greater Houston area, we noticed about a 16-fold increase in website traffic that overwhelmed the system that we had hosted on our internal servers. Immediately, we conducted a root cause analysis and determined whether or not we could expand the scale of the server capacity to meet anticipated demand for future storms. We quickly concluded that our own servers would not provide the capacity that was needed. And so we immediately launched a project to move our outage tracker from an on-premise solution to one that is hosted in the cloud that can scale infinitely based on demand. Those projects generally take about 3 months in our industry, connecting to our smart meter data. We have over 2.8 million smart meters. mapping those against all of our electric assets. We have over 25,000 miles of distribution overhead conductor, as an example. Mapping all of those assets generally takes about 3 months. We knew 3 months was not acceptable after the derecho. So we launched a project that we said we had to be online August 1st, which has historically been the peak of hurricane season in the greater Houston area. It provides no relief to the customers that were impacted by Beryl. But that's why I'm confident as I sit before you today that we will have the outage tracker online this Thursday.
How many years have you had smart meters?
I think the company began implementing them around 2008.
Right. So we've had 15 years of smart meters, and we just finally think of the fact that we need to integrate the smart meters with enough of a system to handle all the input and be able to handle the customers. I know you said it's inexcusable, but it's really horribly inexcusable because you poured gasoline on a fire with people that are out for some extended period of time, because we're about ready to get into how bad this tracker was.
It is inexcusable. There has been a change, as we all know, in the way websites are utilized for media purposes. There's bots, there's data scrapers. It leads to an exponential increase of demand on the servers. We should have recognized that earlier. We recognized it, and we immediately moved to a cloud solution that can infinitely scale based on demand.
Now, you heard Nim Kidd's discussion that when you release information that is wrong, it's even worse than no information at all. I detected the Saturday after Beryl that the maps were basically junk. We found out later they were being manually updated. True?
That's correct.
So we had people in a multi-billion-dollar corporation coloring in individual streets, houses, et cetera, somewhat haphazardly, okay, because there were many times there were false positives where the map said that the area was energized. It's not. There was also false negatives where the area was, going to come on, but obviously didn't. True?
That's correct.
I want to tell one story about Representative Sam Harless, because he actually got into an engagement with not only his government relations person, but actually somebody from operations. And he and his wife Patricia apparently drove a neighborhood at night because your team kept insisting that it was energized. And guess what they found?
Power was still off.
Power was off. And he actually had to go to the subdivision and hold his phone up and say, "It's not on." Now, that worries me greatly as a systems guy that sold process control equipment and robotics. I'm not in your business, but when your operations people can't tell me with smart neighbors, or can't tell the state representative that a neighborhood subdivision is on or off, that is very, very bad operations and potentially health and safety, life affecting. True?
Yes, Senator. We knew the residents the addresses that were on and off. We also understand how important electricity is to our customers, and the absence of the outage tracker was frustrating our customers. We attempted to provide an interim solution that provided directional support for where power had been restored, when it would be restored. We recognized the caveats as we put those maps out, that it was based on circuit level data as opposed to meter data at the home, leading to the issues that you described. But we thought it was better to have some information available rather than no information available.
But Chairman, the problem, and I'm going to say this is multi-years of a buildup, okay? Because what I'm going to end with, I'll tell you right now that we've had lack of vegetation management for a period of time. We've obviously had new technology. Concrete poles have been available widely since 2019, hadn't been on the purchase list to CenterPoint in any great manner that I've at least been aware of. So you have all these years of a buildup of bad decisions. Okay? And then when you put out information that is not bulletproof, or at least 90 some odd percent correct. Because when I saw those maps came out, I took a representative sample of about 10 properties that I could look at the time. And it was half correct. And to the public, it was clearly when an entire area is being scheduled for energy and being energized on the 17th, but it's already been energized on the 15th. They don't like they can't possibly conclude they have any respect for the process. For the product. True?
I understand, Senator.
Okay, well, understand, do you agree?
I agree that it created confusion and frustration in our attempt to provide some level of information as we navigated a storm that had tremendous impact on our community at a time when our outage tracker was not available.
Right. Now, let's talk about some of these technology decisions. Why did CenterPoint ignore technology that was already being brought into Florida in a relatively similar, climate, et cetera, hardened poles, lines like this? Why, for at least 5 years, have you, apparently CenterPoint, not done anything with the new technology?
I can't speak to the past, but I would like to provide a quick handout to show the pivot. As this handout's being provided, I'd like to provide context for the changes that we have made at CenterPoint. I had the privilege to join in the company just under 4 years ago. And Senator, I noticed a number of the things that you're pointing out, that the company could have historically invested in some of the technology that was being deployed elsewhere around the country. I had the privilege to join the company at a time when we were conducting a strategic review. And what we ultimately assessed was that we had a need to sell businesses that were largely outside of the state of Texas so we could raise billions of dollars to funnel investment back into Houston Electric. Houston Electric needed investment. The best way to do it was to sell businesses and put that money back in. And you can see on the graph of the chart that historical investment in the Houston Electric system was relatively flat for about 2 decades. And as we embarked on an entirely new strategy at the end of 2020, you can see the dramatic increase. The increase in that investment was really deployed for things like grid modernization and system resiliency. As we strategize those investments, because we don't have an infinite set of dollars, we focus on the investments that have the most impact first. We deploy those investments principally around our transmission system and our substations. And what we saw with respect to those assets in Hurricane Beryl is we had very minimal structural damage. It's not acceptable. Our customers experienced outages, and that's why we're committed in accelerating the investment now in the distribution system.
Now, this doesn't have any granularity to it, so I don't know what this was spent on. Can I ask, does this include the $800 million of generator expense?
It does.
See, now, I would take actually, quite frankly, offense to that. Because how much of that $800 million is actually deployable? None of those 15 units, those 32 megawatts have been deployed since they've been leased since 2021. True or false?
That's true. They have not been deployed.
Okay. So how much of that investment is effectively fallow and it's great for a red line that goes up, but what's the real number?
It's about $1.5 billion over the last 3 years that we've invested in grid modernization and resiliency.
Okay, so for the crowd, for the members, let me cut off this top part because this top part doesn't exist. We're back here on 1.5. Now, while that's an improvement, sir, okay, it is not worthy to have a discussion of a spike that the ratepayers have paid for with 9.5% profit and no result to the bottom line of keeping the lights on. True or false?
Sir, we have to manage a number of different risks. And
I know you manage a bunch of different risks. Answer the question. if 1.5 billion is the real number, why do you come into a Senate committee and show me a red line that peaks at 2.5? Because that expenditure does not affect this problem, and it may not affect any problem in the future in our lifetimes.
There have been 115 instances where ERCOT has issued notices that the market is tight and may lead to a lack of available electricity on the grid since March of 2021, when this legislation was starting to be discussed after the devastating impacts of Winter Storm Uri. Those 15 units are dedicated for instances where there is a shortfall in electricity on the grid. They can power entire neighborhoods from a substation. When that law was originally passed in September 21, there were a couple of things that shaped that legislation. The first was the legislation sunset at the end of 2029. The idea was that this generation could be available to customers as new incremental dispatchable gas plants were built to help serve our customers in the ERCOT market. They were not considered to be a permanent asset, but a bridge based on what was experienced during Winter Storm Uri. The other aspect of it was only intended to be utilized when there was expected outages greater than 8 hours in length. We immediately deployed a medium-sized unit during Hurricane Nicholas and were challenged on that deployment. We came back to the legislature in 2023 for guidance on that, and that's when we were granted the expansion to use mobile generation for restoration purposes, for outages shorter than 8 hours. We need to maintain these larger units for a risk that there is a shortfall in power on the market. We also have to maintain a fleet of small to medium-sized units to respond to restoration activities for the storm. It's the portfolio of investments that help address resiliency of the overall grid.
Can I jump in here?
Sure, please.
Regarding that, you're the only company that, $6 million, $5.8 million for Encore. I don't believe TN, Texas and New Mexico Power, actually participated in this at all. $800 million of capital expenditures for which you get a rate of return. That's 70+ million to the bottom line a year. Am I right in the mathematics of that?
No, the rate of returns only apply to the equity ratio, so about 42.5% of the $800 million is eligible for the return. So it's about 30-ish.
So 30+ million to your bottom line that go to shareholders.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You haven't used the large units once, correct?
There have been 115 instances where we have been.
Have you used the large units at all?
No, sir.
And you bought these units, as Senator Betancourt so aptly pointed out, from a bid that was 30 to 50 to 60% higher than the next closest bid, the highest bid, essentially, correct?
No, sir.
No?
No, as soon as that legislation was passed, we conducted a short-term RFP to address the need for those assets immediately in September, the assets that I mentioned that we deployed during Hurricane Nicholas. We then conducted a more thorough RFP over 30 days before we made the $800 million investment. In terms of comparing those bids, the other bidder submitted a non-conforming bid. We needed about 500 megawatts of generation. They could only provide 4 units, not 15, and their O&M costs to operate those units were about 4 times more expensive than what the contract was for LCP. So it's kind of apples and oranges, but it was a non-conforming bid that was not, wouldn't support the needs that we had outlined as part of the proposal process.
So you're saying that LCP was the only qualified bid for CenterPoint?
At that time, after we conducted the full RFP process, that's right. There was a heavy demand for these types of units, particularly in the Permian Basin, as fracking activity was beginning to pick back up. And so we secured the assets that we thought were needed at the time and still believe that are needed for load shed type events.
15 of the 35 megawatt or 32 megawatt units.
That's correct, sir.
I find it troubling, one, they haven't been used, two, the rate of return you're getting on something that you're not using, and three, this RFP bid for which you found non-conforming participants in the RFP, correct?
That's correct.
That were essentially excluded, that were much lower in price, but not to the standards y'all required. It doesn't smell good at all. I don't think it probably smells good to anybody on this dais. There's more to this story that I hope comes out sooner rather than later. Do you want to comment at all about what really is going on with the bids and the temporary generation and the utilization of them, and why, whose pockets are getting lined here?
When Winter Storm Uri hit Houston, our system had a peak load of roughly 21 gigawatts, to put this in perspective. We had designed and operated a system where we could shed 3 gigawatts of load and still roll power to all of our customers so they would have some level of electricity during load shed events. During Winter Storm Uri, we were asked to shed 5 gigawatts. That exceeded our design capacity. We were unable then to roll power to millions of Houstonians during that event. We sized this generation at 500 megawatts because what it would allow us to do is to roll power to 2 gigawatts worth of customers, essentially providing us the ability to shed 5 gigawatts of load for ERCOT and ensure that all of our customers had power at least once every 4 hours. The risk of that shortfall continues to exist today. There hasn't been a net increase in dispatchable gas power. And so these assets sit ready to operate in the event that there is a shortfall in the wholesale electric market.
Where do these assets sit?
Most of them sit at the at targeted substations that feed
They are
residential
actually
neighborhoods.
positioned at substations,
Many of them
ready
sit-
for load shed. How fast can you turn them on?
It requires about a 24-hour notification, and so we monitor those conditions leading into it.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know about y'all, but regarding load shed occurs based on planned and unplanned generation outage and differences between a natural interruptible and to say you're going to utilize something that takes 24 hours to turn on doesn't make much sense when you're trying to balance out a load shed event. Why? Does anyone want to comment on that? Does that make sense to anybody on this dais?
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Let them answer this.
Okay.
How can you use it for load shed when load shed is like this and you have to shed load?
Yeah. Yes, sir. We actually track the conditions with ERCOT. ERCOT within a week's time frame will start to outline conditions that may become tight. They update those daily. And so as we start to see conditions that present themselves as a potential risk for load shed,
Do you turn on the units?
we notify LCP, and depending on what status we get to in terms of how tight those conditions will be, we actually get those units warmed and ready, or we just notify them to be ready to begin that process.
When they're warm and ready, how fast do they turn on?
Pretty instantaneously. I mean, these are,
How many times have you done that?
we have not had to use them.
How many times have you warmed and readied the non-used large generation portfolio you have?
I don't have that number, but I can get it to you this afternoon.
All right. There's a lot of questions about the decision-making regarding the leasing, long-term leasing of very large temporary generation quasi-mobile systems. It doesn't make sense for what we envisioned as legislators regarding temporary mobile generation and utilizing it during critical needs, during weather events, and mobility of it, that I have envisioned temporary mobile generation to be temporary and mobile and utilized during extreme needs. Senator King, do you have?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, please? I
Right.
think I've got something specific to this. Mr. Wells, somebody familiar with the bid process has sent the following information. CenterPoint assumed that all 500 megawatts would run 96 hours a year, which is interesting because since Winter Storm Uri lasted 72 hours, and it was a once-in-a-generation storm. CenterPoint assumed that all 15 of its 32 generators would need to be moved 3 times a year, and all 5 of the 5-megawatt generators be moved 4 times a year. These assumptions basically allowed the bidders to be normalized and took the life cycle power bid, which was so much higher because it included these operational costs. Is this indeed true?
The operational costs for LCP were about 25% of the cost of the other bidder.
Okay, so that's 25%. So
Less.
we're already half of the way there to what the administrative law judge, et cetera, people that were complaining. But again, did you all make this assumption that all these generators would operate all these units would be operating 96 hours every year, and that all 15 of them would be needed to be moved 3 times a year?
I don't recall the specific usage assumption at that time, but we made some assumption around the level of runtime and the number of movements to address and sort of calculate the O&M expectation for those units, the maintenance aspect.
Right, so you've made assumptions to basically normalize a bid that are not correct, and you as the chief financial officer at the time would know that, in retrospect, that these assumptions are preposterous. Because you can't move these things 3 times a year.
They take about 24 hours also to move from location to location. They are mobile. They're not rapid deployment as we have for the small and medium-sized units. In that case, we deployed 18 as part of the storm restoration for Hurricane Beryl.
It would seem to make the life cycle power bid look a lot cheaper because of those assumptions. I want to go to one overarching point because I've already spent a lot of time with you compared to my colleagues, and I want to not be mindful of all that and the chair's indulgence. We have had vegetation management numbers that are obviously lower than your competitors for a long period of time. This power generation project that you did has already increased, the average home, $1 a month, maybe it's going to be $3 a month. So the ratepayers are paying it. And at the same time, we were shorting vegetation expenses, which are critically needed. And one of the things that Florida, Power and Light proved, that the combination of resilient poles and vegetation management was a winning combination. Except CenterPoint seems to have ignored that obvious for half a decade.
I disagree with that. Last year when I stepped into the role of Chief Operating Officer.
Last year I thought it was like this 7 months ago.
At the start of this year, I stepped in the role of Chief Executive Officer. The year before, I stepped in the role of Chief Operating Officer. At that time, we recognized that we had just come through a pretty dramatic set of freezes that impact vegetation, trees. Last summer, we experienced a pretty unprecedented drought, and we saw that trees were weakening. Last year, then, we increased our vegetation management spend over 30%. We collect in rates from our customers about $40 million a year to manage vegetation around our lines. Last year, understanding the risks related to vegetation management, we proactively increased that to $56 million, effectively taking that incremental $16 million out of profits for the company. We implemented what I consider to be a high hazard tree approach. Historically, utilities have often maintained vegetation around their rights of way on time cycles. We have historically targeted about a 5-year cycle to trim around our facilities. As we all know, vegetation grows differently based on growing seasons. We supplemented our ongoing activity under those annual cycles with what we consider to be a high hazard tree analysis using some of the latest technology to determine which trees need to be removed. Some of the challenge with identifying those trees is those trees sit in property that is not owned or leased by CenterPoint. It's personal property of homeowners, businesses, government. And we don't have the right to trim those trees unless we get consent from the homeowner. This high hazard tree analysis tries to identify that risk and tries to work proactively with the landowner, but we have to get their blessing to do so. We proactively took those steps last year, knowing that this risk existed, and have continued that process here in '24 before now doubling our vegetation management workforce as a result of Hurricane Beryl.
But even if you took a 5-year run, which I would be fascinated to see how you could do it with the resources you've got, even if you start at the end of last year, we're still roughly 4.5 years from actually completing that project by the math. True?
That's right.
Right. So the bottom line that we've got is we've got a Category 1 storm that flattened the user base, excuse me, or your consumers, okay? We haven't done, we finally had somebody that actually made a decision to start working on the critical areas of vegetation management. We've got 4.5 years to go before we can even attempt to see if we've actually passed through the system once. In addition, we've got 15 boat anchors that are costing us approximately over $500 million, I would assume, by cost analysis, that the ratepayers are paying for. And we have a situation where we couldn't even invest in a online tracking system for millions of users. Now, what would you say to the average person like Mattress Mac, which is a well-known personality in Houston, probably one of our city, city treasurers, that you should resign? What do you say to him?
I've already been out in the community talking with some of those communities that were most impacted by Hurricane Beryl. And what I have felt from those conversations is a deep sense of anxiety that we are early in hurricane season this year, that all the weather reports are predicting high activity. And those customers want some modicum of support to know that we're making investments that are needed to have an impact on this upcoming hurricane season. What we have outlined here is an ambitious set of 40 actions to immediately improve resiliency, our communications, and our partnerships this hurricane season. I think if I resign today, we lose momentum on the things that are going to have the best possible impact for the greater Houston region.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Chairman. How many of the units that are truly mobile do you have? The small, I guess they'd be the small and medium on the handout you gave us.
They're all mobile to different degrees, and so we have 5 medium-sized units that I would consider to be very mobile. We had 4 in the small category on hand prior to the storm, and we increased that by another 9 to 13 in total. So we deployed a total of 18 units that we own or had contracted for as part of the response for Hurricane Beryl. And we were fortunate to borrow another 12 units from our utility peers. So for a total of 30 units deployed at 28 sites.
Okay, so the high number there, so you had 18 of the small units, we'll call those the really mobile ones. And how many megawatts does that, of the 500 target?
I don't have that number, but I can get it to you.
Well, the largest one is 5 megawatts, so even if we considered half of them being, you said you had 5 that are 5 megawatts?
That's correct, sir.
So that's 25 megawatts. Then you've got, what, 13 that are
somewhere between 200 kilowatts and half a megawatt.
Okay, so we'll call those half megawatts, so that'd be 9, so that's 34 megawatts probably max that you get out of that, out of the mobile ones. How much of that $800 million figure we keep hearing, how much of that was for the small units versus the 15, 32 megawatt units?
The 800 million covered the 15 plus the 5 megawatt units, so the 25 megawatts.
Okay, so so how much did that, of that 800 million was the 25 megawatts?
I don't have the breakdown. I can get you the number, but
Give me a ballpark. I'm guessing they cost, say, $100,000 a piece.
they're about 100,000 apiece. Yeah.
Okay, so 500,000 of the 800 million went directly to units that you could deploy in a quick storm.
That's correct.
Right, a hurricane. Okay, so wow. And those are on a how many year lease?
The lease ends at the end of 29, about a 7-year lease.
And they were leased in 2021?
Yes, that's right.
So I know you weren't there then, but again, what really just astounds me about it, and I actually didn't realize y'all had purchased the big ones until all this came up. And maybe I should have, but I went back and read the statute while I was sitting here. And the statute does allow you to purchase for load shed. It doesn't discriminate. It would allow you to purchase it for a tornado event or a hurricane event, for something where there's damaged lines. And it would allow you to do it for load shed. What really disturbs me is it says that you can get cost recovery for necessary and reasonable expenses related to that. I'm really shocked that CenterPoint now or then would have thought that almost $800 million going to units that would rarely be used would be a reasonable and necessary cost. And I'm absolutely shocked that the PUC allowed that and actually overruled the Administrative Law Court on that decision. Would you today say that that is a reasonable cost to assign to the ratepayers, to the consumers?
I do.
And tell me why that is. I'm just baffled by that.
Because the conditions that presented themselves with Winter Storm Uri, a shortfall in electricity, still exist today.
Right, but you've had a Uri event once in how many decades? Forever.
For a long time, yes.
Forever.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So anyway, thank you. $500,000 of that. $500,000 went to the ones that you could actually deploy. How many units? You said you had 28 deployments. Now, when you say deployments, were those actually connected, or were they just at a specific site?
Connected and used.
All right. And when you say 28 also, were those 28 that were placed at a site and remained there until there was a full recovery, or is that kind of, were they moved from here and then you get power up here, and then they moved to another place, another place, another place?
We did move to multiple locations after power was restored at critical facilities.
Okay. So were all of your small generators deployed during that time?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And how many did you borrow from Encore?
12. 8 from Encore and 4 from AEP.
Okay. Let me ask just a couple other topics while I've got you here. During Uri, there were 2 or 3 big issues, obviously weatherization and fuel supply. One of the biggest and loudest was communications. We really thought that comms had been taken care of out of the legislation that came from Uri. Can you explain to me why, and again, I know you've been there for part of that time, but everyone knew that communications, the same things we're hearing about complained out of Houston today, we heard statewide after Uri. The exact same complaints. And the legislature provided assistance and funding and certainly a lot of direction for the communications issue to be fixed. It just, again, it astounds me that here we are 4 years later and that hasn't been corrected. Help me understand why that is. I understand you had something break down on this event and you're trying to switch after after the storm a few weeks ago. You've had 4 years. For 4 years, everyone knew that one of the top 3 or 4 problems coming out of Uri was communication with the customers.
It's inexcusable. I should have had our teams load test all critical applications to make sure that we would not have an outage like we did. Unfortunately, we did not do that.
Both Senators Betancourt and Middleton mentioned the smart meters. So back in 2005 or 2007, CenterPoint and others came to, primarily CenterPoint really came to the legislature and said, we'd really like to do smart meters. In fact, CenterPoint had a really neat demonstration place set up, I think in conjunction with IBM, if I remember. I don't remember who it was. But a lot of us went in there and toured it, and we were shown all these things that we would get out of smart meters. And again, just like we did with mobile generation, we had to pass legislation to allow you to do cost recovery on there, so there'd be an incentive to go out and purchase those. And the smart meters were into the billions of dollars statewide, if I remember. Very expensive project. But the idea was that it would be allowed, it would give you real-time, 24/7 communications with every customer. You would know when an individual customer was out. You would know when a block was out, so that if you had a storm come through, instead of having to send a lineman driving up and down the street, you could just look at the readout and say, okay, the 2300 block of Forest Drive is out, the 2400 blocks up. And you could immediately determine where the problems were. So that was one thing. Another thing it was supposed to do is you were supposed to install, we were told that you would be installing remote switches. So when that 2300 block was out, you could immediately see it, and automatically the system would reroute that, block off that, shut down where that line's down, make the area safe, and run a power through another circuit. Are those automatic circuit switches in place? Were those ever put in place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Throughout the CenterPoint system?
There's more that we need to do. There's automated switches provide tremendous relief for sectionalizing our grid, isolating outages, as you said, and rerouting power. We have been implementing those since we've adopted smart meters, but there's still more that needs to be done.
So when the electricity goes down, are the smart meters still of any benefit, or do you lose contact completely?
We still have contact. We could see when a customer was out. It was the method that we were communicating the outages on the temporary outage map that created the level.
So how do you communicate with the smart meters when the power's out?
We have batteries in the.
And they have Wi-Fi connected to them.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So
we have a dedicated communications network that has battery backup.
So I guess that's my question. If the smart meters were working, how did you end up losing the ability to determine what was out, when it was out, and to communicate with customers?
You know, this is what's so frustrating for our customers. We knew who was out and who was on. The real challenge was the interim solution that we were trying to provide some level of information during the event, because we were using tools that were more tied to the circuit, kind of the lines that run through neighborhoods as opposed to the individual homes. The level of data that comes from those smart meters is pretty intense, which is why we have to have that outage tracker that will be released Thursday to communicate kind of at the address level.
So just to help me a little bit, and Chairman's last question, I guess, but help me understand CenterPoint's business. I know y'all are in the gas business and distribution and have assets or companies around the country. Tell me a little bit about the CenterPoint company.
Yes, sir. We serve about 7 million customers across 6 states. We're in the process of selling.
And when you say serve, is that electricity or natural gas or both?
About 35% of our business is dedicated to selling natural gas. About 65% is dedicated to selling electricity, principally here in Houston in Southwest Indiana.
Okay. And is the CenterPoint footprint for electricity for the T&D, is that a division of a larger holding company?
It is a separate legal entity, Houston Electric.
Okay. And how are you connected with the holding company? Are you an employee of the holding company, or are you an employee of CenterPoint?
I'm CEO of the holding company.
Okay, so so then you're responsible for all the divisions?
That's correct, sir.
So I guess one of the questions that keeps coming up is CenterPoint too big? In other words, have you become so large? I know you've had acquisitions in recent years. Indiana one was a really big one. And I think, didn't that make you like one of the largest gas distributors in the nation?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So I guess that kind of the question is, from just hometown point, have y'all become too big so that CenterPoint can't be, so electricity in Houston and the Houston region can't get the attention that it really needs to get?
Since I joined the company, we've sold 3 businesses and have announced the sale, which will close early next year, on the 4th set of businesses. We are actually selling businesses to focus more of our attention here in Texas. So we sold great businesses. Just this year, we announced a sale of our gas businesses in Louisiana and Mississippi that will close early next year, so that we can bring that money and invest it here in Texas. And so the company did acquire a utility in the Midwest, I want to say around 2019. But I would say over the last 3.5 years, it's been about selling businesses to get more focused and to invest here in Houston Electric.
Okay. Really, last question this time. Are you aware of any other TDUs that bought the large 30-megawatt type units?
No, I'm not.
You aware of any co-ops that have bought those, or any municipal utilities? Anybody else in the state of Texas bought those?
I'm not aware of another utility in the state of Texas that's
Do
bought
you
them.
still consider those to be a good decision?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wells, you came from Pacific Gas and Lighting in 2020 as CFO to CenterPoint, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And I've read that at the time, CenterPoint was being heavily invested by a hedge fund, Elliott Investments, which invests in distressed equities. Mr. Paulsinger runs that firm. Did you have pressure to push the bottom line because of this outside hedge fund investment that invested $1.35 billion into the company?
No, sir.
And utilize capital equipment, for instance, as a mechanism to juice the bottom line?
No, sir. The company was in a struggle. It had more to do with an interest it had in a midstream gas business that had to significantly cut its distributions, which impacted CenterPoint. Elliott and other investors at the time helped recapitalize the company, put us on a strong financial footing.
And got board member seats and the new CEO.
And we, as part of accepting that investment, conducted this strategic review. We're coming out of it. We decided to sell that midstream business. We will, the close of that transaction, have sold 4 gas LDCs, and we have sold a business that's involved in energy efficiency, all to put more investment back in Houston Electric.
Is the compensation structure of the senior leadership at CenterPoint based upon salary or salary on incentive based on earnings per share or growth of revenue?
It's heavily weighted towards incentives that are tied towards earnings per share. Earnings per share.
How heavily?
100% of our short-term and about 25%, if I have that correctly, of our long-term incentive plan are tied to earnings per share.
The top leadership.
That's correct.
Not just yourself, but CFO, COO, everybody. Which is not that unusual in the corporate world, but I don't know the percentages and what the utility structure compensation is for major. But to be frank, your compensation is heavily weighted to growing the bottom line for your shareholders.
That's correct. We have, over the last several years, recommended that our board and compensation committee exercise negative discretion to lower the payout based on performance with respect to operational metrics, safety metrics, and/or customer satisfaction. But the program as outlined is heavily weighted towards earnings per share.
Is Elliott Investments still a major shareholder of CenterPoint?
They are not.
They divested after their significant bottom line billion-dollar plus profits in 2022 and 2023.
I can't recall the specific year, but it was roughly that time period that they sold their shares.
Okay. I got a lot of questions about pre-positioning planning and thoughts about that, but I'm going to turn it over to Senator Alvarado for she asks next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then Joan, Lois.
Thank you. First, I do want to commend some of your employees, the linemen, who I know some of them are represented here by IBW, and many of us have had conversations with them. They did outstanding work. And some of your other folks, I know that when I called Jason Ryan, Jeff Bonham, Gerard Torres, we had specific requests from constituents. They responded. There still remains the whole thing about the miscommunication, lack of communication. We had those daily calls with y'all. They were helpful. What I was not pleased with is that we couldn't ask live questions, which I thought was a disservice. And y'all did change that after a while, but it seemed like y'all were very defensive. You didn't want questions unless they were submitted beforehand. And sometimes we would learn things on the call that would spark another question. And we couldn't do that. So I'm glad that enough of us weighed in and you allowed us to ask questions. So there's just this whole cloud about communications. I see that you're going to hire a head of communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You need to really ramp that up because optics means something. And when people, you know this picture, when people see you with the temperature at 70 degrees, it's not good optics.
It's not.
Okay? Now, CenterPoint has had things about how you can help on energy costs, and it's on your own website to put the temperature at 78 degrees. So I think y'all need to practice what you preach on that.
It was incredibly insensitive. My focus was on the restoration and getting the message of accountability and apology out on our communications. I was so focused on that clearly I was not focused on the thermostat on the wall behind me, but I understand it was insensitive, and for that I apologize.
I'm told that 42% of your customers are on the alert system. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And so you're going to strive to get that number up pretty high.
I know I'm not in a position to ask for this. I would like to ask for this body to consider support in that. We have a service relationship with each address, but we don't have a commercial relationship with customers. Those commercial relationships are maintained with the retail energy providers.
Mm-hmm.
And so the only way that we can communicate proactively with our customers is if they opt in. Obviously, we need to be able to communicate with our customers in times of need, and it would be helpful if it was a requirement to provide that contact information in periods where we'd only use it of emergency.
Okay. Well, sounds like you have a plan moving forward, and that part of it will come from us. But communication is key. Keep it simple. Motel 6 has. You know who Tom Bodette is?
I do not.
Tom Bodette says, "We'll keep the light on for you." Okay. Maybe take a page out of his book. Let's move to vegetation. So I've read several articles and I've heard statements from y'all saying that you've put more money into tree trimming. However, you have cut back on the number of miles that it's protected over the last several years. It's dropped 20%. You used to cover 5,800 miles. Now it is 4,600 miles. Can you explain that? First of all, is it true, and can you explain it?
I know we trimmed just about 5,300 miles in 2023. I would say that tree trimming did decrease just under 5,000 miles in 2022. As I said, as I stepped in the role of Chief Operating Officer, I knew that needed to change, and that's why we embarked on not only an increase in the overall mileage, but also specific program to address high hazard trees.
Okay. I'm looking at a Chronicle article here, and it mentions that from 2013 to 23, your vegetation maintenance costs grew from 25.9 million to 45.8, 77% increase. But before that, you'd only had some very small growths in that budget from what I'm reading here. And tell me about the tree maintenance falls under your utilities O&M budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But if a tree toppled or a branch dropped, removal work fell under your capital budget. Is that right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I may not understand the question, but basically our tree trimming activities all follow O&M.
Okay. There's an article here, again, the Houston Chronicle, that states that the removal work falls under your capital budget and the company could earn a profit when addressing it.
I'm not aware of that. The only time that tree trimming is eligible for capitalization is when we conduct the initial clearing of a right-of-way as we're building new transmission or distribution lines. But on an ongoing basis, it's a maintenance expense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In your response to, I don't know if it was Governor Abbott's letter or Lieutenant Governor Patrick's, you talk about several positions you're bringing on, the communications person and several. There were, I think I counted, 4 or 5 maybe new executive level positions of people you're bringing on. What about linemen? Are you increasing that? What is the percentage of employees, people that work for CenterPoint that are linemen versus contractors? And has that number of employees, people that are linemen, decreased?
It's too low.
What is that number?
It's roughly about 1,000 line skills employees that are actual employees of the company. We utilize heavily outside contractors to supplement that work. That profile needs to change. You know, in the graph that I showed with the low level of capital spend on our electric system for about 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 employees may have been sufficient. I wasn't here and can't put myself in those shoes, but what I can tell you is when we needed to immediately increase our spend for grid modernization, resiliency work, the fastest way that we could deploy that was to hire contractors to supplement.
Mm-hmm.
As I look forward, the amount of resiliency work that we have to do on our system is long-term in nature, and I agree that a higher percentage of that should come from individuals with line skills that are actual employees of CenterPoint Energy.
How many employees does CenterPoint have?
Overall, we have about 9,000.
9,000, and of that, 1,000 are actually are linemen.
At Houston Electric, that's correct, yep.
Unacceptable. You've got to do better than that. And that's why I was, like I said, I was counting the number of executives that you're going to hire, but I saw no mention of the linemen. What was the rationale? Was it to cut corners, save money, cater to the shareholders, to outsource?
I can't put myself in the shoes of what management decided a number of years ago. These linemen, it's an incredibly dangerous job.
Mm-hmm.
It takes years to apprentice before being able to operate unsupervised on these lines. The company had made a decision to not hire new apprentice classes. When I stepped into the role, I know we needed to increase our spend. The only way we could do that, given the length of time of training, was to immediately supplement our workforce with outside contractors. But as I said, I'm committed to evaluating and ultimately determining a higher level of line skill workers that are actual CenterPoint employees.
Okay. And what about the same for the people that do your tree trimming? You outsource a lot of that as well.
We have just under 500, roughly 500 vegetation management professionals, but we do outsource a significant percentage of that.
And are you considering bringing some of that in-house?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
Just
Great.
the same way. I believe in our frontline workforce that needs to be expanded to address what are going to be long-term investment needs.
Okay. There were a lot of stories about parking lots full of trucks, linemen waiting to get their assignments. There was KHOU, Channel 11 they actually did some pretty good investigative work. They followed some crews. And so there was one instance where actually Senator Middleton, I think it was in your district, it was in Galveston, where the crew got on the clock at 6 o'clock. And then it wasn't until, I think, 11:29 before they got their assignment and then were able to leave the parking lot. And then, of course, it took time to get out to the site and do the work that they needed to do. Why was there such a long time with all these crews sitting in parking lots and staging areas for hours?
I can't speak to the specifics of the event. What I can tell you is we got the majority of that workforce out and working our system timely. Otherwise, we would not have been able to restore power to 1 million customers in 48 hours and 1.7 million customers in 4 days. There are instances where those crews can sit idle for a temporary period of time after they've been deployed. So they could go out, they could be assigned a job for construction-related work. As they show up, maybe the vegetation hasn't been completed yet. So they have to sit idle waiting for the conditions to be made safe to begin the construction-related work. Equally, the construction may be more intense than what was anticipated, and so they may be waiting for material to come back from one of our staging sites. As I said, it's incredibly dangerous work, and they do need a break. They work 16-hour shifts in incredibly difficult conditions, and so there are times where it's natural for those individuals to sit next to the roadside, but they come for a purpose. They come to support our communities, and we worked hard to get them working productively in our community. When they arrive, we generally have about 3 hours of onboarding. As I said, it's a very hazardous industry, and so their safety is most important. We need to discuss with them the configuration of our system, make sure that we outline the areas that they'll be working, conditions that they may not be used to. But within 3 hours of those onboarding and safety discussions, they're deployed to sites, working productively to restore service.
Okay, you should be able to comment on why this has happened, because it seemed to be a recurring practice that happened. It was in various publications, and we're not talking about a few hours. You're talking about linemen that got on the clock at 6 a.m. They did not get their work orders, and they were sitting in the trucks. Okay, it's not like they were inside someplace getting trained. They were sitting in their trucks for 5.5 hours before they were able to depart. So
Every morning during this response, I would stop at least at one staging site, if not two, to ask our staging site coordinators if they needed information, if they had what they needed in terms of materials and support, if they were getting the information to deploy these crews timely. I take with great pride watching hundreds of these trucks leave those staging sites with the sole mission of restoring power. I did not encounter in my visits, and we had 21 active staging sites, lengthy delays like that. I can't speak to what that reporter may have found, but every day I was personally involved moving from staging site to make sure that we were putting in the hands of those that came to help our community all that they needed to do so they could restore service.
Well, in this one article, again, Houston Chronicle covering KHOU, there are a couple of instances where they point that out. Can you talk about, because there's been different stories, I've heard different numbers, when the first contractors were called, were dispatched? Can you give a timeline on that?
I can. We have a contract weather service, third party, Storm Geo, that obviously gives us an update on weather daily, but also tracks emerging storms. We started to track Hurricane Beryl 9 days before it made landfall. For most of that preparation, it looked like it was heading south of the greater Houston area and was going to largely impact our gas operations. We were working with our gas leadership team to make sure that we were prepared for that storm response. What we saw, though, was a pattern as it approached the trajectory getting refined north and northeast kind of every day. And so on Saturday the 6th, we placed a call for 2,800 frontline workers. As that system on Saturday looked like it was coming further north, on Sunday we made a call for 3,500. We ultimately made a call for the balance of the nearly 12,000 initial resources on Monday as the storm was passing through our system. We had on site, as a result of those calls, 4,900 frontline workers on site Monday as the storm was rolling through. It is uncommon to stage significant concentrations of line workers in the direct path of the storm. There's a variety of issues. Their equipment's not rated for high winds. They could have difficulty being deployed for flooding. Could put in harm's way those individuals that could lead to a lengthier restoration. And so as part of this process, we were pre-staging outside of the greater Houston area so that those individuals could come to Houston and get started immediately. The first step in our restoration process is to assess damage so that we understand where we need to deploy the crews. And what you'll see from that build up is that we had 10,500 individuals working the system on the Tuesday after the storm passed through.
How long is that assessment period? Because it seems like that has to be complete, is that right, before the linemen can actually go out into the field?
We have our own internal crews who know the system as well as our native local contractors who know the system well. We start to deploy those crews immediately as we also are conducting that damage assessment. For mutual assistance crews that don't have a history on our system, we generally want to wait until the damage assessment is done. In this instance, it took about 2.5 days to fully complete. But over the first 2 days of the storm, we restored power to 1 million customers. So we were out restoring as we were assessing the damage.
Okay. Is there any way to shorten that assessment period?
Absolutely, and we will.
How is that?
A number of our utility peers use aerial technology, whether it's helicopter, drone. We've started to use that technology and deployed it here in Hurricane Beryl, but it was insufficient. There is more that we can do to outfit helicopters and drones to conduct that inspection at night. And those are the tools that help significantly accelerate that damage assessment. And those are the things that we're adopting and will now continue to adopt on an accelerated basis.
Okay. I was told that when the contractors come in, they have to go through, is it 48-hour training? Is that correct?
There was a lot of misinformation, but that's not correct. Yes, that was reported, but that is not correct. That is not the procedure.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll come back later for round 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Huffman.
First of all, thank you for being here, Mr. Wells. And I understand, you're kind of the face of CenterPoint right now. So you're, and I know you haven't been here that long of a time, but unfortunately the situation is such that you have to, answer these questions, accept responsibility. And you said you take personal accountability, and I appreciate that. But you can understand that each of us up here is representing almost 1 million people. especially because many of us are representing coastal communities who were picked for this committee for that reason, and others that have a particular expertise in this area, like Senator King, Senator Nichols, Chair Schwartner, and others. But those of us who represent coastal communities kind of want to go down back to basics, because I'm not an expert on this subject, but I know that my constituents have suffered, and I know that they want me to be listening and try to understand what happened, because I think sometimes, you get away from the fact that these are real people, some who lost their lives, but others who suffered greatly. I mean, for some folks, losing everything in your refrigerator and your freezer is difficult. And I think sometimes, there's a mindset around here, and I've seen it, where, let me ask you this question. Do you think $1 is a lot of money?
I do.
Well, because sometimes, you make these big investments, and we as a legislature give you authority to make these investments, like the bill that allowed these mobile generation facilities or not really facilities, I guess units to exist, passed on to the ratepayer. And, it's sometimes presented as just $1 more, on someone's bill for X number of years, right? But it adds up, and to our everyday constituents, it's a lot of money. And so it's our responsibility to follow through with, what CenterPoint and others are doing with this. So that's why I ask these questions. So let me ask you this question. What percentage of your profits, and by profits, because I don't want to use the wrong, financial word, I'm talking about, bottom line to your investors, comes from what you're calling, I guess you call Houston Electric, so your business in the greater Houston metropolitan area? What percentage of your income?
It's about 45%.
So that's considering you cover, what, you say 7 or 8 states now?
6 states.
6 states. Yeah. You're diversified. You're trying to get rid of some of that. I get that. But Houston, actually, that's a pretty large chunk of the profits of your company, correct?
We're proud to serve the greater Houston area.
Have we received, and I'm talking about the greater Houston area, have you invested that same percentage into our area in the form of resiliency and the vegetation control and so forth? It just doesn't seem like you've taken care of Houston.
The impact and our communication was clearly insufficient. But, as I mentioned earlier, we are taking the steps to make that investment because we care so much. These communities are our neighbors, our friends.
But why didn't you care last year or the year before that? And again, I'm asking these questions of you representing CenterPoint. I understand you were in California. You didn't even know we were out here. I get it. But why didn't CenterPoint care about us then? And why should we believe that you care now?
Through my actions. As I said, immediately as I came, I knew we needed more investment, and immediately embarked on a strategy to sell businesses so we could focus here on what matters most, this great community that we have the privilege to serve, and making these investments overnight. It offers no relief to the suffering that customers experienced during Hurricane Beryl. I know that, but these investments do take time. We are making the investments.
That's kind of the point. We realize that up here they do take time, and I think our frustration is that it hasn't happened before because we are in the heart of hurricane season. I mean, it's getting ready to even be worse. So let me ask you this. What would you do, let's say if we left here and, we see there's something circulating out there off the coast of Cape Verde, where they start in the Atlantic, and it starts moving its way. I mean, what would you do differently next week, let's say it was next week, than you did before Beryl was out there in the same place? We just don't know what they're going to do. So what would you do differently? What would CenterPoint do differently? I see your little PUC plan of action. I get it, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. But, what would you do to make it different?
Immediately, I would start to host our own daily press briefings before the storm, letting customers know this is what we see, this is what we're doing, this is what, based on those conditions, they should expect and need to prepare for. We would host those daily briefings every day, preparing for the storm, during the storm, and after the storm. There's clearly more we have to do in terms of engaging our critical facilities for preparation. And so committed to doing that immediately. We already are revamping our process to reach out to the 8,600 critical facilities that we maintain that relationship with. We'd work with community partners in a different way. We were involved in a number of the emergency operations centers here at the state level, at the local level, but we weren't empowering our employees with the information they needed to be effective in those forums. And so the commitment that I have is, as a storm is coming, we will, within 24 hours of the storm passing through the system, provide a global estimate for the restoration. And what I mean by global is the total time of restoration for the full impacted customer base. Within 48 hours, we will narrow that to either cities or neighborhoods, depending on the impacted community, but a more localized level. And within 72 hours, we will publish specific estimates for restoration at an address level to give customers the information that they need. At the same time, as I mentioned, we've doubled our vegetation management workforce as of July 16th. They're actively working on tackling the higher risk areas of vegetation to help minimize the risk of extended outages moving forward. These are actions that are all underway and that I would take if that storm. In fact, we are tracking a storm that is in the Atlantic right now, disturbance number 15.
Well, and we appreciate those efforts. I'm glad they're taking place. But I think we need to pray, too, because if this had been a Category 3 or a Category 5 storm, Houston would have been wiped out, and I'm not exaggerating. I mean, I think everybody would have lost power. Do my Houston folks agree with me? I mean, we need to, what we really need to do is pray, because you guys ain't ready if another one comes this season. Now, you may do better communications. We applaud that. But, that doesn't make your poles stronger. It doesn't make, the trees that are all grown up all of a sudden they're going to disappear. So that's not, I guess, to me, that's helpful. I guess that's all we can do. But I just hope that CenterPoint understands how serious the legislature is taking this, that this panel takes this. I think a lot of times, you're used to us talking about things. We all go on about our business, but that's not going to happen this time.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to make perfectly clear your own personal timeline at CenterPoint. You came in 2020 as Chief Financial Officer, correct?
Right at the end of September 2020, that's correct.
And you were elevated to the Chief Operating Officer in 2023?
At the beginning of 2023, that's right.
And you became CEO in January of this year?
That's correct.
Right. Mr. David Lesser was the CEO prior to you?
That's correct.
Right. And he once ran Halliburton, I understand, for many years, over a decade, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Right. You were, as CFO and COO, intimately involved in the decisions regarding leasing of this intermittent power equipment.
Yes, sir.
You were. Did you do the leases yourself? Would you take full responsibility as far as the decision-making, or was it Mr. Lesser or yourself? Or a team? Or how
it was our senior leadership team. We needed engineering advice to inform the level of megawatts that were needed, the type of equipment based on it. Clearly, our supply chain team ran the RFP, but as CFO, I was involved understanding, the implications, both from a financial plan, the impact on our customers from a rate standpoint. And so we worked as a team to make that recommendation.
And the company that was ultimately awarded the contract was Life Cycle Powers, correct?
That's correct.
And do you happen to recall the individuals you worked with there?
Not at this moment.
Do you remember a name by the name of Noel Coombs? Noel Coombs, a lady
right.
that used to work at Halliburton as well?
I believe that's to be the case, yes.
Right.
I think she
Did
was
you have any
a
interaction
sales.
with her?
I may have had a brief meeting with Noelle. I think she was a salesperson for LCP.
Thank you. Other questions? Senator Volkers?
Thank you. Mr. Wells? Couple of questions here. Prior to the storm or during the storm or the days ensued afterwards, how many times did you personally call Mayor Whitmire?
Mayor Whitmire and I communicated every day starting on the Sunday before the storm.
Say that louder.
Mayor Whitmire and I communicated, I'd have to look at my records, but I believe virtually every day starting on the Sunday before the storm.
He testified that y'all's communication was not good. So he used another word. So I think we need to kind of clarify that. How many times did you call Judge Keogh in Montgomery County?
I know I communicated with the judge through text messaging. I can't remember if we had a conversation. I was talking to so many people during that one.
You didn't. In fact, I think Judge Keogh had to find your cell phone number to be able to call you. And I think that what I've heard you tell some of the other senators today is that you're going to do better communicating, and I think that's really of essence. When Mayor Whitmire asked for, I need the top administration in this EOC. No offense to middle management or lower management, they're great, they have their roles, but when you're in that kind of crisis, I think you finally got a vice president in the room. And I think that what Senator Alvarado spoke of is optics of you sitting below an air conditioner at 70 degrees. I think of all the comments and emails that I received, that one probably struck the greatest ire of the constituents that we represent, or at least I represent, because I heard that over and over and over again. And so sometimes it makes you think about leadership skills and leadership decision-making processes, that if you're that tone deaf during an emergency, maybe that's why we're all talking about vegetation and things that just seemingly we thought were happening. Maybe the PUC should have asked more questions. We've talked a lot about profits versus reimbursement, that your capital expenditures versus just your reimbursement, which you don't make 9.5% on. But it's a pretty amazing business model. Most of us that run a business, we don't get reimbursements for our expenses. We're out there, we're just trying to make it. I mean, that goes into the entire budget. It goes into the expense side, and we just hope that the profit side actually covers it. So, it's interesting on these investor-owned utilities that they get reimbursed. They get reimbursed for vegetation. There's no excuse. I mean, I know you have to go before the PUC. You have to get these rate changes. It's eventually passed on to our constituents. But, as I look at this chart, and I want to make sure I heard Senator Betancourt correctly when you talked about it. And I was like, wow, when I got this, I was like, wow, look at that spike. But then I realized 800 million of it was the generators. Is that correct? Because I put a circle on where.
That's right.
Okay, so 1.5 billion. So
Most of it.
True investments. And I see that the little red line's coming down right now. Hopefully we'll see that go up again. But I also want to ask a question. As Senator Huffman asked, you operate in 6 states. So you said Houston Electric accounts for 45% of the word was profits. Could you break that down between your gas and your electricity? Or is that only electricity, or is that all together?
That's only electricity.
So it's only electricity. How much does your gas account for?
It's on a combined basis, it's about 60%, so about 15% or so. 60% of the business is basically serving the greater Houston area.
So one of the things that I asked the PUC chairman was, I referred to Whataburger app, and many of our constituents began to use the Whataburger app because it seemed to at least show us where the electricity was and where it was not, whether you were just seeking food or seeking curiosity of where in the greater Houston area there was electricity. So we learned through this whole process that y'all had physical servers. And of course, in physical servers, that goes in your capital expenditures, which you can actually make profits off of. If you look at the cloud, as I call it, that's actually just reimbursement because it's more of a subscription. So it was amazing to me that I learned that y'all have all these smart meters out there. But in the testimony earlier, it said that CenterPoint only knew where 42% of the customers are because of retail electric providers. But you say you have all these smart meters out there, and so I'm trying to make sense in how one statement is you only know where 42%, but yet you have smart meters, so you really should know where they all are. So how do I reconcile that in my mind?
We know 100% of where our customers are. Those smart meters help us provide that level of information. We have an address. We have a smart meter assigned to that premise. What we only have 42% of is the customer contact information at that address.
Okay, so that's a great clarification because it's actually the PUC chairman that made that statement, and I think it was a little too broad. So you had mentioned you'd love to have all the customer information, but that would mean opt-in, and right, they have to give you that information. I'm all about privacy. I'm all about privacy. I'm one of these that, smart meters have been somewhat controversial for a long time because in essence, someone could actually just cut your power off if they wanted to through a smart meter. There's a lot of, people that don't like it, a lot of constituents that we represented that didn't like when we allowed y'all to do that. So one would conclude if they were listening to this about the lack of communication, which you have said we have to do better. I take I'm quoting you saying, I take full responsibility for this, is the fact that you knew where 100% of those people were, but y'all choose to have physical servers instead of using the cloud. And I would just deduct is because it goes into the red line. But I'm hoping I'm wrong on that. And you're going to fix this, and you say you're going to launch a new cloud-based system soon. Is that correct?
That's correct, this Thursday.
Outstanding. We hope that it really does work because it's a part of what needs to happen in keeping the constituents informed. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your little bit of a deep dive into the progression of investors, people on the board, how we ended up where we are today. And I've often said leadership matters. My gosh, when you look back at this once austere and esteemed company, gosh, you started providing gas to the city of Houston in 1866. Am I right on that? Isn't that 1866?
Yes.
I grew up with this company being called Houston Lighting and Power. Boy, we'd shorten it to HLP. Gosh, I even had after I married Jimmy Colcourse, he had an uncle that worked for HLP, and it was revered. I mean, it literally was revered. You remember that, Robert? You grew up.
We called it Houston Power and Light.
Houston Power and Light. I called it HL&P. I'm a little younger than you. And I through this whole thing, and I want to compliment Jeff Bonin. I see him out there. Man, you've been around since Bullock, I think. He tried to communicate. Y'all finally made a pivot. I was pretty impressed. You finally pivoted to let lawmakers ask questions on conference calls. That was pretty amazing. That's a novel idea. I want to tell you, during COVID, the governor of the state of Texas would host conference calls, and anyone on that conference call, including our staff, could ask a question. You never held a press conference as Mayor Whitmire said. I really just have to go back to, there's so many questions. I'm going to yield and go to my friends and colleagues here. We are united in wanting to see that once well-respected company that we all grew up with, if you're a longtime Texan, many generations Texans, 1866, started doing work in Houston. Coming back to that. But I'm going to end it with this. I've challenged the PUC, and I think that we have a lot of work to do, members, on that formula that I've referred to, the DCRF. I believe that we incentivize a for-profit company to spend money in capital expenditures. Again, I'm going to say to the people listening, you get reimbursed for your expenses. And then on your capital expenditures, we give you somewhere about 9.5% return on investment. For all of our business owners out there, wouldn't we love that? Wouldn't we love that? We're scraping by right now with inflation and everything else that's going on. How many small businesses do you see closing? They're everywhere. They're closing everywhere. Or they're tapping that line of credit, which right now the interest rates on that, if you're a great customer, is 8.5%. You could get 9,000 basis points. You could get 10,000 basis points at this point. So what I want to say to you is this, and to the PUC and to us as lawmakers, I think that it is time for us to adjust this formula more to an outcome measure of what we want to see happen. Instead of saying over here, capital in this great little algebraic formula, I think Senator Huffman said, man, I think our answers lie in this this formula right here. I think our answers lie in that. And so what would you say if we change that to where it's more outcome-based, incentivized on what we think our customers, our consumers, our constituents would like to see?
I know our performance during this event doesn't reflect this, but we take great pride serving greater Houston area. Our incentive is to provide great service. We came short of that. I'm open to alternatives, but I do want to clarify, when we say reimbursed, we don't get reimbursed directly. We make an estimate of what the costs to run the business are, and if we spend more, that comes out of shareholder profits. And so like the decision that we made last year to increase vegetation management spend by 30%, that's not reimbursed. That's a purposeful decision to reduce risk for our customers that's taking out of profits. Over time, we're a cash flow negative business. We bring money in up front to make investments for the greater good of society, and those customers pay us back over 30 years as they use our service. If the market can't believe that there is over time, a reasonable rate of return on that investment, it constrains our ability to borrow up front and make those investments on behalf of the communities we have the privilege to serve.
It's an interesting business, Mr. Chairman. As you say, a monopoly. I think that the mayor of Houston also said, you act like you're the only show in town, because you were, and you are. So we all have to do better. And I think that the mayor has encouraged that. I think I have two county judges that are about to say the same thing in a different way. I look forward to working with you and all my colleagues on, again, returning this company to something that was once revered, respected, and most of all, trusted. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Senator Miles, just one question. You said, and I heard from the PUC chair and others, vegetation management is not a profit center, correct? It is a cost of doing business.
That's correct.
Right. You do not get the 9%, 9.5% on vegetation management.
No, we do not.
But you do when you buy generators.
We do.
Senator Miles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wells, I'm going to start off by apologizing to you, okay? Because I want you to know some of the questions that I'm going to ask you, and there are going to be quite a few questions, colleagues. A lot of them are personal. I've lived in my district all my life. I was born and raised in my district. My family's in that district. So some of the things that were affected by your company is personal to me and personal to my family. I want to make sure I heard you right. The first thing you said when you sat down, Mr. Wells, is that you apologized. It was a tragic mistake, and that you take full responsibility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you. I'd like a yes or no answer. So you apologize, you take full responsibility for the lack of preparation and response by CenterPoint. Is that correct? Preparation and response, because that's one of the things that you're lacking on. You taking full
It was
responsibility.
not where it needed to be.
Beg your pardon?
It was not where it needed to be.
You sat there, the first thing you said, I made a note, you apologized for everything that took place. But my community needs more than an apology. We need a promise from you that this will never, ever happen again. So that we're clear about it, Mr. Wells, I want to make sure we go through each one of the problems that we had, and I want to hear your response on them. So you take responsibility, and you're apologizing for the lack of preparation and response for CenterPoint.
I do, yes.
You take responsibility for the lack of poor restoration and response and restoration for CenterPoint.
Yes.
You take responsibility for the lack of communications.
Yes.
And the lack of, or about none at all, of communications, because you still haven't had come out and told us at the end of the process, in a press conference, anything. Is that correct?
That's
So you
correct.
take full responsibility for then and now.
Yes, sir.
And you take responsibility for the lack of vegetation maintenance in the city of Houston and Harris County for CenterPoint. Is that correct?
No, sir.
As well as the tracking and notification for CenterPoint. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also take responsibility for the overspending of your supply of your what do you call it, consumers' money as it relates to the mobile generation.
No, sir.
You don't? You say no or yes?
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
No.
No? And why don't you?
I don't see it as an overspend, given the risks that we're trying to manage on behalf of our customers. I get that these assets were not utilized during the storm restoration, but these assets are maintained for a different risk that has presented itself nearly 115 times.
Okay, so I'll take the 5 out of 6. Okay, that you do take responsibility for. Okay, so let's one step at a time again. Do the same 6. Can you tell me why there was a lack of preparation and response? People need more than just an apology. You understand what I'm saying, right?
I do, Senator.
Okay, so can you tell me why there was a lack of preparation and response by CenterPoint?
We were preparing for this storm. What we did not prepare for was the fact that these winds did not decrease as it made landfall. It's unusual for a storm, Category 1 storm, to not decrease. The level of damage that came from down trees outside of our right-of-ways exceeded our expectation of damage. And so we prepared, but it was not enough for our customers.
Can you tell me why my community had to sit without light for a maximum of 7 to 8 days in the restoration? Can you tell me why?
Yes, sir. Our restoration process prioritizes first critical facilities, those circuits.
Critical facilities?
Correct.
What do you consider critical facilities? Because that's one of my questions here.
So we have a list of 8,600 critical facilities that we tier into 8 different levels. Those could be hospitals.
Is the senior facility one of them?
They're on that list, yes.
I'm going to come back to that. So finish your statement there.
So we prioritize the restoration of critical facilities first because those provide the greatest impact to society.
You failed on that one too, but go ahead. I'll tell you where.
We then prioritize the circuits that have the greatest concentration of customers that are out, again, providing the greatest impact. And then we begin to work localized issues. So once an entire circuit is on, there may be instances where closer to the home, because of a transformer or a fuse or something at the local home. And so we work a system that methodically tries to bring the most amount of customers on as early as possible.
You failed in communications. Can you tell me why?
We need to do a better job of communicating internally the expectations of the restoration time so we can empower those leaders where they are communicating with our elected officials through the media and other circumstances to have the information that is relevant to what our community's needs are, and we did not do that.
You failed in vegetation management. Can you tell me why?
I would respectfully disagree with failing at that. Our largest vegetation contractor that helped work this restoration estimated that 60% of the trees that fell into our lines were outside of our right-of-way. We don't have a legal right to trim those trees. That 70% of that vegetation that came from outside of the right-of-way were full trees, not branches. So we don't currently have the authority to address those trees that really created this devastating damage. And as I testified earlier, we significantly increased spend on the areas that we could address beginning last year.
So you don't think that Centerpoint failed in vegetation management and that it didn't cause some of the problems, the majority of the problems that took place in Beryl? Is that what you're telling me?
Vegetation was the dominant issue here.
So it was.
Creating the outages that we're experiencing in Greater Houston area. But we did what we have the legal right to do in terms of trimming trees. We cannot go on to property owners and cut trees down unless they give us.
What about utility ways?
We do.
You do? You have the right to cut them in utility ways?
We do.
Easements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that one because I'll tell you a personal story. And what about tracking? Did you fail in tracking? Why did you fail? You already said that. So why did you fail in tracking? Why did you fail in tracking?
I should have asked the team to do load testing of all of our critical applications before the derecho. After the outage tracker failed, we moved it to a cloud-based solution. It just it was too little, too late.
Too little, too late. And going back to your generators where you think you did not fail and you did not misuse your consumers' money, you don't think that was a failure?
No, sir. We maintain a portfolio of assets, and we utilized every single asset that we own for restoration purposes as opposed to borrowing from our utility peers.
So right now today, knowing what you know today, knowing what you've heard from my colleagues and what they discovered, if you had to make that same purchase today, would you make it?
Sitting here today with the information that I have access to, yes, and let me clarify why. Right now, we are under order from the PUC we are unable to allow any customer in a load shed event to go 12 hours without power. We don't have the ability to comply with that standing order unless we have generation that we can tie to a substation and supplement the shortfall from the wholesale electric market. So the only way that we can comply with that standing order are these large units. Now, these large units were not useful as part of this restoration, but that was not their intention when we originally acquired them.
I think somebody wants to step in.
Mr. Chairman, it takes 5 days to get those large units in the field. It takes 2 days to disassemble them, a day to move them, and 2 days to assemble them and turn them back on. You can't possibly meet that 12-hour standard with those 15, 32 megawatt units. So why are you sitting and telling the panel this?
Our engineers that work with Life Cycle Power test this and tell me that when we forecast those conditions and we get them prepped and ready, that they will be ready for a load shed event.
And just so I heard you correctly, you stated that the smart meters, that everyone is using everybody has a smart meter. That's what you stated earlier.
I think virtually likely every one of our customers, there may be a couple that don't, but.
A couple?
You
haven't been to my neighborhood lately, have you?
I can get.
When the last time you been to Third Ward? Sunnyside, South Park, Fifth Ward. How about the East End? Because I know they don't all have smart meters.
I'll get the exact number.
Okay.
Afterwards.
I can assure you that there's not everybody in Third Ward doesn't have them. Because I own a couple of strip centers. I don't have smart meters. I own some properties. They don't have smart meters, so I can assure you of those.
I'll get your office the exact number.
Yeah. So let's get started in this line of questioning. Most vulnerable places. During the restoration, my office received several reports that there was both senior living apartment complexes and nursing home in the same area that were without power. And I'm not going to worry about the part that people were saying, and their workers, linemen, sitting in the parking lot right down the street in the parking lot of the church. And they've been sitting there for 6 hours, Senator Miles. Let's just address that there was no lights on in some of these facilities that you call priority. Section 38.072 of the Utilities Code requires electric utilities must be given to nursing home facilities, assisted living facilities, dialysis facilities, and hospice facilities. The same restoration prioritization as hospitals. Why was it then that we had skilled nursing facilities in my district that were going on 4 to 5 days without power? And before you answer, my grandfather is in one of those facilities, and they didn't have electricity or air for 4 days. For 4 days. My grandfather. So could you answer the question, please?
I can't speak to the specific, but I was out in the field with one of these senior assisted living facilities. The level of damage was significant. Poles had come down across a bayou crossing. Our linemen had to navigate the bayou to restore service in a very complicated restoration. That took a couple of days for us to rebuild that system to restore service to the facility that I was at. I would imagine that the length of time it took to restore at the facilities you mentioned had some similar circumstances, that the damage required a significant rebuild of our facilities, and that ultimately took days to complete.
To simply complete?
And restore service.
Okay. And since this is a hearing for the public, because this is a public hearing, why don't you explain to people, because you touched on it a little earlier, on why we had so many complaints, especially in my neighborhood, why you had linemen just sitting around 4 or 5 trucks in parking lots for 5 to 6 hours doing nothing, because I didn't know what to explain to them. I don't know what to say. Some of my constituents went over and started talking to them, and they said they were still in contract negotiations. They're waiting for contracts to be negotiated. Some of them said that they didn't have work orders. So since you're here and this is a public and the public is watching, why don't you explain to the citizens of my district on why these people were just sitting around?
There was a lot of misinformation reported throughout the entirety of the restoration process. 95% of the contracts that we utilize for the nearly 100 mutual assistance groups that provided support in this restoration process were pre-negotiated. And it's a very simple negotiation. For those that are utility workers, we pay full expenses, no question asked.
So the rumor that some of those outside line people were paying for their own food and board, that was not true, is what you're saying? Is that what you're addressing?
There were only 5% of the mutual assistance organizations where we negotiated or had to negotiate a contract during this, and we took their terms. Those terms in a mutual assistance response require us to pay all expenses. So we weren't negotiating with them on their hotel. We provide lodging, we provide food. If they need, for whatever reason, based on the work they're conducting, additional food, different lodging, we reimburse those expenses. They weren't part of a negotiation that slowed down this
So they
restoration.
paid it up front, and you reimbursed them.
That's correct. That's correct.
So if you had to tell, like Miss Lee, who's here and who's from close to my community, her church is in my community, how do you explain just basically to her why are those people just sitting around? How do you just say it in layman's terms to her? If you had to turn around and explain it to her, what would you say to Miss Lee?
I know that there were widely reported instances of these crews sitting around. I don't believe it was as extensive as being reported, because we restored more than 1.7 million customers within 4 days of that storm response, or in 4 days of the storm coming through the greater Houston area. That means we immediately put this workforce to work on jobs that were requiring restoration. As I testified earlier, there are instances where those crews do need to take time. They may be in between a job. They may be in the backyard of one house, hand digging to install a new power pole. That hand digging, because of all of the infrastructure that is in that easement, can take upwards of 6 to 8 hours. They're working full 16-hour days. They may park to recover shortly before their next assignment. You know, there are instances where they come to the job and it is not quite ready for them to perform their work. So there are instances where crews sit around, but these folks that come, they come with a singular mission in mind. They take a great deal of pride in terms of restoring service. And so I don't believe that there were widespread issues with crews just sitting in parking lots. I think it was isolated instances.
That's a lot of isolated incidents. But I do want to thank you for explaining that to Mrs. Lee, because we got a lot of those calls. So I want to thank you for explaining that to Ms. Lee and the rest of the people that are listening. Can we move on to the tracking now? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I apologize to my colleagues again. I've got quite a few questions. Okay. Let's talk about the number of complaints that we got from constituents regarding your communications. Was about the outage tracker. Constituents were rightfully complaining that they weren't getting adequate information. Okay. What are you going to do to fix that problem? You said you have a cloud something now. You want to explain that to my constituents who are listening?
On Thursday, we will roll out an outage tracker that will have the same functionality as all of our utility peers here in Texas. That no matter what the demand is on the website, it'll be able to scale to that demand so that it won't crash and be unavailable. It'll effectively be available beginning Thursday for our customers going forward.
And you understand why that's so important in communities like mine?
Absolutely.
What do you think? What do you think it is?
I think it's important to everybody to know when they're going to get restored, how they have to plan around it. As I've been out in the communities already gathering feedback, I've heard the pain from customers who are diabetics that had insulin that wasn't kept refrigerated and they lost. I've heard customers in the pain as they have to buy food to restock their fridge. I've heard the pain that customers have gone through sitting in the heat. And so I know that this outage tracker is incredibly important to providing them a sense of confidence. We know that they're out and that what they can expect of us as to when they'll get their power back on.
Well, that too, but historically, in situations of a natural disaster or freeze or some type of flood, historically, in Texas, I'm sure in other states, it's not just Texas, it's always the minority communities that will get will get attention last. I represent a minority community. And there's no way of proving that except for the actual return times. And I had a discussion with the Lieutenant Governor on last week, like I told some of my colleagues earlier. We just don't have anything to track it by because there was no tracker. My office is taking physical count, and by the physical count and physical counting of the precincts and when they came on in zip codes, Mr. Chairman, some of our communities were the last. Like a large majority of our communities were the last to get lights in and on. So that tracker will be able to help us to dispel if it needs to be dispelled, or to correct if it needs to be corrected. And I think that's very important to to communities of color, because unfortunately, the burden of your mistakes will fall on them, because a lot of my community doesn't have the resources to buy generators. Senator Huffman.
I understand.
We don't have that resource. All of us don't have those resources. So the mistakes that you make will eventually fall on my community. So that's why it's important that we figure out, if that's happening or not, Mr. Chairman. And that's why I've been such a stickler on that particular issue. And how are you going to communicate the outages without the people who don't have phones, TVs, internets, because their phones are dead? They don't have generators. So how are those individuals going to keep up with tracking? Did you think about that yet? Have you thought about that?
We use multiple channels. For those that don't have access to working internet, phones, for whatever reason, we need to partner better with community leaders. And we're beginning to build that network of community leaders, local churches, community resource centers, multi-service centers. They'll have access to that information that they can also spread throughout their community.
So this question is not even on my list of questions. But I just got to ask it. So what did Centerpoint learn from the Uri storm? What did they take from Uri? Because the same things were told to some of us in the Uri storms. So they said it, but they never enacted anything, did they?
Communication isn't where it needs to be. It's unacceptable.
Okay. Let's move on to emergency operation plan. According to your website, your emergency operation plan guides your preparation, response, and recovery from an emergency. Certain neighborhoods in Houston are more medically vulnerable to the heat and to other elements than others due to collective age and prevalence of existing medical conditions like diabetes. You heard the mayor of Houston talk about it. His question, and he agreed that yes, he would have the city of Houston's health department, public health department, work with you all to identify and help put those communities in priority list. So the question to you would you be willing to work with the city of Houston and Harris Health Public Health Department to identify these communities so that we can plan to prioritize these and get these into your emergency plan?
Yes, sir. Happily.
Happily? That's great to hear. And I'm glad you're on record. Let's talk about the vegetation management for a little while. In your presentation to the PUC on July 25th, you stated that Centerpoint has already trimmed and removed 35,000 trees and are promising enhancing vegetation management on 2,000 more line miles. Why wasn't this addressed in Rico? Trees grown, that's common sense. I mean, I get that you're spending it now. I get that you're spending it now. I get that you're going to increase from $16 a household, is that correct, to now $35 a household. Is that correct? Is that what I read in your report? I think that's what I read in your report. But don't you think being proactive on it could have prevented you from having to spend so much money on the back end?
It offers no relief to the customers that were experienced.
It offers no relief.
But we were
being proactive. You're saying being proactive offers no relief.
We were being proactive. Last year, we increased the level of mileages by 30%. We maintained that pace this year. One of the things that I think is a challenge with tree trimming, vegetation management in the industry is that historically it has been on a annual cycle. You know, in our case, as I said, a 5-year cycle, and trees grow at different rates. Earlier this year, to be proactive, we started to adopt completely different technology. We took a pass of our system with LiDAR. We used satellite images. We used local weather information to get ground saturation, rainfall levels on a micro basis across our system. We fed all of that information into a model that was effectively a digital twin of our electric grid, so we could look at conditions that...
Mr. Stop, Mr. Welder.
Yes.
Could you remember that when you're speaking,
Yep.
I don't know about all the rest of my colleagues, but when you're speaking to me and answering the questions for me,
Yep.
I want you to think about you're talking to my constituents back home. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So could you keep it as simple,
Yes, sir.
without the technical, and just kind of break it down to them so they can understand it, because they are listening. I'm getting messages as we speak. When you speak, I'm getting messages. So could you kind of
Yes, sir.
act like you're talking? Because, we postponed it. Mr. Chairman, thank you for postponing because we weren't streaming out.
Yep.
And they believe they're listening back home. So can you kind of break it down for them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
What we see is the density of the canopy of those trees, the leaves around the trees, coupled with the saturation of the ground, how wet the soil is, creates conditions that lead to higher rates of tree failure, those trees toppling over. That growth in rainfall doesn't follow a typical cycle. And so we need to supplement our typical cycle with analysis that tells our crews specifically where they should go to target that higher risk vegetation. We were proactively putting that system in place. And so my reference to this offers no relief to those that were impacted by Beryl. That work was being done proactively, but it's available now to inform our work that we have committed to do for the remainder of the year.
Let me ask you a question. How does CenterPoint communicate with communities about the trimming of trees?
With individual homeowners,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
it's generally our right of way. We just conduct that trimming in accordance with our cycle. To the extent that there's a tree that we believe presents risk to our line outside of our right of way, we will coordinate with that homeowner by trying to engage directly to get.
So you
access
call
to
them
their
direct?
property. To get access to their property, yes, sir.
Do you just get access to their property when y'all have inspectors that drive around the communities or something and looks at the lines?
Yes, I mean, that's the typical process, and if we see something that's outside of our right-of-way that's threatening, we will try to gain access through the property owner.
Okay, do you try to get in touch with the civic club, the homeowners, the homeowner association, or TERS, or the management districts, or anything of that nature?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can circle back to your office with that answer.
So if I'm hearing you correct, you have inspectors that just drive through the neighborhoods, and they look at these lines, and they say, "Oh, that might be over vegetated." And then they write the address down, and they communicate. They reach out to the homeowner. Is that how it works? Or do you?
We have miles that we know need to be trimmed on a periodic basis. We go trim those miles.
You have miles that you know need a trimming on a periodic basis?
That's correct. We then supplement that with inspectors.
What do you call periodic? How do you define periodic?
10,000. Right now, it's roughly a 5-year cycle to trim all the vegetation around our
I'd
district.
say I've been in my house 15 years. And I've got lines. I still got a pole. I got a pole and lines in my backyard. And there's never been anybody back there to trim it. What would you tell me?
I need to get your address after this because that scares me.
Okay. Is this your map? It's y'all's map, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
And these dark spaces are the dense part communities for which you need trimming, correct?
Correct.
Where you're going to put some emphasis in, right?
That's right.
Okay. That's Third Ward. Do you know that Third Ward has historically requested trimming and lines to be put underground?
Over and over.
Oh, wait, I got this, brother.
I know.
Do you happen to know where I live? You wouldn't, would you?
I don't know.
I live in Third Ward.
Okay.
Okay. Over my first year as a freshman state rep, 2007, I made a written request. It's on record somewhere in your files. I'm sure I have it. About my tree line, my backyard lines, poles in my backyard. I still have poles and lines going over my swimming pool. Okay? I still have vegetation. And I've been in that house 15 years and nobody's ever come by my house and asked to cut nothing. See that's Third Ward. See that dark line there? Yeah. That dark patch? That's Fifth Ward. Okay? See this far one over here? That's East End. That's Carol Alvarado's, Senator Alvarado's district. Okay? These are the communities that we're talking about. And not once have you ever, and I've been living in that community basically all my life. I can go to my mama's house. And she's been in there, we've been in that house, our family's been in that house for over 60 years. And there's lines and trees growing over them. So don't sit here and tell me that y'all are doing it every 5 years. You may be doing it in other communities, but you're not doing it in these communities every 5 years. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do.
So when you talk about tracking, you talk about fairness, your map is telling the truth right here. You haven't been in these communities, brother. These communities are the last to get serviced. It's not in your head, and
I'm concerned.
Not in your head, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm concerned to hear that. That's my nod.
You understand where I'm going now?
I do.
You understand my concern?
Yes, sir.
Colleagues, do you understand my concern? This is not my map. That's their map. Looking at materials that you provided to the committee and the PUC, your map seems to indicate that the areas with the highest number of miles in vegetation, approximately, and some highest cumulative rainfall, as you described, is in my district, like I told you. It's also known as to the constituents of Third Ward, Fifth Ward, East End, and historically has been complaining about vegetation around poles. Again, as a freshman House member in 2007, I made a formal request. Just come out and look at it. I got a response from, somebody that works for the company. Just told me they're not going to do it. Why is it, that it exists, but you don't want to do anything about it? Explain that to me.
I do want to do something about it. I'm concerned, and you have my
Can I get a commitment from you?
You can get yes, you have my commitment that I will look into it.
So the areas in Third Ward, Fifth Ward, East End, all those areas, minority areas that haven't been addressed, I've been the commitment from you that they're going to be addressed.
I have to look into it, but you have my commitment that I'll look into it to understand.
What does look into it mean to you?
It's concerning to hear that we haven't been there for 15 years. That's not our process, and so I need to understand if that occurred or if it didn't. If not, we will take action to address the vegetation around those lines.
Let's look at this lineman question again. I'm accepting that commitment, and I'll be waiting for you with open arms, and my community will as well. My understanding is that CenterPoint had to bring thousands of outside linemen into the city of Houston. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to have more in-house linemen instead of going outside?
It would be beneficial for us to staff up for our ongoing work. It's inefficient for our customers for us to maintain a workforce for storm response. This is a hallmark of this utility industry that for 80 years we readily share resources responding to each other's needs. It's the most efficient way as an industry that we can ensure that we have the resources available at the time. And so I don't think it makes sense to staff up to what could happen, but it does make sense for us to staff up for our ongoing construction efforts.
I don't think I like that answer. Let me rephrase it. I've got union guys back there behind you who just might happen to be linemen. What does our workforce look like internally for Centerpoint for linemen?
It's roughly 1,000 line professionals.
1,000?
Yes.
I think one of my colleagues, I think it was Houston or Alvarado, that said that wasn't efficient. That wasn't.
It's 1,000 out of their 9,000 employees.
Out of
And I think I heard you saying it's a dangerous job. So wouldn't it behoove Centerpoint to maybe start a training program or some type of intern program for with the union to get some more linemen in here?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't that be more profitable in the long run for Centerpoint?
It's the right
Maybe
thing
start
to do.
maybe like a second chance program. We'd be willing to help you with it.
Every year that I've been at the
We're
company,
willing to help you with some type of second chance program.
every year that I've been at the company, we've hired an apprentice class. I believe strongly in building up the internal resources,
Okay.
given the level of
But
training.
have we been
it does take
effective?
time.
You've only been there 7 months, right?
In this role, yes.
In this role. Okay. Maybe now that you're in this role, we can make some things move together. What do you say?
I'd like to do that.
I'm gonna hold you to it. Okay. And let's talk about the moratorium, miscellaneous questions. Why is it declared a moratorium on non-disconnect? Not on the front page of your website so people can know what is happening. I think that's a big deal, don't you think?
I do, and I don't know why. I'll get back to you with that answer.
You understand my
I do.
same question I asked PUC?
I understand.
It's a big deal. If people don't know about it, then they can't take advantage of it.
Yes, sir.
We used to have it. 4 more questions. We're almost there. There are 2 types of power lines, high voltage and low voltage. Burying high voltage lines is expensive and will require a comprehensive plan. That's what I was told when I asked them about the lines in my backyard. And burying low voltage lines is relatively inexpensive. Burying lines in a common practice in other flood-prone areas, including the Woodlands and just north of Houston. So would Centerpoint consider burying low voltage lines and requiring burying lines for new development and construction? Is that something y'all can consider?
Yes, sir. On that point, about 80% of our new construction is served underground. We build to that standard as we build new construction, new houses. Back in 2022, we also proactively adopted a construction standard for the above-ground facilities to be built to extreme wind and excessive ice loading. So we have been adjusting our standards for the new build to be more resilient. What we now need to do is also go retrofit the existing to provide that benefit to existing customers.
And how much did y'all say Centerpoint made last year? What do y'all say? What do you?
2022, they made $1.2 billion, I believe.
That was profit?
Then the next
Profit.
year, 967 roughly.
Profit?
Yes.
I look forward to seeing you real soon. And will these communities of this dark that you indicate on your map, will these communities get their lines buried too?
Burying lines is not the only answer. As I said,
But it's the safest answer.
60% of our customers are served underground today, and they still experienced outages. Those communities generally are fed from lines that are overhead.
So is that your way of telling me no?
I think undergrounding is part of the solution. It's not the only solution. And so some of it for the wires that are above ground, we need and are implementing more composite poles. So there's different hardening for different solutions. So I can't commit to a specific area without seeing what it is to say what the right solution is to address the resiliency and reliability.
Well, can you tell me this? I'm sure there's a long standard that helps to make the decision, right? Is it something that can be looked at for these communities?
We can look at it, absolutely.
Okay. And can they be held to the same standards that's already on paper than some of these other communities? Do you understand my question?
I do. Our standard is for new build, though. And so what I can commit to is that I will evaluate those communities and understand the best tool to improve reliability and resiliency.
Well, Centerpoint also considers studying alongside legislation a comprehensive plan to bury all the lines further and future-proof Houston's storm defense. That's all the Houston lines for storm defense. And I think you just said you'll take it on a one basis, basically.
If the state's desire for us to bury all the power lines, we would comply with that. I think that there are ways in which we can achieve similar outcomes.
Were you aware that after Hurricane Ike, Mayor Bill White formed the Blue Ribbon Commission to investigate and prevent further harm? Clearly, we have not accomplished the goals set out by the commission. How can Centerpoint amend the emergency operation plan to ensure that we do not end up in a similar situation in the next decade?
I am aware of that report. I've evaluated, I think, 8 or 9 of the 13 recommendations are specific to Centerpoint. We've either fully or substantially adopted those recommendations. My commitment is that we are accelerating the pace of this work to help minimize the risk of future outages moving forward and to improve our communications immediately.
I hope they understand that back home, what you just said. So the Florida Power and Lighting undertook a comprehensive vegetation management initiative every May that was talked about earlier, specifically the preparations for hurricane season. Does Centerpoint do something similar to that?
We have not, but we will moving forward.
You have not, but you will be moving forward?
That's correct, sir.
So we can expect that every May, specifically, that Centerpoint will start doing preparation for hurricane season?
We prepare for hurricane season, but one of the best practices that we learned from FPL was that they actually host community partners, the press, elected officials, to talk about the new tools, the expectations for the upcoming hurricane season. We have not done that. That's my commitment. We have historically prepped for hurricane season. As was mentioned earlier, we had our annual emergency preparedness drill at the end of April. But we are in the process of overhauling that to improve its effectiveness.
Well, since we're falling, we've agreed to do like Florida and do it every May. As we see more extended power outages from corporate failures and extreme weather, we also see a displaced volatility of pricing pushed toward poor people as the wealthy people buy generators. What will Centerpoint do to proactively address that issue and ensure that those with the least who already suffer the most are not paying for the mistakes that you make?
I'm proud that the company's average bill today is the same as it was in 2014. We've maintained a flat price.
Sure about that?
Despite.
You sure about that?
Our average bill is roughly a little under $50 today, and it was the same in 2014.
A light bill is $50 today, the average light bill?
Our portion of the T&D charges on that bill, the energy cost has.
Your portion?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can't find it.
Explain that. Can you break that down for my people at home when you say your portion?
Sure. Our role in the market is to deliver energy to a home. So every customer is billed what's called a transmission and distribution charge that encompasses the cost to deliver that energy to the home. When those customers get a bill from their retail energy provider, it includes our charge plus the charge for the actual electricity, the cost of that energy that they consumed. And so so we don't bill customers directly. The retail energy providers bill on our behalf. The component of our bill related to our transmission and distribution charges are the same today as they were in 2014.
So what you're telling, since you don't want to break it down for me, I'll try to break it down. What you're saying is your portion of the bill is the same, but their actual provider is the one who's going up. Is that what you're saying?
The energy costs have gone up significantly, but we don't provide energy to the customers here. We just deliver the energy.
Just deliver transmission, okay. Florida went through a similar situation where they had to experience devastating power failures. They now engage in a proactive maintenance and hardening every year before hurricane season, like I talked about. They went through a visionary multi-decade action plan of undergrounding, pole replacement, vegetation management. What can be learned from them? And have you studied how their jurisdiction weatherized hardening before hurricane season plan works?
Yes, sir. I've already hired the executive that was the chief architect of that plan, and he's already beginning to evaluate our standards.
So he's on board with CenterPoint now?
As a contractor.
Same gentleman?
Yeah. Yes, sir, as a contractor.
And what are you expecting from him?
To help us adopt the lessons learned at FPL to the solution that we need here in Houston, Texas.
Even if it takes decades?
I think we can benefit from their experience to accelerate it. I think as I mentioned, the work around predictive modeling can help pinpoint the areas of greatest risk reduction or benefit faster. And so I think we can accelerate that based on lessons learned and new technology, but it does take time. The size of our system, if we were to string our overhead conductor from end to end, is enough to more than circle the circumference of the Earth. So it does take time. It won't happen overnight, but we are committing to accelerate it, to do it smarter, to have the highest possible impact as fast as we can.
Chairman, I don't have any more questions for Chairman Wells, but I would say to Chairman Wells that, yes, as one of my colleagues has stated earlier, the CenterPoint's credibility in my community has been shot completely. And I don't know if they can return, with credibility in my community. For years, many people, my generation, although I knew of HLMP or HP, Houston Power and Lighting, because I'm an old soul, an old spirit. But right now, it's CenterPoint. And the communities for which I represent, I understand. I understand the frustration. I don't condone it, but I understand the frustration that some of your linemen met when they came into my community. People went for the maximum of 7 days. Okay, we had medical facilities such as old folks' homes that went without 5 or 6 days. It's like, and those communities don't have generators. Fortunately, I'm not going to sit here and be, I do. I have a generator. Okay, but a lot of people in my community don't. And they had to suffer through it. And when you're already suffering, it's like when Mayor Turner said, the heavy trash pickup. When there's already trash from a storm, and then you talk about communities that's already being dumped on, it just makes the problem worse. Communities that's already being dumped on, no vegetation management, poles and lines that are outdated, and then we have a storm, and we're the last to get addressed. It just makes matters worse. Okay? And I have no personal problem with CenterPoint, but when my community has a problem, I've got a problem. And I hope that the things that you've committed on, because my staff is right here and they've written down everything, and please believe I will be following up with you. with you directly.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience.
Mr. Wells, just 2 or 3 questions on follow-up of that line of questioning. Your pole maintenance or your vegetation maintenance is 3,500 miles a year?
That's the minimum amount that we conduct. We have last year completed about 5,200 miles.
5,200.
Yeah.
Okay. You all have 28,000, so the math wasn't there adding up. That'd be an 8-year cycle instead of 5, but your 5-year cycle is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what really caught my attention was the question about knowing now what you know, would you still affect and put in place those leases for the temporary generation, specifically the large ones? Is that still a yes?
Yes, sir.
And what is the total number of megawatts that generation would provide? The large generation, if you had all
It's about
15?
450 megawatts.
Right. And during your area, how much did you lose or have to shed?
5 gigawatts.
5 gigs. I thought it was 8, but 5. So it's a tenfold factor compared to what you would have in mobile generation.
The idea behind sizing it it was a total
At
of
the 110?
500 megawatts for all of the different assets, was that we could roll power once every 4 hours to all customers. It wasn't to be able to provide power to the entirety.
Does that large generation have to be positioned at a substation that serves that circuit for it to essentially be functional?
Yes, sir.
So how many circuits do you have in Houston?
A little over 1,800.
1,800?
That's correct, sir.
So how many can one mobile or quasi-mobile large generation facility or units, how many circuits can it supply?
They can, there are multiple circuits coming out of a substation, so they could probably.
How many, what's the typical number of circuits
Maybe-
coming out of a substation?
Maybe 3 circuits in total would be.
Maybe.
Out of a substation. And there are 18,000 circuits?
1,800.
1,800, okay, 1,800, okay. So the math is just still doesn't work out there that much.
45 out of 1,800 circuits.
Yeah. So there, and then the last one, you said one of the reasons you decided to proceed as CFO or COO with this lease, or was it your decision again, or was it the CEO's decision? Or a group, or
It was
who
our
made
team.
the decision?
Ultimately, our CEO did, but it was a recommendation of the senior leadership team.
Did you ever buck the CEO?
If I don't believe in something, I state my mind, and
When it came down to putting more money in the bottom line with affecting a long-term lease, and you could, quote, legitimize it, no reason to buck them, right?
this was about bringing tools to mitigate a risk that was immediately in front of us. We were asked to prevent effectively the outages.
A URI issue.
That's right.
The 3 circuits per substation, 1,800 circuits, the math there, again, we'll figure it out, but it doesn't make sense to me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that math. The way it was sized by our engineers was that our system could shed 3 gigawatts of load, and the way we've segmented our system meant we could provide power to customers once every 4 hours.
But you'd have to move the unit to a different substation, would you not?
No, sir.
No?
So the 500 megawatts allows us to shed another 2 gigawatts of load, keeping them in the same location and rolling power once every 4 hours. And what that meant is then in total, based on the design and segmentation of our system, we could shed 3 naturally plus 2 more associated with those 500 megawatts for a total of 5 gigawatts of load shed and ensure that every customer got power at least once every 4 hours.
Okay, I'll take your word that you had some reasoning beyond financial to do it, or some reasoning beyond the CEO saying, hey, I want to do this, for whatever reason the CEO wanted to do it. But your other comment was that there was a 12-hour requirement by the PUC regarding load shed and being without electricity. My understanding from information I received, was y'all were the only company that insisted y'all had to do this to comply with that order. Is that your understanding too?
I don't know, but I could follow up on that.
Okay, those are my questions. Senator Middleton, then Senator Nichols, and then Senator Creighton.
Can I just clean one thing up?
We have a number of senators.
One statement, close
Okay,
out.
one statement.
My community is forgiving, but Center Point's gonna have to put the work in.
Yes, sir, I have my commitment.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's back up a little bit here. So, you know, we heard from Chief Kidd about the lead up to the storm here. We also heard that the PUC had heard from AEP, and I don't know who exactly. I assume someone in leadership. Now, you're CEO, right? So you're in charge of everything that happens with CenterPoint, period, the end, buck stops with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're compensated well for that, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your total deferred plus salary, all in?
I think it's 8.3 million.
Okay, so it's a lot, you know, and I guess that's supposed to be for a lot of responsibility. Okay, so here we are leading up to the storm. So the State Operations Center is active, right?
Yes, sir.
Chief Kidd, acting Governor Patrick, because Governor Abbott is out of town. Did you ever reach out to either the PUC or Chief Kidd yourself or the leader in disaster response, which is our acting governor, right? Because it's a disaster order. So our acting governor is in charge for the whole state, which is really important when we don't know exactly where a storm is going to hit, right? And we're not totally certain of that. So that's who's going to guarantee to deal with all of the response. So on Sunday night, 4 a.m. Monday, landfall, did you personally reach out to any of those three?
I'd have to go back and look at my records, but I was regularly communicating with the acting governor during the restoration. I don't know the specific day that started.
Well, that's after. That's after. I'm talking about right before it hit. Because, I mean, we heard that AEP did to the PUC, and we heard that here today.
I communicated with one of our commissioners at the PUC on our preparedness, and I did not reach out to Chief Kidd.
Okay, so you're the leader, and you didn't reach out to the leader of the state in the disaster.
That's correct.
Okay, made that clear. So there was a CenterPoint rep there in the State Operations Center, right?
That's correct.
And I believe Chief Kidd said that they informed him that y'all were ready. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
So since that wasn't you, that person was not the leader of CenterPoint, who told them to say that?
The participants that are in the State Operations Center, other local government emergency operations centers, they participate in our CenterPoint Emergency Operations Center debriefs. And so as we were preparing for that storm, they got the information that we had assessed the damage, expected damages, that we had secured resources, that had materials, had pre-staged sites, and were ready. This storm created more damage than what we expected. And so that was the inconsistency with respect to the update that was provided and ultimately what happened.
So you did not tell whoever this individual was in our State Operations Center to say, we're ready? They just said that on their own, or?
I was on the emergency operations calls where we determined our readiness, but no, I did not specifically tell the individual to say that.
So how can we operate as a state responding to a disaster when we have someone telling us information that's probably what people want to hear, but not based on fact and not even from the leader, when the leader doesn't even bother to call the acting governor? At least we should be able to rely on good information from the person that you're supposed to have deputized to convey that information to the people running the state. How can we operate in a disaster if we can't even trust that?
It's unacceptable.
And this goes back to the leadership issue. So I mean, you're not disputing that they said we're ready. So 42%, I think you said, of your meters are on your alert system, right?
42% of our, we have contact
42% of meters, sorry, are on your alert system.
We have contact information, customer contact information for 42% of our meters.
And earlier, you sort of seemed to pass the buck to the retail electric providers. So let's talk about before the storm. You know, hurricane season's not a surprise. This isn't new. Didn't move, right? We know it's coming. Did you or anyone at your company try to get that information and make a request of the retail electric providers for the other 58%?
Yes, sir.
You did. And did you get that information?
No, sir.
Okay, I've heard different things from retail electric providers, or they didn't hear from y'all. So we're going to have to look more into that. And that's something that, as a hostage, right? You're the monopoly, right? There is no other transmission distribution utility that
That's
they're going to
correct.
serve, right?
That's correct.
And as a monopoly provider, you're saying that you don't have any leverage over them to get that information, and you can't seem to get that. That's your statement?
That's right. I think it's a travesty. We need access to that information.
So as the largest, I think, TDU, the retail electric providers don't have to give you any information at all.
Some do, but
They've
they don't
said
have
no.
to. Correct.
Okay, let's move on to something different here. Let's talk about leadership's prioritization of expenditures, right, leading up to the storm, and some of the things that we've talked about today. My understanding is y'all spent $45 million last year on vegetation management and $220 million over the last 5 years. That's 5 years. So in the last 2 years, you spent on average about $80 million, right?
I think we spent about $56 million last year and about 40 the year before. So those numbers seem a little
So
low.
96.
Yep.
But you over 2 years, and then over those same 2 years, you spent $800 million on mobile gen.
That's right.
And we think probably at least 80% of it was not doing anything for us in a Category 1 hurricane, right?
It was never intended to support storm restoration.
But so this is the leadership issue that I'm getting to. As CEO of a company, you're supposed to prioritize the use of assets and expenditures of funds. And you spent close to 10 times as much on mobile gen, which a lot wasn't even working, over vegetation management that probably could have prevented the use of mobile gen, the smaller mobile gen to begin with, the ones that were connected to facilities directly. So how's that being ready? How's that being ready for the storm?
We have to be ready for a number of different events. So we prioritize funding, for instance, for flood events. We have to elevate our substations so that they don't get submerged and lose power. We have to maintain readiness for extreme temperature, hot, cold, shortfalls of power. We have to maintain readiness for extreme wind events. There are a lot of different risks that we're managing, and so we have to make progress on each of those risks. I fully acknowledge that the money that was spent on those large units was not useful for this restoration, but that wasn't the purpose. We're managing a portfolio of risks with a portfolio of investments.
But you said at the State Operations Center that you were ready. This isn't winter. We know it's July. So, I mean, we know the nature of the type of disaster. That's you weren't referring to winter. You're referring to the hurricane that was going to hit Texas when you said you were ready in the State Operations Center. So you weren't ready with your mobile gen for that type of exact disaster that we all knew was going to hit Texas.
We underestimated the level of outages that were coming from trees outside of our right-of-way, which is why we've committed to an action of putting a 25% buffer on any estimated crew needs for future storm responses starting immediately. That was what we underestimated. We did fully utilize the portfolio of mobile gen that is dedicated to storm response.
And so if we were ready, why did I hear about field ticket congestion? And that's basically the marching orders for the linemen, the mutual assistance, also your, I guess, in-house of where they need to go work and on where they need to restore power. Why was I hearing about that where I don't think that was very anecdotal? I saw it all over the district. In fact, they were staging and they were there for at least 6 hours at Moody Gardens, and then a lot of people complained, including a city council person, and they just moved over and parked by a school. Just because everyone complained, so they just moved locations so people wouldn't see them as much, I guess. And that's not the lineman's fault. That is leadership. That's a leadership issue, right? Making sure that we're ready. You know, when leadership says we're ready, that's supposed to mean something. So what are your answers on the field ticket congestion?
We can always get better at every one of our processes, but I will say that we onboarded a workforce of nearly 15,000 and got them to work quickly. Otherwise, we would not have been able to restore power to 80% of our customers within 4 days of the storm passing through the system.
So we didn't have a functioning online outage tracker. Do y'all do remote onboarding for all your linemen and mutual assistants, which speeds things up a lot?
No, we wait until they get to the staging site, and then we conduct about a 3-hour onboarding orientation.
Why do other companies do remote onboarding to speed things up and you don't?
We can clearly get better.
These are the examples where, you told us, our constituents, people running the EOC, TDM, acting governor, you're ready, and you weren't ready. And this is like 4 examples just now where there was completely failed leadership. And you're put in that position to lead this company. I mean, not even calling the night before, Sunday night. It's sad. It's sad for our constituents. People died over it, and it's beyond unacceptable.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Nichols.
Mine will be fairly short. I'm going to try to get a little more granular. We've talked about vegetation. We've talked about mobile or almost mobile units. And seeing these things like that, I want to talk about poles for a second. Poles are what caused a lot of the problems when the poles went down because of the trees and so on. We have wooden poles, and I'm sure, I want you to first walk me through the different types of options on poles. As I understand it, you have wood, you have composite or composite reinforced, maybe a concrete, steel reinforced concrete, or maybe steel. Is that pretty much all?
Those are the predominant types of pole classes, yes.
Okay. Cost-wise, as I understand it, composite or composite reinforced, I'm not an expert here, as you can tell, is substantially stronger than the wood. And as you kind of work your way up, not only are the strengths higher, but the costs go up as well.
That's correct.
So can you walk me through those 4 real quick? Expense-wise, composite compared to wood and whatever the next one up is, but the strength.
I don't have the cost off the top of my head. I can get you that information here at the end of the day. But you are correct that it gets more expensive stepping into each of those. It's a much more complicated and costly installation.
The concrete and steel, for sure, are way up there. But I'm not so sure the composite reinforced or composite posts are that much more. Oh, somebody's already got the numbers here.
No, not quite.
Yeah, they are. I figured there were different grades. You got larger diameter and all that kind of stuff. But if the composite poles, if there's substantial structural improvement of them coming down, in other words, if they're 30 or 40% more or something like that, but they're 50% more, have more strength, wouldn't it make a lot of sense to consider going to stronger more resilient?
The total cost of ownership is less when you think about the strength and the fact that they likely are less likely to fail under extreme wind conditions. That's
Because
correct.
I remember us going through this years ago in one of these hearing rooms, and I was pretty new here. And my district we grow poles, we grow trees, so we sell a lot of poles, and we wanted to make sure we thought wood would be great, but the structural strength and the damage, particularly when you're in high density population areas, is huge. So you're telling me that you're going to start going to more structural, better pole? Or?
We have started that, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. You just, in your information, got through replacing 3,000 poles.
That sounds about right, yes, sir.
Okay. Was that the original lower grade wood poles, or was that one of the new stronger poles?
We're replacing the 3,000 that were part of the restoration. The majority of those are wood poles to
Same kind of
accelerate.
poles that came down?
Yes, sir, because it was part of the speed of restoration.
Okay.
And the inventory.
And I understand you had about, somewhere in all this stuff I read, because I think y'all sent reports like 3 or 4 different times, which I appreciated. We looked at, I think you had in inventory 15,000 or 18,000 poles.
That's right. We had I can't remember if we had 15,000 poles or 17,000, but it's roughly that.
Something like that.
That's
Okay.
right. Yes, sir.
Are those all the wood poles that are, I guess you'd call them, I call them minimum standard? Were you just passing me something?
Yes.
No, sir. Part of that stock includes composite poles.
So I'm kind of, if we had had the stronger poles, like the more resilient poles, whether it's composite or larger diameter or whatever, in stock as opposed to the weaker wooden poles, when you replace them, like we just did, you would have 3,000 stronger poles. But we don't. We replaced them with the same kind of poles that just came down.
It would have taken longer to restore. The installations of those composite poles or steel or concrete take longer and would have delayed the restoration. What we've committed to do is we have 100% of our planned pole replacements for the remainder of this year will be done with composite poles, not wood, to begin the acceleration of that adoption. But it does take a lot longer to set in place those poles, which is why we...
I don't really understand why it would take that much longer, because you drill a hole, you pull the old pole out, you drill a hole and you set the pole in there, and then you've got to string it up, regardless of what it's made out of.
Generally, they're set deeper.
They're what?
Set deeper, so you've got to dig more. Some of our line workers don't like using those composite poles because it's a different climbing method. And so as we bring thousands of people in to immediately help with restoration, putting up a wood pole is the fastest possible path towards...
Okay, but this isn't going to be the last hurricane. So what
No,
I'm
sir.
thinking about is the next hurricane, if we're going to replace another 2,000 or 3,000 poles, or we're going to replace them with the wooden poles that are going to shear off, or we're going to replace them with the more resilient poles. Kind of where I'm going. And you've got 15,000 in inventory. Are we going to keep using those until the inventory's gone, or are we going to replace them and have a new stock of stronger poles?
For all of our planned pole replacements through the remainder of this year, they will all be composite.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions before we get to Dean Zaffarini?
It's technical. In Ike, you replaced how many poles?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. Can I ask my resource witness?
Please do.
It was between 8,000 and 9,000 poles during Ike versus about 3,000 this time.
Senator Crane?
Thank you.
Dean Zaffarini, I think, wanted to go last.
Okay.
Go ahead, Senator Crane.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members as well. Mr. Nelson, just a couple of, Mr. Wells, just a couple additional points. We talked quite a bit today about your plans for CenterPoint Energy going forward on corrective measures You've got in your handouts improving resiliency, technology, pole replacements, communications, and your third pillar is improving community partnerships. You know, for a company that's been under several different names since the 1880s, do you feel like that those are good enough? Do you feel like for a company that has a protected monopoly for the greater Houston region and all of those customers that have been let down, do you feel like resiliency, strengthening poles, improving technology, and better community partnerships is what this committee deserves?
It's not completely sufficient, no. When we outline those changes, those are the initial changes that we have already begun to undertake. We've also committed to a couple of other things to add to that plan. As I mentioned, we hired former chief architect of the FPL plan to advise on our hardening efforts moving forward. We've hired third-party emergency preparedness as well as communication leaders to continue to provide us more information. We've also hired an independent third party to do a comprehensive external review. Our absolute intention is to add to this plan. And so I wouldn't say that it, in and of itself it's sufficient, but it's the actions we are committed and are undertaking immediately to start to improve things.
Well, I would encourage you to do so. I mean, I think it's important for this committee and for the rest of the Senate, over 30 million people that we represent. I think it's very important for you to understand your audience. It's obvious that we are not Washington, D.C. My colleagues are very well prepared. They're very informed. They know the granular aspects of exactly what we're dealing with here and the surgical nature of really where we could continue to take this. We haven't even scratched the surface yet. In fact, I don't think for most of us that breakfast is even worn off. We've got a full attendance, full participation, high priority focus with all of our staff and our teams, not just here, but in our offices, working on this around the clock when we have so many other issues pressing for this state. And to understand your audience coming in, and you may not have provided these, your team may have provided them for you, but to give us a worksheet based on 3 different types of temporary generators, and to give us a bar graph from a financial standpoint of something this cartoonish, I think it gives me the impression that we're somewhere in this failure to communicate in between a guarded deposition and a bad Rotary Club lunch presentation. And I'm saying that because you deserve to be prepared coming in here with what we all have as expectations in this almost 8 hours that we've been engaged in this process. And again, I've sat with all of my colleagues here today in 21-hour hearings. This is a fraction of our endurance at $7,200 a year, because we owe it to Texas to make sure we get these things right. And first and foremost, your commitment to keep people alive is the top priority, right? Keep people alive and safe. And I've lost constituents in this storm, as I opened up with, and many of us have talked about. But next to that, we are projecting an image to the rest of this state and the nation and the world that the greater Houston region, which is the tip of the spear for job creation for the country and recovery, we used to be the last to know and the last to recover in an economic crisis. Now we are the front lines and the model for the rest of the nation. And for CenterPoint Energy to fumble that when you have other companies protecting their brand at all costs. Coca-Cola have a Coke and a smile, right? Ford built Ford tough. CenterPoint hopes to get out of this with, at best, a slogan of unreliable at best. and to not be there for your customer base and your and those that pay your rates, and to make sure that communication is paramount. I mean, if you include it in every bill, because I know that there is, it's not true that only 42% of your customers are dialed in to emergency response updates because they haven't chosen to opt in. You can certainly find them when you need their money. So what is included in their billing? And is that once a year? Is that twice a year? Is that once a quarter? Is that with every statement? Big red, bold letters that say urgent. Text, keep the lights on to the number listed here for immediate storm recovery updates. This will save lives, could be your life or a family member's life. If you included that, I would imagine that as you're trying to, you certainly can find them when you need their payment, but when you need them to dial in on what keeps them safe and what gets your company's message across, there's just no doubt about it that your resources could be channeled in to finding people that are not yet connected. So I understand you're encouraging the legislature to do something about that, but I know that there could be a better plan. In this entire resiliency plan, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap it up because I'm just filling in gaps because you all have done such a good job today. I would include one more bullet point on the list of improving resiliency, improving technology, strengthening poles, improving community partnerships, and improving communication. I would include at the top transformative C-suite decision-making that will protect lives and begin the arduous process of returning CenterPoint Energy's good name. That is absolutely paramount for the public to have confidence in what you're offering them, and for us as a legislature to understand that we can trust you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you, Senator. Dean Zaffarini. Oh, sorry. Senator LaMantia, then Dean Zaffarini.
Just thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just have a quick question. So before, we talked a lot about your time at CenterPoint, but before that you spent over a decade at PG&E, correct?
That's right.
And imagine you had a lot of experience with vegetation management while there.
Yes.
And so my question is, you know, with your past experience, with the knowledge that there's been root degradation in the area for a number of years, and knowing that the risk factor of a hurricane or hurricane-style winds hitting the Houston area was much higher than the risk factor of another load-sharing emergency like we had in Uri, why wasn't vegetation management prioritized higher than the generation purchasing?
It was prioritized based on the experience that I had as I stepped into that role. The decision around mobile generation took place in the fall of 2021. We really saw the impacts of weakening trees as we really started to experience the drought in the summer of 2023. It was at that time when we really understood the risk related to vegetation. I did pull upon my previous experience. It is why we accelerated our program, introduced a revamp of our high hazard tree analysis. That's why we started to conduct work to do this predictive modeling to be smarter and more targeted with our vegetation management work. I was pulling upon that experience to address these issues, and that is why I have confidence as we look forward, we can take the steps necessary to begin to rebuild trust as we execute upon this work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Hinojosa.
Yeah, as I listen to you and your testimony and the questions that have been very smart questions asked by members, there seems to be a lack of leadership, continuity, and lack of institutional knowledge. And the reason I say that, because many of these same issues that we're discussing today, some of the same concerns were expressed in 2009 after Hurricane Ike. by Mayor White from Houston, who assigned this assignment to a task force to look into these issues. And at the same time, CenterPoint made the same promises you're making now. So why should we believe you now?
I can't speak to the actions of those previous management teams, but I've dedicated my nearly 25-year career to utility service. I have a strong belief in duty over self, that this requires leadership based on the experience that I have to kind of lead through with a sense of urgency to make the investments and the improvements necessary to begin to rebuild trust. And so I can't speak to the past, but what I can tell you is I am 100% committed to restoring our community's faith and trust in CenterPoint.
I guess CenterPoint has really lost quite a bit of credibility, especially when the same promises were made in 2009 after Hurricane Hike. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions? Dean Zaffarini, you recognize? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wells, I've gone through and tried to omit every question that has been asked by other members whose districts were impacted. So if I ask you a question that you've already answered, please just tell me and I'll go on to the next one. Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
So on July 25th, you testified that CenterPoint is especially focused on vegetation management and that you doubled your vegetation management crews by July 17th. But on page 5 of your CenterPoint's 2023 annual earnings report, it says, in 2023, we upheld our goal of reducing operations and maintenance costs by 1 to 2% annually, on average over our current 10-year plan to help maintain customer affordability. Now, I certainly applaud your efforts to maintain customer affordability, but not if it means sacrificing critical maintenance. So my question to you is there a disconnect between your commitment to vegetation management and the reductions in your maintenance budget?
Absolutely not. We have a finite set of resources, and part of that discipline around O&M allows us to shift money to higher priorities. And as I previously testified, that is why we increased our vegetation spend by nearly 30%, well in excess of that 1 to 2% reduction that was cited in our annual report.
Thank you. You told Chairman Shortner that you had actually addressed the needs of 5,000 miles in terms of vegetation management, but you told PUC and in your letter to Governor Abbott you said you were doubling your goal from 3,500 miles to 7,000. Even if you reach the 7,000 goal, higher than what you said to Chair Shortner, that would still leave 22,270 miles untouched. Is your goal worthy, or should you have a higher goal?
Our goal this year was to double the commitment was to double our workforce starting July 16th to execute that 2,000 miles for the remainder of this year. That's why it's not a full doubling of the miles, because we only have 5 months remaining in the year. That 2,000 miles is what we can safely accomplish using, the latest risk technology that I previously described.
So how many miles are left?
How many miles are left this year?
Of the 29,000.
We'd only address 7,000, so it would be 22,000 in that case.
And what is the condition of the vegetation along those miles?
That's what we're using those maps to assess so that we can make the most targeted investment of those 2,000 miles.
Now, should you cover the cost of that vegetation mitigation from the profit you enjoyed from leasing those temporary mobile generators?
We don't have a mechanism to recover the cost of the vegetation management that I've articulated. As I mentioned, there was testimony earlier that we have recovery of our costs, and we don't actually have a mechanism to recover our costs. Well, we set a forecast of what we expect the cost to be, and if we decide to spend more, as we did with vegetation management, that actually comes out of the profits of the company. And that's what happened in 23, and that's what will happen here in 24.
Okay, thank you. In your letter to Governor Abbott, you identify the pillars of your action plan as resiliency investments, best-in-class customer communications, and strengthened partnerships. None of those is rocket science, as I said before when I was talking to Chairman Gleason. Why hadn't you done that before? Why are these new goals that you even call pillars?
Many of the actions were underway. We understood, though, given the pain and suffering that our communities experienced during Hurricane Beryl, that we had to accelerate those efforts. My biggest disappointment is that work was underway, but it was not available to our customers in Hurricane Beryl. And so our commitment is to accelerate the adoption, do it faster, better for our customers moving forward.
Now, vegetation can cause a lot of problems other than outage. Did CenterPoint experience anything other than outage related to the vegetation problems? No fires or anything else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of? Thank you. Mayor Whitmire wrote a letter to the PUC, and in it he wrote, "The residents and businesses of Houston deserve a reliable electricity transmission and distribution system designed to withstand hurricane-force winds, thunderstorms, freezing temperatures, and extreme heat. On a scale of 1 to 10, what position are you in to provide that for future severe winter storms?"
I don't have a number on that scale, which is one of the reasons why we abated our resiliency filing. We have to reassess the pace of those investments in light of the impact from Hurricane Beryl. But I can tell you my commitment is that we are trying to make those investments as quickly and as targeted as possible to have the highest impact for our customers.
Well, let me give you a new opportunity then. On a scale of 1 to 10, what was your level of preparedness for Beryl?
It was clearly insufficient given the number of outages and the time it took to restore service. We had prepared in advance, but as I said, it was insufficient.
So what's the number on a scale of 1 to 10?
I don't have a number because there are so many elements that go into kind of preparedness. It was clear that we need more resources for future events.
I won't ask a third time, don't worry.
How would you grade yourself? A, B, C, D, F?
Respectfully, I look at this as binary. Do we exceed our customers' expectations or will we fail to meet them? We fail to meet them. And so in my mind, that's what matters. We have to
pass
be
or
better.
fail. In this case, you failed.
We failed. And we need to be better.
Thank you. Mayor Whitmire also writes, "The electric utilities that serve Houston were granted monopolies, a guaranteed rate of return on their investments, and expedited investment recovery mechanisms to ensure that sufficient funding was available to provide reliable electricity service." Those are pretty powerful tools. Were they not enough? And if not, what other tools do you need?
Those are powerful tools. All I can speak to is the experience that I'm bringing to bear, which is we've dramatically changed our focus around these over the last year and a half. And candidly, it's still not a sufficient pace. And so the commitments that we have made, Governor Abbott, to the PUCT and others, is to double down on that pace because it clearly was insufficient.
You heard me ask this question to Chair Gleason. How would you feel about the legislature requiring utilities in Texas to implement resilience and reliability measures for the regions they serve? And would you be willing to adopt those measures?
Yes, we would. One of the things that we've adopted this year under my leadership is a daily operation review where we convene all of our senior-most leaders looking daily at the statistics around our workforce safety, around reliability of our electric system, around the performance of our gas system, around customer feedback, around employee-related issues and emerging issues. I believe strongly in the principles of what gets measured matters, and if you're not measuring it, you can't manage it. And I fully support the idea that we need more resiliency and more reliability measures to improve the service that our customers expect of us.
Thank you. You're under investigation by the PUC. How are you preparing for that investigation? Are you simply looking internally, or are you reaching out to local governments and other partners and others for feedback so that you can respond to their criticism of you?
We're preparing comprehensively. Part of that is inviting the feedback of external parties. Part of that is meeting with community leaders. Part of that is meeting with our customers. We're trying to gather as much comprehensive feedback as we can to make sure that as we prioritize our improvements, we are addressing the issues that our community faced and focused and addressing them as fast as we can.
Thank you. You talked about trying to restore the public's trust and confidence in you, and especially the people of Houston's trust and confidence in CenterPoint. I'm your customer in Laredo. I certainly don't feel that public trust and confidence. If I heard that a severe storm was coming to Laredo, I'd be worried to death. Do I have reason to worry, or will you be better prepared for other parts of your region outside of Houston?
We will absolutely be better prepared.
And how will you assure that?
It is in my entire focus and commitment to improve on our emergency preparedness and response for all of the risks the company has to manage and maintain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand something. I want folks that are in the audience and listening to understand when y'all go before the PUC and you are asking for an increase, a rate increase to recoup efforts after a storm. And I understand that it has to be proven that it's just and reasonable. Okay. What are the examples of items that you list that you want to be recouped, your expenses recouped for?
The vast majority of the expenses that we'll seek recovery for are to pay the line workers, vegetation management professionals, the damage assessors who all came to take part and help restore service to our customers. It will also include the materials that were utilized during the storm, things like the poles, the transformers, but it's largely the cost of the nearly 15,000 workforce that restored service after the event.
Because that leads to maybe $1 or $2 per customer per month. And that never goes away. And then the next storm comes, and then you go before the PUC again, and then you ask for another rate increase, and you have to prove that it's just and reasonable. And I don't know if this was covered, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to ask something that's already been asked. I can have a sidebar conversation with someone. But the contested rate case, there's one pending right now, is that right?
That's correct.
When was that request made? And y'all, stop me if this has already been covered.
We were required to file this rate case back in March of this year. As part of our 2019 rate case for the company, we made a commitment to file no later than, I believe, the middle of March of 2024. So we made that filing a little earlier this year.
And what was how did you qualify that as being just and reasonable? What were you trying to recoup for?
This rate case covered kind of all of our capital investments that the company's made since that 2019 rate case, as well as an update on our current level of operating and maintenance costs, as well as a current update on the allowed return on the investment in our electric system.
Do you list, is it allowed to include proactive expenses for vegetation?
It basically uses what is called a historical test year. What it does is it looks back at the level of our O&M activity. So in this instance of vegetation management, we basically submit the amount that we spent for 2023 and use that as a basis to inform the request moving forward.
I asked this earlier, and you really didn't answer. Maybe you didn't know, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is, are you allowed to get your cost recouped for when you go before the PUC and you're trying to justify all the things that you want to get recouped for. The proactive cost for vegetation versus once a tree, and I pointed this out because I thought I saw somewhere where your proactive vegetation maintenance is in one part of your budget, your O&M. But then when a tree falls on the lines, then that comes out of your capital budget. And I guess what I'm trying to determine is if you are, I'm trying to compare, are you not able to get recouped for proactive vegetation, but then you get recouped for after a storm and once the tree or the limb is down on the power line?
I'm not aware of capitalizing costs associated with trees falling into our equipment. In the instance of the 35,000 trees that we worked as part of this restoration, that's part of the cost that we would seek to recover as part of the restoration. It would be recovery of kind of the maintenance that we incurred during this storm event. But the proactive piece that's above what we collect in rates today, we don't have any mechanism to collect that.
I guess I just want to make sure that you're not doing less on proactive maintenance on vegetation and waiting till the storm hits because you can recoup the cost once the tree has hit the wire and it's down.
I can assure you, Senator, we took proactive measures well beyond what we recover in rates because it was the right thing to do given the impact that the last several growing seasons have had on the trees in our area.
Is that right?
And are you planning to go to the PUC
He still gets reimbursed, right? But he can only
on this storm and ask for a rate increase?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's clear anymore.
Yes, we would intend to propose for recovery of the costs associated with this restoration here.
What did you just say again?
I was
It's worth repeating, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I asked him if Centerpoint is planning to go before the PUC at the cost of the taxpayers to ask for another rate increase to recoup their cost from this storm.
Yes, we are intending to file for recovery of the cost of this restoration. We have the burden of proof to prove that those costs are prudent and reasonable. But it is a cost that has historically been a cost that has been supported by the PUC.
Well, I know there are folks from the PUC here. I mean, you're going to have to really jump through hoops and leaps and bounds to prove just and reasonableness. Because as it was, we've all kind of made the case on your vegetation efforts, the fact that you have been decreasing that. It's gone down, I think, by 1,200 miles of coverage. Is that right?
I believe that we've increased our vegetation management.
You increased the budget, but then you're covering less mileage.
We also increased, we did two things with that increased budget. We increased the mileage on a cycle basis, as well as introducing a much higher level of the high hazard tree program, the specific targeted risk reduction.
Well, PUC, I hope that the folks are really going to hone in on this and look carefully at what you're asking for, because there are a lot of folks that are going to be tuning in. We've got a lot of our constituents that don't want to pay, even if it's just $1 or $2 extra a month, when a lot of these costs could have been avoided. Thank you.
Did you want to?
I think probably Mr. Ryan could answer most of these questions in great detail. And Mr. Wells, I think you're doing the best you can. You're the CEO. You don't have to go usually before the rate cases at the PUC. Mr. Ryan does, as I understand. So I just want to clarify what Senator Alvarado said. To the best of my knowledge, is y'all can, on one side of this ledger that's not your not your capital expenditure, but your reimbursement. As you said, Mr. Wells, you go before it and you project what you're going to do on your vegetation. We can call it all kinds of things, rehabilitation, cutting trees, whatever you want to call it, okay? I mean, I don't talk plain to the people, okay? Cutting trees, getting trees so they don't fall down on the power line, right? So y'all go forth and you project that and you get it approved, okay? And I mean, like, we think it's some magic pot. It comes from our ratepayers. I mean, that's what it is. And those costs are spread across the ratepayers, right? And then if you spend more money, you actually get a true up later, as Mr. Gleason explained. And, they can actually come back to you and say, oh, you spent more. No. We gave you more money than you spent. Now, I asked the question, have you ever done that? And I don't think he's ever done, or the VUC has ever done that, or one time, right? But y'all can recoup it. You can go back and justify and say, look, what we plan to do is more than what, we were able to project, budget, etc. I think I've got that right. I made it very simple. There's a lot more that goes into it. There's a lot of lawyers that sit around and a lot of other people that try to do this. But in general, I've said it very plainly as I can say it. You get reimbursed for your expenses. You have capital expenditures. The state of Texas, through the PUC, guarantees somewhere, and I mean, like, the lowest I've seen is 9%. Sometimes I use the metric of 10%, because that's kind of what I've always been told, somewhere in between there. And so, I mean, like, that's where it is. So when Carol Alvarado is trying to say, are y'all, like, not doing vegetation for some reason or another? Right. I don't think we really understand why you're not doing vegetation. I get it. You said the drought, trees became more brittle, all that stuff. I got the 18 inches. Maybe you only have 18 inches outside your power line in Houston, and there's a lot of beautiful old trees in Houston. If y'all aren't in Houston very often, it's a beautiful area. Wherever it is, all over, there is a lot of trees. There are a lot of trees. But I just want to tell the general public that y'all do get reimbursed, and you get reimbursed through the ratepayers. But then the ratepayers are without, electricity for 2 weeks, and some of them die. It's hard for all of us up here to explain. So I just want to keep it simple. It's complex, but it really isn't. So, Senator Alvarado, you're right. We don't need to chinch on this vegetation cutting and all that stuff. If you have a problem, go after it. You've admitted today we weren't doing a good job. We were not as, I use the word aggressive, maybe foresightful, maybe we took our eyes off the balls with all these purchases in these 5 other states. I mean, maybe we took the eye off the ball, okay? Once the venerable Houston, it is Houston Lighting and Power, is what it was called. But I just have to say that the general public says we're paying for all these things and we didn't get it. And it's just not that complicated. Maybe y'all just didn't plan for it, but we got to do better. They do get reimbursed. That's the end of that. Don't answer it. I think I'm right on it.
Sarah Miles.
So just a point of clarification. Just so I make sure I understand what you just said. So you get reimbursed for vegetation if you let it go and it gets to a point, it's a storm situation, you'll get it reimbursed. Is that correct?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah. But you don't get it reimbursed if it's just part of the daily day to keep it up, the maintenance. Let's call it maintenance. Is that correct? That comes out of pots for certain point. Is that right? No. Hold on. Just answer the question. Is that right? If it's just maintenance,
it's more complicated. So I'll try to keep it very.
Because it sounds to me, before you answer, it sounds to me as if you're incentivized by letting it just go and get, grow all over the lines. That's what it sounds. And I'm just trying to get a clarification there.
We're not incentivized. So we collect in rates today approximately $40 million a year for vegetation management.
Okay.
We collect that in rates.
You collect that, period.
That's right.
Okay.
When we decided to spend last year $56 million on vegetation management, that $16 million came out of profits.
Came out of profits.
There is no mechanism for us to go collect that.
Okay. But now that you're in the storm, and you've got to cut all this vegetation. You can submit a reimbursement for that.
All of the trees that we had to remove to restore service is part of the cost that we.
You
that
can
I
submit a
mentioned.
reimbursement for it.
That's correct.
So like I said, they're incentivized by letting the shit grow. Real simple.
Yes.
I think we'll wrap here with Senator King, who has a few comments.
I really, Senators, I want to apologize to you. In 2021, I filed a very simple bill in the House. The intent was to simply allow there to be very mobile storm response generation, that when a tornado came through or a big storm of some type or a hurricane, that the TDUs could have the option of having purchased or leased generation and small generators and drive them out to the site and get power going back up for the police department or for the jail or for the hospital or for the small community, the nursing home or whatever, until they got the lines up, knowing that that might take a day or a week or whatever. The legislation was hotly contested. It, like all generation, or like all bills, went through amendments and different things in the House and the Senate. And it still had a lot of flaws in it. In 2023, we thought we corrected it. It was never intended, at least by me, for it to allow it to be used for large generation of the nature we've talked about today. I feel like I've been taken advantage of, to be honest, that, and I've been working with CenterPoint since 1999, and good people and good company and all that, but I appreciate the fact that no other utility in the state used it for anything other than small generators. I hope that no other utility in the state will ever use that legislation to do anything but purchase, 1.5 megawatt generators for small jobs. It's disturbing that out of $800 million in expenditures, that only $500,000 of that was used for what I considered at least to be the intent of the legislation. I hope you will work with me on going back next session and changing that to where it's very clear that the statute in place can only be used for small, immediate storm response generation. And in the meantime, I just hope that no other utility will use it for anything other than that. And I take full responsibility for that myself. I'm very frustrated and disappointed over this, and a little irritated at myself that I didn't do a better job of getting that legislation tighter. But we will fix that going forward, because the intent, I thought everybody understood the intent was for this to be small, mobile, rapid deployment generation that was going to be sitting on an 18-wheeler and pulled up to the nursing home, or pulled up like I had it happen in Decatur to one of our hospitals 3 or 4 hours after a storm, and kept their power going for a couple of days until the lines got repaired. That was the intent, and we're going to correct it to make sure that that's the tight intent and purpose going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Members, thank you all very much for your very much attentive and concerning questioning of Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells, you are excused. You've been very, very nice to have had you here. Thank you. And then, do you want to call back anyone from AEP, Ms. Talavera or Mr. Villamontes from Energy, or move on to the next panel? Okay, they're excused as well. Chair calls panel 3, James Coleman, Joey, General Manager, Jackson Electric Cooperative, Joey Davis, Assistant General Manager, Administration, Jasper Newton Electric Cooperative, and Neil Walker, President of Texas New Mexico Power.
We'll start with the last, Mr. Walker, since you're the last statewide TDU. Mr. Walker, you'll state your name and begin.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman Swartner.
If there's a lot of information that's redundant, please move on to more pertinent and new information.
My name is Neil Walker. I'm president of Texas New Mexico Power, known as TNMP. I appreciate you inviting me here today. Obviously, these issues are of our utmost importance to our customers and to our company. I do want to say that our hearts and prayers go out to the Texans who continue to recover from the impacts of Hurricane Beryl. That the length of restoration matters to customers. I get that. I understand that, especially the extended outages, and our experiences from Beryl must improve our response for future storms. A little about TNMP, and I'll be brief. TNMP is a transmission and distribution utility. We power 275,000 homes and businesses in Texas. We are an ERCOT utility. All of our service territory is within ERCOT. We serve parts of North Texas, Central Texas, West Texas, and the Gulf Coast, specifically Brazoria and Galveston counties, and both saw obviously significant damage during Hurricane Beryl. We did employ, and we do employ, advanced weather analytics and begin tracking the hurricane certainly a week before landfall. We participated in the Texas Department of Energy Management calls that they had to ensure our readiness. And we know that the hurricane landed was going to land well south, but we continue to monitor that and made sure we had our staging locations, internal and external resources ready to go. On Friday, the forecast predicted landfall a bit further north, which was going to hit our service territory. At that time, we activated our emergency operations plan and took more comprehensive steps to ensure the safety of our employees and customers. Our priority is and was to proactively prepare for the restoration of power in those affected areas. That weekend, we deployed additional linemen and vegetation management personnel and staged them throughout our service territory down in the Gulf Coast in advance of the storm. These crews included internal and external contractors, as well as our own resources from other parts of the state. We also confirmed that we had additional crews on standby that we staged outside of our service territory. Coordinated with our material supplier to ensure a constant supply of materials. And for retail customers, we did stop disconnects in the Gulf Coast region. Hurricane hits Matagorda. We're about 23 miles from Matagorda, but it hit in our, close to our service territory. It certainly ripped through our service territory. Predominantly, it was a wind event for us. While our transmission system remained strong, our distribution system did suffer significant damage to our facilities, including broken poles, wire, and cross-arms. A significant amount of that damage was caused by a large number of uprooted trees outside of our easement, which certainly complicated our restoration efforts. Ultimately, 116,000 customers lost power on the day of the storm. On that same day, our crews began safety and facilities assessments by 11 a.m. once conditions, particularly the wind, got below 45 miles per hour, and we could do that safely. Restoration began that day. 50% of our customers were back online within 24 hours. 90% were restored by Sunday, July 14th, and then final restorations were made late Wednesday night, July 17th. In total, 215 TNMP employees actively responded to the restoration efforts. Further, we deployed 1,665 personnel comprised of 860 linemen, 761 vegetation management personnel, and 44 damage assessors from across the country. Together, TNMP and external personnel worked through subsequent storms, lightning, rain, heat to restore power. And I'm very proud to say they did so without any significant injuries or fatalities. I'm incredibly grateful, as you've heard others say, of these efforts and everyone's tireless work. I would like to also say that I'm grateful for our partners in the cities and counties that we serve, the sheriff's office, the police. They all jumped in, helped us with our needs for the restoration. But I do understand that the danger and frustration of customers have when they lack power for multiple days in this Texas heat. I do understand that. Throughout this process, we provided updates on public and social media, our outage map, and on our website. We created an email, hurricane@tnmp.com, dedicated solely to hurricane issues for those customers unable to contact us by phone due to lack of cell service. In these particular areas, there was some cell coverage issues and carrier issues during parts of our restoration. TNMP did provide regular updates to local, state leaders and staff to TNMP employee in the State Operations Center with TDM until all customers were restored. While every storm is different, we did learn many lessons from the storm that will help us continue to improve our service going forward. We know that communication is paramount in these situations because it allows customers to make informed decisions for themselves and their family members. I am committed to continuing to improve our process for preparation, restoration, and communication with customers, and we are mindful that customers still face recovery challenges even with power restored. TNMP and myself want to be a resource and partner in the conversations that are to come. I appreciate the opportunity to be with each of you today, and I'm happy to answer any
Thank you,
questions.
Mr. Walker. Members' questions of Mr. Walker regarding TNP's response? TNMP.
Yeah. Mr. Walker, thank you. We definitely visited over this, and overall, y'all's response was a lot better than CenterPoint's. And y'all, particularly helpful, broke it down by community, so people could see how many were out, meters were out by area, even if it was unincorporated, which was really helpful for people just wanting to know, right? And you also included the number of vegetation management crew, in each area as well to show people that we're working in these, as fast as we can, and, here's the current layout of, when we're kind of expecting restoration. So that was definitely a huge contrast with CenterPoint. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. And so I kind of wanted to ask, y'all have got cloud-based, I think.
That's correct.
And y'all did not buy any mobile gen either because
correct.
the rules wasn't officially adopted.
It hasn't been adopted yet, correct.
So y'all didn't do those two things either. One of the things I wanted to ask on the lineman issue, and this is a little different than some of the questions that I've asked before. I've heard from some of the lineman companies that the Class A CDL through the Department of Transportation was an issue, where it's hard to get those, and it sort of, throttled the total availability for our linemen. So I don't know if that impacted y'all or anyone testified here today, but it's something that some of the line companies, the independent mutual assistance line companies, have told me that that's a federal issue that kind of limited, some of their available resources.
We work with our employees to make sure they maintain their CDL license, so we're on top of it. I can't say anyone, rejected for that reason that, to come assist us that we requested.
Very good. And I know y'all had we talked about this, where y'all had someone in the Galveston County EOC, but we're needing someone in the Brazoria County EOC.
Sure.
So
100%. Duly noted.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
Please, whoever.
Okay. Is it on?
Yeah, bring it closer and speak up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Shortner, Vice Chair King, distinguished members of the committee. I'm James Coleman, General Manager of Jackson Electric Cooperative, and appreciate the invitation. Also, good morning to Senator, or what was good morning, afternoon to Senator Huffman. We're your constituents in Senate District 17. Jackson Electric Cooperative is a 501c12 not-for-profit cooperative and owned by the members we own and govern. The cooperative was founded in 1939 under the Rural Electrification Act, bringing electricity and a better quality of life to rural America. Jackson Electric has two subsidiaries, JEC Propane and MyJEC Rural Broadband. We also are a certified Generac retailer. As a member-owned rural electric cooperative, we live alongside the members of our community, and our sole purpose is to support and provide reliable and affordable services to our members. Transparent and consistent communications is embedded in our culture. We're directly accountable to our membership that elects the directors, who hires the general manager, direct policy, and oversee the cooperative business for the members. Jackson Electric has 2,503 miles of distribution line, serving 17,467 active meters, an average of about 7 meters per mile. Primarily in Jackson and Matagorda County, but also serving parts of Brazoria, Calhoun, Lavaca, and Victoria counties. Jackson Electric is one of 10 member owners of the South Texas Electric Cooperative, providing generation and transmission services in the ERCOT market. STEC has 14 substations in the JEC service area, connecting the 37 JEC-owned and maintained distribution circuits. Jackson Electric has 91 total employees, of which 52 are line personnel. The cooperative business model is strong and committed to responsible service to the membership. While we may be small individually, we're a powerful state and national network operating in an ecosystem that provides support, resiliency, and economic benefit to the members and community at large, especially during events that just occurred with Hurricane Beryl. When a cooperative is hit by a storm or other catastrophic event, the cooperative network is activated, providing additional manpower, material resources, and equipment to expedite recovery. We live where we work, and we're driven to effect the fastest and safest restoration possible. Severe weather is not a new challenge for us, having experienced 3 hurricanes, 2 tropical storms, and an ice storm in the past 7 years. Like others, we subscribe to and monitor multiple tropical weather services and have been watching Beryl from the time of forming. We practice our emergency response plan and have scripts and timelines for preparation when weather systems reach defined points in the Atlantic Basin. Regarding Hurricane Beryl, South Texas Electric and the 10 distribution systems began having daily team calls on July 2nd. As it appeared the storm was going to make landfall at the U.S.-Mexico border, our early discussions were about the state of readiness and the threat level of our various response plans corresponding to the expected landfall. For Jackson Electric, on Friday the 5th, the storm track continued to move east and north, and we opened up a dialogue with the Texas Electric Cooperatives Association here in Austin that administers our mutual assistance plan for all Texas co-ops. On the morning of July 7th, I requested for TEC to stage 6 construction crews and 2 service crews. Texas Electric Cooperative put out the request, and we soon had South Texas Group 7 co-op crews prepared and ready to go. The JEC crews staged at the Edna and Bay City offices to wait out the hurricane. We had more co-ops offering help than we could even take or coordinate for a recovery. On July 8th, Beryl made direct impact on the Jackson Electric service area. We lost our first distribution circuit at 12:38 a.m., and over the next 4 hours, we lost 27 more. All but 2 of the STEC JEC substations were hit by the storm. By 4:30 a.m., we had 6 substations offline, 6 others with circuits out, 14,698 meters out, which is 84% of our system. At 8:30 a.m. that day, JEC crews from the Edna office on the west side, away from the winds, began doing line patrols. STEC also had line patrols looking at the transmission lines to the 6 substations that were offline. By 1 p.m., the eye had passed, and the line patrols from Bay City on the east side of the Colorado. Construction crews began repairing line and setting poles by 2 p.m. At 9:25 p.m., South Texas made sufficient repairs, redirected power flow, and restored transmission service to 5 of the 6 outage substations. At the end of the first day, we'd restored 3,625 meters. July 9th, our workforce had increased to 118. with a field comprised of 52 JEC linemen, 50 aiding co-op linemen, and JEC's full-time contractor. We also had our forestry contractor with 16 workers. Operations and engineering took our total to 135. Damage assessment, engineering, and photographic GPS documentation began in earnest. At this time, there were still areas that were inaccessible along the coast where the storm made landfall due to flooding, storm surge, and debris. Line repair, pole replacement west of the Colorado was in full swing. At 5:30, STEC restored transmission service to the last substation that was out, and at the end of July 9th, we'd restored service to 5,250, leaving 5,941 still out. July 11th, the west side was restored to 100%, whereby all resources were shifted to the east side as we gained access to the flooded areas. At this time, essentially, the only areas out were Sargent in Matagorda County and the villages south of Churchill at Rivers End in Brazoria County. That was our sole footprint. At day's end, on the 11th, we had restored 1,450, bringing our restoration to 91.5%. We continued restorations, and on day 6, Saturday the 13th, we had restored all of Matagorda County. This left only Rivers End and 283 meters to restore. At Rivers End, Beryl had laid over 135 poles in the swamp, approximately 7.2 miles of three-phase line, damaging equipment, cross arms, breaking off 50 poles in the marsh. The entire line was a mosquito-infested standing marsh 1 to 4 feet deep. When we looked at the wire damage and difficulty of trying to stand up an entire pole line in the swamp, it was determined the most expedient path was to build a new line. Our engineering staff was on site on Saturday, staked the entire line. Saturday and Sunday, we had truckloads of pole, gravel, wire, materials at stake dropped by our material suppliers. On Monday the 15th, between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m., 118 linemen set a goal and determined to light the line that night and get power to the fire department and rural subdivisions. The crew waded into the marsh, framed, set, strung wire, tied in, and energized 70 spans, approximately 3.5 miles of new high-strength conductor and poles, thereby restoring service to 192 meters. That left 91 meters out. Tuesday the 16th, they returned and finished the last 3.5 miles, restoring the 91 meters by 5 p.m. At that time, Jackson Electric had 100% availability to all who could take service. Since the storm, we've had occasional outages, and no doubt that we have some weakened areas of the system that will need our attention. We will replace and harden these areas as we go. Throughout the event, we made daily outage updates to the Public Utility Commission and the Matagorda County Emergency Operations Center, and Judge Sieferman, who kept me in the loop and helped us resolve some serious communications issues, and the Texas Electric Cooperative Association that effectively coordinated our mutual aid and represented us here in the state EOC. We are pleased also to report no accidents or injuries during our recovery. I want to express my deepest gratitude to aid by the South Texas Electric Distribution Clubs and by STEC, the GNT, who provided 4 service crews for the last few days. I want to thank the employees and board of directors at Jackson Electric who prepared meals, communicated with the membership, coordinated lodging and support services to the line crews in the field. Finally, I want to thank the members of Jackson Electric Cooperative who alone or through the many churches delivered vast amounts of meals and other foods to our offices. We have been working on after-action discussions and how we can do an even better job next time, and or we have to send help or we're called upon by TEC to aid another co-op. We are working hard on our plant, our communications infrastructure, and are preparing to deploy the smart metering system, the best available once we can get some cellular coverage. Over the past 90 years, the cooperative model has proved time and time again that where you live, work, and go to church with the member owners you serve, there will always be an urgency in restoring service and therefore the quality of life to the members we serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just briefly.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Coleman, for being here and waiting for us throughout the day, and for the hard work that you and the cooperative and everybody put into restoring power. I will say, you've heard us complaining about CenterPoint and all the complaints we've all received, and I got nothing but praise from the co-op. Not one complaint call, not one, came to Senate District 17 would hit the brunt of Matagorda County. So thank you very much for the work.
Thank you, Senator.
You're a model. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Chairman Schwartzman, Vice Chair King, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Joey Davis. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Jasper Newton Electric Cooperative. I'm here to discuss hurricane and tropical storm preparedness and recovery of our electric system. But before I do, I'd like to give a few facts about who we are. Jasper Newton Electric Cooperative is a not-for-profit distribution cooperative founded in 1943 and located in the piney woods of East Texas with headquarters in Kirbyville. JNEC provides electric service to 5 counties: Angelina, Jasper, Newton, Orange, and Sabine, most of which are in the MISO footprint, except for a meeting point in ERCOT, serving Angelina County. The cooperative maintains 3,247 miles of electric distribution power lines and 89 miles of transmission. JNEC serves 23,847 meters with a density of 7 meters per mile. Of the meters served, 89% are residential and 11 commercial. JNEC employs more than 100 workers and is an important partner in the 5 counties we serve. Of the 100 workers, more than half are linemen and right-of-way employees. It is worth noting that JNEC is part of a larger network of electric cooperatives. In Texas, there are 67 electric distribution cooperatives serving over 3 million members. The electric cooperatives adhere to 7 principles: open membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. And as I address the committee today, I'll mention 3 of these principles that I believe are vital to JNEC's perspective on restoring power during power outages. They are democratic member control, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. JNEC is governed by a board of directors who are elected by our membership. To serve on the board, the person serving must be a member of the cooperative and live in the district they're representing. This ensures accountability. We are governed by those we serve. This is democratic member control. Because the cooperative is not for profit, profits are returned to our members in the form of capital credits. In 2024, JNEC's board voted to return $1.5 million back to our membership. My goal today is providing insight into Jasper Newton Electric Cooperative's managing of hurricane preparedness and safe restoration response. Before I begin with the details of managing hurricanes, I believe it's important to mention that JNEC prepares for hurricane season year-round, long before the season begins. JNEC's budget contains money allocated for maintenance programs such as vegetation management, pole testing, substation inspections, transmission and distribution line inspections. These are just some of the routine practices JNEC performs to ensure our electric service to our members is reliable during hurricane season and year-round. JNEC utilizes a multitude of weather forecasting services, including the National Weather Service and Storm Geo, an independent weather service company, and other weather forecasting services. I want to focus on JNEC's approach to managing hurricane and tropical storm preparation and recovery. JNEC's management team met in January to discuss the outlook for 2024 and the upcoming hurricane season. In reviewing the emergency operations plan, each team member reviewed their duties in the event the plan is activated. Additionally, earlier in the year, JNEC contacted our key partners for resources to ensure that their services would be available. These services include materials, housing, food, laundry, contractors, and equipment. Regarding the most recent natural disaster, Hurricane Beryl, JNEC's approach changed as Beryl moved from making a projected landfall in Mexico to moving north, eventually making landfall in Matagorda, Texas, on Monday, July 8th. Because Beryl's path was still uncertain, and some of the weather forecasts modeled that Beryl could move further north on the Texas coast, JNEC's management team met to discuss plans to communicate with employees due to the July 4th weekend of the holiday. JNEC also contacted restoration partners to confirm that their resources were available if needed. Additionally, JNEC prepared to send mutual aid. Initially, JNEC prepared to send mutual aid to other electric cooperatives. However, on Friday, as Beryl's cone of uncertainty expanded to include our service territory, management decided to retain our crews and contractors. Once Beryl moved into the Gulf of Mexico on Saturday, July 6th, the forecast models began to converge on paths we believe Beryl could impact us. We procured 10 hotel rooms Sunday morning to accommodate for 20 additional line workers to assist our employees and 2 in-house contractor crews. On Monday morning, as was apparent that our area would experience more than 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the threat of tornadoes, as a result, JNEC procured an additional 23 hotel rooms and contacted electric cooperatives in Texas and Louisiana for mutual aid assistance. In addition, JNEC contacted Texas Electric Cooperatives, our statewide association in Austin, for further assistance in procuring mutual aid. JNEC procured crews from 5 electric cooperatives. JNEC also brought in 4 additional contractor crews. I'll now describe the timeline of events as Hurricane Beryl impacted our system. Monday, July 8th, JNEC began experiencing power outages at approximately 7 a.m. in the southern portion of our service territory in Deweyville, Texas. Outages were not significant until approximately 11 a.m. when an EFT tornado touched down southwest of Jasper, Texas. According to the National Weather Service, this tornado had a maximum wind width of 400 yards, a path of almost 9 miles, and an estimated peak wind of 115 miles an hour. JNEC estimates that this one tornado impacted approximately 2,000 meters. Throughout the day, JNEC continued receiving tornado warnings for areas within our service territory. By the end of July 8th, Hurricane Beryl and the tornadoes generated by Beryl caused power outages to 15,242 meters on JNEC's system. Power outages were scattered throughout JNEC's service territory. Most of the damage was in Jasper County, where multiple tornado warnings were issued. The largest number of meters without power at one time was approximately 10,000. Crews restored more than 9,227 meters on Monday, July 8th. 6,015 meters remain without power. Tuesday, July 9th. 10 additional crews arrived throughout the day to assist JNEC in our restoration efforts. The additional cooperatives and contractors increased JNEC's line workers from 63 to 115. On day 2, crews restored 4,440 meters. 1,575 meters remain without power at the end of the day. Wednesday, July 10th, JNEC's restoration crew restored power to 994 meters. The remaining outages were primarily in the area where the EF2 tornado had damaged our distribution system west of Jasper. At the end of the day, 581 meters remain without power. Thursday, July 11th, crews restored the remaining outages associated with Hurricane Beryl that afternoon. The damages associated with Hurricane Beryl was extensive due to high winds, tornadic activity, lightning, and flooding. Crews replaced approximately 50 broken poles, approximately 69 cross arms, and approximately 20 transformers. Repaired several miles of down power lines and removed numerous trees, down trees from power lines. JNEC would like to thank our members for their patience and understanding during the time of outages, and our local officials for helping us during this time of need. And of course, our employees who work tirelessly and sometimes ignored damage to their own property to restore power to our communities. We would also like to express our gratitude to the contractors and especially the electric cooperatives, Beauregard, Concho Valley, Fort Belknap, Hillco, and Guadalupe Valley, who assisted us in restoring power to our members. Cooperation among cooperatives and concern for community are 2 cooperative principles that strengthen the electric cooperative family. Because we believe we share the same core principles, we rely on one another during difficult times, such as storm restoration, because we live in the communities we serve. Once again, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and at this time, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, his entire service area is inside my district. After the hurricane came up through Houston, that's where the publicity got. That hurricane went straight up my district and just covered almost north to south. I had 5 to 6 of my counties that had tornadoes damage. Jasper was probably the worst. That's where we were at the operations center when Nim Kidd and Lieutenant Governor, which we appreciated both of them. They had traveled a long ways to get to Jasper, Texas that day. And it was very helpful because we had multiple county judges that were there. But y'all were quick to respond and get your work done. Judge Allen, of course, is the one who we hoped to get him here today. But he bragged over and over about what y'all had done. And I will tell you, I did not receive one single complaint. In that part of the state, everybody just jumps out there with their chainsaws and they kind of get after it. I bet you every other pickup truck has a chainsaw driving around with it. But we appreciate what y'all did, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank y'all both very much. Chair calls Judge Keogh, County Judge, Matagorda County, and Judge Seiferman, County Judge, Matagorda County. Welcome, judges. Thank you for your patience. It's been a long couple of weeks for y'all, 3 or 4 weeks, actually. Long month. Judge Keogh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
First. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
good to be back. It's good to see everybody.
Walked these halls before.
I have to tell you, as I watched this today, you guys are the unsung heroes, that you do this all the time, and it's remarkable to me, your level of commitment for the people of Texas. I mean that genuinely. Having sat in 2 sessions, in the 84th and the 85th session, and having gone through this, I understand the sacrifices and the things that you guys do and gals, and I mean that sincerely. You know, there's been so much said here today, and you know, during this experience, as I was kind of formulating my ideas of what took place, you know, I started thinking, is this just me? Am I crazy? Am I missing something here? And as I sat here today, I listened to every one of the points in this outline, every one of them, if you will, almost everyone, that reiterated to me that I did see it for what it was, and I did call it like it should be. And so if you'll just indulge me for a few moments, I'm just going to read this and then make some conclusions about my relationship to another energy company and then some final conclusions. The failures of CenterPoint Energy during Hurricane Beryl basically fell into 5 major categories. And the first one, as you know, we've said it all day today, was communication with customers, local government officials, and political subdivisions. It was an absolute failure. And here are the ways it was. CenterPoint failed to articulate their work process. I could never get that out of them. What is your process? Where are you going to be? What are you going to do? What are going to be the results? CenterPoint failed to communicate, secondly, accurate outages versus activations. Y'all know that. We've talked about that all day today. Early, what happened to me, another thing I wanted to say, these are things, every one of these I participated in. This is firsthand knowledge. This is what happened to me and to my team as the county judge. So I didn't get this from newspapers. I didn't get this from watching TV. This is not hearsay. This actually happened. So they failed to communicate accurately outages versus activations. I was arguing with them about Magnolia, and they sent me an email as I was saying, you've got to get this place up. This is a city in our community. We have to get them going. Take resources from wherever you need to. Converge on Magnolia. I need your help. The people there need your help. And they sent me an email after I did that, after I'd been there for 2 hours in a pod handing out water and MREs and the rest. They said they only had 182 outages in Magnolia. Well, I had just left there, and so I called the mayor and confirmed that at the time I received the email that there was no power in Magnolia. And he told me there's zero. I don't know where you're getting that from. Well, then when I responded that that was not right, this is what they said. They told me, oh, we made a mistake. that of the 2 zip codes in Magnolia, only 2, there were still 24,000 that still needed to be activated. That's the kind of communication issues, outages versus activations. Thirdly, they failed to communicate in this way. They failed to give projected completions or completion times. At the end of the day, I would ask the rep who they had assigned to our office, and I would say, where are we? Tell me what's going on. What's going to happen? And this is what he would say. He would say that there would be, just want you to trust us, Judge, there's going to be significant improvement by tomorrow. To which I simply responded, where will that improvement take place? To which he responded, no joke. I do not know, was the response. To which I said, well, if you don't know where it's going to be, then how can we accurately predict what's actually going to happen and will there be an improvement? Now, this wouldn't be a big deal, I guess, if Montgomery County wasn't the 4th largest power grid by center point out of 12 counties. What I also discovered during that time period is I watched daily the percentages of total outages against total fixed, and what was that percentage? Although we're the 4th largest, all but 2 of the times that they reported, Montgomery County was last on the activations, almost every single time. CenterPoint, something that we didn't talk about today, and I believe it was very difficult to deal with. Their middle management isolated me, our elected officials, from upper management decision makers. Mayor Whitmire talked about that. He said, I just want to talk to a decision maker. I would talk to them. I told an area rep I wanted to talk to a decision maker, not a middleman or a government relations person. When I told them I wanted to talk to this decision maker, they said, well, let me get back with me. And they would bring me a message from someone, but I could not talk to a decision maker. I told them, I said, I told them, and I'm telling you, I can pick up the telephone right now. And I can call the CEO of Entergy, of Mid-South, of Sam Houston. I can pick it up right now. In the last couple days, I picked up the phone when we were having a problem on 1097 where there was a bridge washed out and where they're out there fixing it. We had to get consolidated out there and tack us. And you know what? I just picked up the phone. They were having a hard time. They were putting us off till the end of this week. I picked up the phone. I called the people. And you know what? This morning or yesterday morning, they removed all that stuff, and it wasn't supposed to be done till middle of the end of this week as a help to TxDOT. So they failed to get this information. It's like they pushed us off, and they just wouldn't let us get, whether they were afraid to, I do not know. And then the 5th part about this communication was that upper management, I believe, failed to be aware of the status of what was happening in the field. I've heard a lot of dog and pony here today about we knew this and we knew this, staging and all the rest. That may be what they think at upper management. If that's the case, then it just proves what I am saying. They do not know what's going on in their own business. I called when I eventually got through to the CEO, which I got through by second party. And I said, if you can get this guy to call me, I need to talk to him. Which his response apparently to me was, have the judge call me. I've been trying to get a hold of this guy. You asked the question earlier today. He'd been in touch with others. And so I just texted him and I said, call me. He called me and I said, I need help. Please help me in South County. We're desperate right now. Nothing's happening. Entergy was moving right along in most of the rest of the county. But in a good portion of the Woodlands, in Magnolia, the Rayford Road Sawdust area, Imperial Valley, down in that area, it was CenterPoint. And when I talked to the CEO, he promised me that he would send an additional 1,000 personnel to South County. This is what he told me. And then later, and when he told me that, he also told me that he would give me a status by the end of the night. I said to him, can I put that out on social media? You know what he said? Yes. So if you go to my social media, you will see one post, CenterPoint's going to do this for us. We got this coming, this coming. And why would I do that? The people were desperate for information. They weren't getting any. And when they did get information, it was something like, go to the internet and go online and register here or do this or that. And I even asked the rep, I said, tell me, Are you guys from an alternative universe? They don't even have power, let alone to do that. But what took place here, turned out that changed. Sure enough, I had to put up a second video because with 1,000 personnel to the county later changed to 350 because he did not know that there were already 650 people there. So he promised me 1,000. We already had 650. I put out the 1,000. I had to come back and say that that wasn't the case. I put out 2 social medias. You can go to my Facebook page and look at it. So he promised an update that night, and I've never talked to him after that. That was the only time I ever talked to him. But not only did the failure in communication, as illustrated in these 5 scenarios, take place, here are some other things where they failed. As you know, CenterPoint failed to prioritize essential services. Senator Crichton, you talked about this. We got a telephone call from people over in Harris County. They had watched us, saw what we were doing, saw we were on social media. We were running all over the county. We were doing all these pods. We were there early in the morning till into the dark of the night. Every day through this whole thing, we were smooth, wore out. And they called us and said, would you go check out Kingwood Hospital? Sure, we didn't even know what we were getting into. But we found out that Kingwood Hospital, being a 500-bed hospital with trauma care, was without power except for 2 CenterPoint generators that were inadequate with half of the AC operating. I went around the back of the building. The COO came out. I got with the engineer, and I said, man, what's going on? He says, what's the deal with this big 2-megawatt generator? It's like a semi-trailer. He says, they won't let us hook that up to their transformer. Okay? I said, well, we have a problem here then, because he said to me, we have this old generator that's been going now for 6 days, their normal hospital. He says, I don't think it's going to last through tomorrow. I said, well, I'm going to make some calls, and you need to make some calls, but if you get pushback on this, you hook. I said, can you do this? Can you hook this generator up? Do you have the capacity? Absolutely, we can do that. But CenterPoint wouldn't let them, per his testimony to me. And I told him, whatever you got to do, if you can do it and you hear from me to do it, you do it. I have a declaration here in my hand that I have signed. It is under the governor's as well, and that there's a disaster here, and we have the authority that you can do this. And if they give you a hard time, tell them to call me. So as we moved forward, I meanwhile called Nim Kidd. I said, Nim, we got a problem. Brandon apparently had already made contact with him. And you know, those guys, they were so concerned about it, they sent down to us public utility response team. They sent a medical examiner. They got there and immediately put a plan to evacuate 450 people out of that hospital. And my question was, how is it at this point, what I was told, this was the only hospital in the region that was still without power. How do we explain that? And before I did it, I called Mayor Whitmire, and I said, Mayor, I'm not trying to get into your business. I know you got a lot on your hands. Please let us go help you with this. Please do it. Do it. So we did. You know, within 2 hours, all of a sudden the power comes up. They're at the hospital. And I'm going, what happened? Do we have to scream and yell in order to get essential businesses in place? So they failed to prioritize essential services. The third thing they failed to do was the CenterPoint failed to stage their workforce to perform initial assessments. So we go down to Woodridge outside of Kingwood. We get there and we're talking to these people. And while I was there, they had no power. Underground wires. Everything looked like it was normal. But apparently it was one of those that had the tall pole that something hit it and knocked it down. Okay, we get that. Here's what concerned me. We are now 7 days into the program, 7 days into this crisis. And what I found out as I called the people that were in my office from CenterPoint, they didn't know when the power was going to be up, and they hadn't even done an assessment yet. I said, you got to be kidding me. Go to my Facebook. I put a video out on that. And in that video, I was calling out to CenterPoint. What's going on? Then CenterPoint, fourth, failed to properly utilize foreign electric services. Now, you know, the foreign electric services, you know those guys are. That's the guys that comes from Florida. They'll come from outside state or different areas, and they fail to utilize them. And I thought, how can this be? So I got, and I'm quoting what I received. Please understand, these foreign crews are not CenterPoint employees. So they are not on our dispatch systems or even able to log into our network. Their work orders are generated to them on paper at the staging sites they are working out of. Because of all that, we do not have a direct line of sight to their direct locations. You've got to be kidding me. Do not have the ability to dispatch within their system to reach these foreign services? CenterPoint doesn't have enough linemen. I talked to another individual who was in the know, is very familiar with all that's going on there, does not have enough linemen. My sources tell me that they have less linemen now than they had in 1983. In 1983, they had approximately 1.1 million customers, but today they've got 2.25, and they have less linemen today than they did then, is what I'm told. They need to invest in more linemen in order to mitigate this kind of situation. So they didn't utilize the foreign electric services the way they should. Fifth, CenterPoint failed to be prepared for the kind of crisis because of poor, you've been hearing about this all night long, vegetation maintenance. I didn't think anybody even thought about that as a major issue, really, until I came here today. And as I read where they had come from, and they talked to the PUC, they talked about this. But the fact of the matter is as I explained, you know, they service 12 counties, and Montgomery County is the fourth largest in their power grid. As I thought about this, you know, they spent sometime in the past $42.8 million on vegetation mitigation or cutting or whatever, and that yet during that same time period, they spent $500 million in generators, as we've been saying, at 9% that they get reimbursed for. The one is 42.8. That's $45 million back. The vegetation didn't cost them anything because we turned around and gave them back the 9% for making an expenditure on something. What alternative universe are we living in that we do business this way? It's remarkable, and that it's part of our whole state process. Conversely, I also did business with Entergy. Entergy successfully communicated as Illy, as the chairman came up here, and as the president and CEO of the company, with its customers, elected officials, and political subdivisions, and it was superior to CenterPoint in every way. I have a perfect example of this if you'd like to go to my Facebook, where I'm with the mayor of Oak Ridge. He called me. I went over to see him. They're divided into two halves. Entergy on the front, CenterPoint on the south. And he will tell you. And I said in this video, I said, don't listen to me. Listen to the mayor. I can't make this stuff up. Do you know what he said? He said Entergy's communication and what they've done is 10 times, quote, 10 times better than what we've gotten with CenterPoint. Do you know that with these people, with Entergy, I could have hourly communication with the customer relations person, the vice president, and most importantly, the CEO, who came to a number of locations where I was and to initiate the process of evaluation and fixing the power issue in a specific area. I called them, Tavola and Roman Forest out in East County. This was an Entergy issue. I said, man, I need your help. Would you please, these people, they've been out with power for a number of days now. I need you to come out here and do something. Do you know that I was told we will be there in an hour? No joke. On the other side of Montgomery County, in an hour, I went there. There were trucks there. And as we sat in the car, in the vehicle that pulled up was the CEO, the vice president, and the government relations person that had been dealing with this. And we talked, and we decided they were going to move forward. But here's the advantage of being able to talk as a upper management to the people who are in charge of the county or the major decision makers in the county. Here's the advantage. I said to them, look, you could probably expedite this a little faster if maybe you called Mid-South. And they kind of looked at me and didn't say much. I said, I know for a fact that they're all done. Their work is over. And so I just kind of blew that off. An hour later, I got a telephone call from them. Hey, do you have a contact at Mid-South? Yeah, I do. I'll call you right back. So I called them. They sent 6 teams of people over there, and more were coming. They were there that evening, and by the next day, 2,200 homes were back up, just by communicating, getting help, and Entergy looking at it as a serious issue. Entergy understood the necessity of their company being able to work together with the county judge's office, especially since I was the one who, the county judge is the one who declares the emergency in a disaster. They even set up a command center at our EOC. Entergy followed the lead of our emergency management as I talked to them and as they were staging. You know that my OEM, Jason Millsaps, is right here with me, and it's just absolutely fantastic what we've done in our Office of Emergency Management in Montgomery County. But you know, we watched those models as the hurricane was coming across the Gulf, and there were a number of them, 10 or 12. But there was one model, and that was the one model that was consistent. It never changed, and it hit it right for Matagorda. And that was there was no, and everybody was saying it's going to go this way, it may go this way. We were even told we were announcing too early where it was coming, that we were fear-mongering. We got that, they accused us of that. And sure enough, as it came in, and as it was getting ready to hit, Jason, he had already got people in place. We already had 2.5 shelters set up 2 days in advance. We had equipment there. We had cots. We had blankets. We had food. We had MREs. We had water, everything we needed, and people ready to go. And when it hit landfall, immediately after that, we put it into place. Entergy came very close to following the same program, and they were ready. And they were on it almost immediately. I mean, it was remarkable. So, and I could communicate with them. They would tell me where they were going, what they were going to do, and the expected results at the end of the day. So when I was able to get through to a middle manager and ask them why they could not do this, he apologized. The guys at Centerpoint, why can't you guys do this? Here's what he said. Man, I'm so sorry. You're right. We should be able to do that. But our technology is broken. That's basically what he said. To which I respond, well, wait a second. Somebody's given somebody information somewhere. How about giving me a copy of what they're given, at least so I can tell people? They said they couldn't do that. Final observations. First, the Houston region, as we have said, is a Gulf Coast community. Hear me on this. Any public service company or city or county or any political subdivision that goes public and says, we were caught off guard, shame on you. They are not paying attention. We are a Gulf community. This could go any way at any time. We have seen it, and we have seen it year after year. And if we are not prepared in advance for these types of events, we will fail our citizens, and we already know that lives will be lost. Montgomery County was ready, and I believe Entergy, I believe Mid-South, and these others were on their game as well. Secondly, for us in Montgomery County, we hold leaders accountable. If I do not do my job, guess what? I'm out. If you do not do your job, you're out. The board of directors of Centerpoint needs to take a serious look in the mirror at the operators of their company. Those guys who sit in the 70-degree temperature offices while the people go for 7 to 8 days in 104 degrees with no information and without even an assessment of the projected time of the problem being fixed. I was so pleased to see that you showed that, because I was thinking, is that just me? Mm-hmm. No. I mean, everybody here was thinking the same thing. Thirdly, and I'll close with this, if we as elected officials, both state or local, give Centerpoint a pass, having watched this dog and pony show, promising improvements, I think we need to rethink this position. Do we really believe that if a CEO who currently oversees a company with a customer base of 2.25 million and who so blatantly failed to lead in accommodating their needs is going to take the company to the next level when he cannot even manage the people or the assets currently under his care? You and I sat here and listened to Senator Miles ask the CEO question after question. Are you responsible? I take full responsibility. Are you responsible? I take full responsibility. Whether it's communication, whether it's being able to share where their assets are, whatever it was. You heard the same thing I heard. We were all in the same meeting. So if the CEO takes responsibility for all these things and all these failures I just said, is he then going to admit and take responsibility for the deaths of 36 people? That was the one question that wasn't asked. Now, we all know that the CEO didn't kill these people. But we also know that inadequacies and incompetencies in many of these cases did lead to the deaths, whether it was heat stroke, whether it was they had a generator that because they didn't have air conditioning, they had on, they put it too close to their window, and they died from inhaling the fumes, whatever the case may be. My suggestion to the board of CenterPoint is that they come out from underneath the ether and they immediately look for leadership that is worthy of the people of this region. And then take the millions being paid that are rewarding failed leadership and failed work to their own admittance here today, $8.5 million, and give it to someone who can turn the company around. Categorically, CenterPoint failed their mission in a Category 1 storm. The CEO has admitted to personal responsibility. And in my judgment, I call for the CEO of this company, CenterPoint, to resign and to do it immediately. And the board needs to find somebody who will step in and let's get back on where we need to be. As a county judge from Montgomery County, the people of this county trust me. Give all the credit to the Lord, but I wanted you to hear this, to know how much they trust me. In the last election, I ran against 2 people, and out of 111 precincts, I took all 111. So for me to go back after this and to say we're going to stay status quo, that's not going to happen. In my judgment, they need to have a change of leadership, and there is a movement in Montgomery County to replace CenterPoint with Entergy, and I can tell you, as difficult as that is, as impossible as that seems, that movement is not going away. And as county judge of Montgomery County, I support this effort. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Judge, great words and insightful story. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience for being here today.
Sure.
I'm sure Senator Creighton had something to say.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, thank you for just, how you handled the storm recovery overall. You were in 10 different places at one time.
Thank you.
Literally everywhere. And your references to working with Entergy, certainly aren't lost on the committee members, I know. And just as a reminder, Entergy serves 3 million customers in 4 states, is anchored for its Texas operations in the Woodlands, Texas, and Montgomery County, right? And today we're comparing best practices on communication, right? And also response and recovery and preparedness. So
yeah.
Thank you for, all that you're doing as county judge. It was certainly a pleasure to serve with you as state representative here, and we carried a lot of bills together.
Yes.
You know the process. You know the budget. You very aware of the regulatory framework and what we're working on for all the things we're doing here to build Texas forward, and just can't thank you enough for your service.
It was my pleasure. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Judge. Judge Sieferman?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, good evening. It's my pleasure to be here with you this evening. No notes. I'm just going to talk to you from the heart. Matagorda County is still in recovery. We got clobbered, just like all the other constituents and groups we've heard from today. The sequence of events were just amazing, especially from my perspective, having been in office for just 18 months. It's been a long. I grew up in Matagorda County. It's been a long time since we took a direct hit, but a direct hit we took. And so, if there is a silver lining in this dark cloud, it is that we got thousands of holiday long weekend visitors out of the county. I think primarily Saturday we got them moving. We issued a voluntary evacuation order on Friday, activated the Emergency Operations Center Saturday evening, and by Sunday morning I'd already taken a call from Lieutenant Governor Patrick, and then at 12 o'clock we had our first briefing. So we rode the night out, rode the landfall out at the EOC, and what was most frightening about the whole experience was that loss of communications. We take that for granted. Cell phones and Wi-Fi and even a landline, nothing. Nothing. I mean, it was frightening. The entire county's power was knocked out. Other than generator power, the EOC was on generator, of course. But, you know, we had to improvise. And there's always a ham radio operator club within our EOC, and I'm always thinking, you know, what would it take for us to ever use our ham radio folks? They saved us. I mean, the first 48 hours, those ham radio operators, they saved us. Folks, I'm one of 2 judges with a nuclear plant in this state. That can't happen. That can't happen. We got to deal with that. I get it. Cell phone towers blow down. But how do these carriers not only provide service, how do they back up? So I'm encouraged this evening by everything that I've heard today that we have the torchbearers on this dais and in the leadership in this room to take this issue out of here and put it on a lot of different agendas as an action item, because we've got to do something about that. Thankfully, we had all of the state agency folks within the EOC. NIM Kidd, I'll echo Mayor Whitmire's remarks about NIM Kidd earlier. Thank God. His picture should be on a box of Wheaties. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, he got us everything we needed almost before we needed it. And he was being much too modest when he said he stayed in constant contact with his county judges. Folks, I heard from him every 3 or 4 hours via ham radio, via text, via call, however we could get it. And I have no doubt that if he couldn't reach me, he would have landed a Black Hawk helicopter right in the parking lot of the EOC. I have no doubts of that. So he would say, what do you need? Where do you need it? And so we told him what we needed, and TDM was there, all of his staff that he had on the ground in Matagorda County, if we needed water, if we needed food, ice, whatever it was, particularly in Sargent, because the east side of Matagorda County was shredded. And so we still are under a mountain of debris. And so it's dump and burn, dump and burn. I've got 5 county debris sites throughout the county that we're dealing with. But I mean, go back to the Direcco. We had an F1 tornado on the west side of the county the first week of June. We're still dealing with brush from Alberto, now Hurricane Beryl. And honestly, there's still debris left over from Hurricane Nicholas three years ago, from Labor Day, September of 21. And that also was on the east side of the county. So what I would say, I don't know if you can help with this or not. I'll put this in your wheelhouse and we'll see here. The next time this happens, and it will, we need TCEQ off our backs, okay? Because what I couldn't convey to them was, look, folks, you don't understand. I don't have bottomless pits for debris. We got to dump and burn, dump and burn, dump and burn. So there's a disconnect here between agency, policy, procedure, and reality. When these disasters happen, we've got to get rid of this stuff. I mean, if NIM Kidd and the governor had not gotten involved, I'd probably have a mountain of debris in Sargent, Texas, the size of Mount Everest right now. So That's another serious thing to consider. We need to stop getting bullied by people that come down. I don't appreciate them pushing my county commissioners around. So something else in your wheelhouse to consider. So many people to thank. The volunteer corps that came out for this, the private sector, public sector, nonprofit sector, it all clicked. And it was just amazing what all came together during that first 36 hours and that first 48 hours. And then gradually the communications was hit or miss, but it was coming back. And it was like, for us to communicate, we just had to send people out, drive north, drive west, like cavalry scouts, looking for something on the horizon, a space that we could get to so that we could keep communications, most importantly with the South Texas Project, with our nuclear plant. Communications. But we have other major industries in Matagorda County as well. So lots of things to consider as we continue to grow. Our ag sector and our aqua sector took it really hard. I mean, that's still worth $100 million to our economy. And so we've got these farmers and ranchers that were wiped out as well. Their crops are just obliterated. So as we move forward, it's one day at a time. We're going to keep cleaning up and getting the brush. There's still brush curbside in the county seat in Bay City, piled 8-9 feet high, every street. But slowly our county contractors are getting out. They're picking it up. The city also has a contractor. But I can't thank those mayors, those police chiefs, those city managers, the Coast Guard, TDM, DSHS, STP, all of those agencies that just stepped up to the plate. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the county judges in our surrounding counties. Judges Sebesta, Prousey, Spinrath, Mudd, Sklar, Meyer, all these surrounding counties around Matagorda County that offered their own assets to come and help us. Matagorda County will not forget that. I won't forget that. So that's where we're at right now. Appreciate everything each one of you do. I appreciate Senator Huffman's office for being such a great asset for us, Representative Morrison as well. And we had the Lieutenant Governor in Bay City 3 days after the event. Senator Cruz spent 3 hours with me a week ago, and Sergeant last week, GLO Commissioner Dr. Buckingham came down as well. So things are moving along. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Judge Sieferman. Lois, Senator Colbert.
Judge, good to see
Yes.
you. And I know the good people of Matagorda County. I represented them for a long time, and they're good people, and they work hard. And I know that Sergeant in that area, a lot of good folks that live there, a lot of weekend homes too. I'm praying for everybody to come through that. When you were describing that, I was reliving Harvey over and over and over again. I think we kept a count on the debris with Chancellor Sharp by the number of Kyle fields that we filled up. And I think it was 300 or 400. Kyle Field's pretty big. So hang in there. It will get better. Judge Keogh, I want to ask both of y'all a question. Our committee is the Special Committee on Hurricane and Tropical Storm Preparedness, Recovery, and Electricity. We've spent a whole lot of time on electricity today, especially stranded lines. And like many of my colleagues have said, the generation wasn't the problem. STP, I think, fared well. From what I can tell,
Yeah.
and that's outstanding, because if they go out, it's a large part of that grid that in that area that we utilize. On the recovery part, I have a question. FEMA, okay? Now, Judge Keogh, I guess, fortunately for me, unfortunately for people 45 and east of 45, which would be my friends and colleagues over here, but mostly Senator Creighton, we had the floods in May. And then take a deep breath, and here we go again, right?
Right.
How quickly is FEMA paying y'all back? And I asked this from Grimes County judge called me and said, look, we're out of pocket a ton of money. How quickly are y'all seeing FEMA money?
Let me give you an example. For us to clean up Montgomery County, we've contracted with a company. There's actually two companies. That's going to cost us, are you ready for this? $14 million to go through and clean up everything. That's what the estimate is on it. And so we have to front some of that money, but as it's paid out, we end up fronting it all out of our general fund in hopes that we will get back 75% from FEMA, which could take years. I talked to the people down at HGAC the other day, the TPC, and they were telling me that they're working with FEMA to get them to do a 90-10 split. Please, Senator, if you could help us with that.
Right.
That would be a huge deal. But Jason, you're here. Jason Millsap is my Director of Homeland Security Emergency Management. Can he just say a few words about this particular issue? Is he allowed to do that?
Certainly.
He can share it with me. But he's here. Here's a microphone, if you don't mind, Jason, just for a second.
While Jason's coming up, I want to say for what happened during Harvey, such a blessing that we did get the 90-10 match. And it was really, I'm going to say, President Trump was the president. He came here many, many times during that time. So did the First Lady. And we were able to get a 90-10 match, which honestly, Florida was hit by a hurricane, and theirs was 75-25. So it's not a guarantee. Our storm was so large, and it was so many billions of dollars that really helped our local counties. I'm not sure everyone understands that, but it's a 75-25 match. So this comes from your county taxpayers when he talks about $14 million.
Good evening, Senators and Mr. Chairman. To answer your question directly, as the judge stated, the county fronts the entire expense for cleanup, recovery, all operations, preventative measures leading up to the storm, activities during the storm, and then after. We going back in history, if you look at Hurricane Ike, which happened in 2008, the county closed its books from full reimbursement from that storm 3 years ago. So
do they pay interest at all?
No, they do not.
Of course not.
And so the larger counties can somewhat front this. It's the smaller counties, our neighbors all around us, completely surrounding us, except for Harris County, are at a substantial loss, and they're going to have a significant hard time after a January flood, a May flood, as you mentioned, and now a hurricane. And then we're not done with hurricane season. So it is a significant threat to local finance when we have these large storms like this.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, part of the challenge, especially in the smaller counties, is fronting that and then going, 5-8 years is a lot. Because you're using reserves, I'm sure.
As Jason has just said, and we all know this. This is the beginning of hurricane season.
Yeah.
We don't know where we stand here as we move forward, so I just hope and pray for the best. But anyway, thank you.
Judge, how are you doing on some of these calls?
We've had FEMA on the ground for about 5 days now, working Sergeant Matagorda, Bay City, and Palacios, and some of the smaller communities. We'll come in, I'm sure, well north of $100 million in claims. I don't know what the timelines would be on reimbursement. That's something we've got to sit down and visit with our auditor on.
And I would just add to that, because I was at the meeting in Matagorda County with Lieutenant Governor right after, and the regional director of FEMA was there. Tony, I can't think of his last name, but he was around for he is around for Harvey too. And we had a chat in the back, and he did seem very supportive and trying to speed up the process and supportive. And Lieutenant Governor was really pushing him. So I think that's all good news for the area.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to say that Judge Keogh literally called and said, hey, let me know if some of your counties need help. Now, this is when he thought it was going to come a little lower. I mean, we didn't know where it was going to go. And anyway, Judge, thank you for that offer. You've always called and offered. It's a pleasure to work with you. And I know our surrounding counties, sometimes we help each other out with law enforcement and firefighters, first responders in general. And so we're very grateful for that. But we got a lot of work ahead of us. And I know, again, Mr. Chairman, we should concentrate on the electrical today, but our preparedness, and we've had a lot of discussion about that, but the recovery for our counties and their financial burdens are going to be great.
Senator Milton, then.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Judge Seiferman. Appreciate you, Judge Keough, also. I know y'all probably spent quite a few nights in the EOC, especially the night that it hit on Sunday. We had the same issue in Santa Fe, actually, with the TCEQ on burning. In Santa Fe's rural, it's probably a lot like Matagorda. So that's something we need to look at. But then you mentioned something that I've noticed in other hurricanes, and that is the cell phone towers have generators usually, but my understanding is sometimes those backup fuels run out. And I don't know if I noticed this in Harvey, I've noticed it in others where the cell service is okay and then it falls off about a day later. And even in Galveston County, we had issues with FirstNet, which is first responders jump to the top of the line. They were even getting kicked off the system. So this is something I think we need to look at to make sure the backup generators on these cell phone towers are fueled, they have a contract, and sometimes they're even near a natural gas line, but they're on diesel, not natural gas. That doesn't really make sense, So this is a whole other issue we need to make sure, because it really impacts disaster response, but also, people are at home, their cell phone's not working. They have no way to get the updates from the power company. They don't know what's going on. So that's something I hope we look at, with the cell phone providers as well. It's important. So,
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Vancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, yes, the old tech, I'm glad it works. Okay, and I know the ham operators, I've got one right down the street from me, and believe me, they were doing everything they could to help you with those communication, because, it's great to see that at least you've got a backup to a backup to a backup.
Yes.
Okay, and, I want to commend that because I understand, because, you're in a county, you've got a nuclear unit, and everybody starts worrying. And unfortunately, we've had a steam valve go off, back in Winter Storm Uri, and that caused quite a bit of consternation on the grid itself. So I want to, happy, and I'm going to try to also work on, because your 75% is his 75%. The difference is you've added it up, and they haven't yet, right?
We haven't added it up.
What, do you have any idea of, okay. It's got to be double digits since you were right on the front end. And Mark, so we'll see what we can do. I'm going to enlist Senator Alvarado, because she was supposed to be on somebody's car today that happens to have the name president in it, and that's the person that can make the change from 75 to 90. See, so
awesome.
We're working bipartisan splendor here at this point. Okay, thank you, Mark, and I appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Senator, I'll add real quick, since you mentioned SDP, 9 days into the EOC, we did a nuclear disaster drill, a FEMA-graded drill that had been planned a year ago. So that was done in the middle of all the other recovery, and you'll be pleased to know we passed with flying colors.
Good.
And thanks for your comments, Mark. Too. I listened to him upstairs as well.
Yes, sir.
Was multitasking.
Thank you, Senators. Thank y'all, panel.
Mr. Millsaps, I just wanted to recognize you and your hard work and all the good things you've been doing as head of emergency operations and Homeland Security in Montgomery County. Good work. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator. Like Chief Kidd said this morning, it's the team behind me.
Yeah.
I have a big team. They're actually watching right now, so would be remiss not to mention them. They're a great team in Montgomery County.
That team at home is an all-star team.
And he has a boss who leaves him alone.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank y'all.
Turn loose.
Y'all are excused. Thank you very much, panel. Judges. Chair opens up public testimony. Members, there are 17 people that are registered. The first panel does have some Mr. Mark Sloan from Harris County Homeland Security Emergency Management, if he's here. And then Vivian Lee, the Metropolitan Organization, Our Mother Mercy, the Woodlands Township Board of Directors, Ann Snyder. Welcome, Mrs. Sloan. I'm going to give you a little extra time. I know you've been waiting all day, and there were some thoughts about.
I appreciate that. I wrote good morning, then I changed it to good afternoon, and now it says good evening. Chairman Schwerter and Vice Chair King and the members of the committee. My name is Mark Sloan. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Harris County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today and the opportunity to collaborate with you on how Texas can be more effectively prepare for future storms. CenterPoint Energy has been and remains a critical response partner. They have provided liaisons to the Harris County Emergency Operations Center and are important to our ability to serve the residents of Harris County. Restoring power to more than 2 million customers is a daunting task. Electricity is critical and is a major factor in our restoration and recovery, including restarting the economic activity, ensuring the continuity of basic services like food, fuel, and health care. As you know, Hurricane Beryl was the second storm in a 2-month period where we had millions of Harris County residents, including senior citizens and other vulnerable populations, without power. Due to Harris County's extensive experience in damage related to catastrophic weather events, we recognize that extreme wind events or winter weather events had adverse effects on our power utility network. That said, as CenterPoint acknowledged, they failed to effectively communicate the status of their restoration efforts and the geographic areas that were impacted. From an emergency manager's standpoint, the absence of an effective communication strategy meant that the public turned to our office for information we did not have. This clogged the county's 311 system and diverted media attention from important restoration and recovery information. Map products provided to the public were difficult to understand, and the information displayed changed several times following the storm. This created...
Please continue and finish
Thank you.
your prepared remarks. Thank you.
This created additional confusion for the public and the agencies who coordinate response and recovery efforts. Hurricane Beryl's death toll in Harris County was 14. 7 of those were attributed to heat exposure due to the lack of electricity. The absence of clear restoration timeline and geographic outage information had a significant impact. It limited our ability to visualize the likely locations of our vulnerable populations enrolled in the state of Texas Emergency Assistance Registry. It also limited our ability to effectively advise elected officials seeking open points of distribution for food, water, and ice, and other relief programs in affected communities. It additionally created challenges for our nonprofit partners who work to help home and business owners recover from disasters. While full restoration of the power was accomplished significantly faster than we even anticipated, the loss of public confidence in CenterPoint has an impact on the public's confidence in government as a partner in a disaster recovery process. Once again, we appreciate the creation of this committee, the members' commitment to this, and all the collective efforts to strengthen electricity reliability. This is a matter of health and safety for our residents and the communities that we as public servants seek to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. Members' questions of Sarah Alvarado?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sloan, thank you for being here. Appreciate all the work from all of the Harris County elected officials. After you've heard everything today, and knowing that we're still in the beginning of the hurricane season, what are your latest concerns?
Well, my concerns as an emergency manager is always to be pessimistic, and that any given day we are going to get hit with a Category 5 hurricane. So my concerns are no different than they were on January 1st, May 1st, or the same that they'll be in July or August, September. All I know is that I have a number of partners in place in order to react, respond, and recover from whatever we are affected by, either wind event or if it is tropical weather. We are in a position to be able to recover as quickly and effectively as possible. All my partners need to be at the table, and they need to be able to do the jobs that we expect them to do. As emergency managers, we are strategic, not tactics. I have a number of partners that are in Big Blue, Big Red, that are out in the field doing things that put their lives at risk. But as the mayor said, public works is equally as important. The commissioner's offices who have their trucks going out to pick up debris put themselves at risk each and every day. So we have to be prepared.
Senator Bencourt.
Mark, thanks for testimony. Great to see you again. We went through Tropical Storm Allison, let's see, Katrina and Rita, Hurricane Ike, I'm going from memory, okay? And you stayed at the county, okay? Now, so I guess 16 years later from that last incident, we've had the derecho at this point, as well as this current hurricane that we're talking about the recovery from, which is Beryl. 2 points. One, we've had a whole bunch of people empty their freezer over and over again, and they don't have the money for it. And I know you hear about this because you're in the field quite substantially. But in addition to that, there is I want to bring back a memory that was probably not good, but I can remember when a Cat 5 Pac-Man in the Gulf sent 2 million Houstonians fleeing, maybe 3, through every road and highway, every single exit. I believe there's 11 from Harris County, if I remember correctly. Okay, and I'm concerned that after these last 2 storms, if we have a issue like that, we're going to have an emotional reaction from the public. What say you, Emergency Management Director?
I will not disagree with you. I think that the public's perception of the most recent disaster influences decisions that they will make for their own family and to protect themselves and their property. One of the positives is after Rita, which that time was the first time that in the state of Texas, mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders could be put in place. Most people didn't understand what that meant. In a post-Rita environment, there are better plans, coordination with the state of Texas and Chief Kidd, DPS, along with our tollway authorities in order to make sure that we have enough freeway lanes in order to evacuate. But yes, I am always concerned of the public's reaction to the most recent event and what that will do to our plans, processes, and procedures.
Well, glad to see that your gray suit matches your hair. So we both aged in the service of our country here, to quote George Washington.
I appreciate those comments.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Sloan, again. Ms. Snyder, Ann Snyder, Woodlands Township Board of Directors.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Ann Snyder, and I serve as chairman of the Woodlands Township, a community of 120,000 residents and over 2,600 businesses located in southern Montgomery County and northern Harris County. Allow me this evening to also offer a unique perspective that happened during Hurricane Beryl that I personally experienced. The Woodlands is served by 2 electric utilities, CenterPoint and Entergy. So I'll start with communication. Many months ago, right after the holidays, the township established communication plans with both CenterPoint and Entergy to ensure clear communications during power outage. These plans are necessary twofold, but most importantly, because our residents who are served by CenterPoint routinely face numerous challenges with reliable electric service. Even with these plans, the difference in communication between our 2 electric utilities during Beryl was stark. Entergy executives, the CEO, vice president, held twice daily conference calls to update us and all local stakeholders. Communications with our designated CenterPoint contact, usually our field representative, While he was very well-intentioned and tried, they were less regular. He was uninformed or would say, "I don't know, I'm sorry." And the information that was generally given was inaccurate and also not able to discern to our constituents. Second, both providers had outage trackers for customers. Entergy's outage tracker for our area was generally updated in real time and typically very accurate. CenterPoint displayed static maps that were commonly inaccurate, to say the least. As a result, our township staff resorted to regularly driving out CenterPoint service area to report operable streetlights to give us somewhat of a reliable indicator that power had been restored somewhat. Entergy restored 95% of our power to businesses and residents by the morning of July 10th, and the last 5% by the 12th. CenterPoint outages remained for a number of customers until Tuesday, July 16th, both businesses as well as residents. While a full assessment of the impact of Beryl on our local businesses is still underway, many small business owners, particularly those in CenterPoint area with prolonged outages, have reported crushing financial burdens due to the extended closures. And so I'm asking you on behalf of all of us, everyone who affected throughout the greater Houston area, I implore that something must be done. Change must happen.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Members' questions?
Thank you.
Ms. Lee, Vivian Lee.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Lee. I am with an organization in the city of Houston called TMO, the Metropolitan Organization, which is made up of the different churches in the city that hold you all accountable. And they asked me to put a face to what happened so that people can understand that, yeah, we were without power, we were without water at some point, we were without ice and food, and yeah, you've heard it all. But from where I am, as a grandmother, raising an autistic child, this is where it gets bad. I have a 14-year-old autistic boy who has focus problems. So when we focus on certain things, it is what keeps him going. And his focus is his fish. Fish that he actually domesticated enough to put his hand in the water and have them touch him. As his fish started to die, he started to panic. And this is at day 4. We were without power for 8 days. By the 8th day, there was nothing I could do to calm him because his tanks were almost empty. And if you don't know about Asperger's and children with autism, you don't know what you can't do. And what I couldn't do was appease him. We were fine with food. We just kept barbecuing like everybody else. Our day started out. The 2 oldest go out and find ice. The other 2 go help with the cleanup. And 2 of those were 10. They were helping because everybody had to help. And then it got really confusing because I have a 3-year-old great-grandchild who didn't really understand what was going on, except she realized that the fish were dying. That's a simple thing to some people. But to a child who lives on focusing, that heat destroyed his focus. And as I took him to the doctor, he has now been diagnosed with PTSD. He cannot stand the rain. He cannot stand the thunder. His every thought is every time the sky starts to cry, as he calls it, we're going to be without lights. We're going to be in the dark. And we're going to be hot and miserable. and we're going to lose the rest of our pets. My granddaughter walked around with her, she has this little spiny thing, looks like a porcupine. It's a pygmy hedgehog. She held that thing close to her because she didn't want it to die from the heat.
Thank you for coming and sharing your experience.
I'm sorry, I forgot to, I'm in your district, Senator Hoffman. Senator Miles knows me from where his mother goes to church.
Well,
but
honored to be your senator. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all. Members,
I appreciate you all hearing me.
very good. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you all. Chair calls John Highsmith, Nanette Samuelson, Savant Moore. There are 14 scheduled. What is this? Just, Savant Moore. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Savant Moore. I'm an HISD trustee. I'm a minister. I represent the 2.5 million Houstonians. I may be a Democrat, you may be Republican, but we're all Texans. And so I want to name the Texans that should not have died. Maria Laredo, Russell Richardson, Sarah Elizabeth Elston, Johnny L. Courtney, J. Michael Taylor, Charles Richard Anderson Sr., Candy York, Oscar Rodriguez, James Edward Butcher, Brian Keith Taylor, Tomas Vergara, Pamela Jarrett, William Carreras, Christine B. Davis, Ronald Earl Coates, Mark Edward Rutland, Douglas Andre Jones, Barbara Davidson. We must always remember these people. So every hall, I'm going to name their names. I said it at City Hall, at PCUCT. I'm going to do it on Wednesday at before the House. My wife is a elderly social worker. She represents her companies from Kingwood all the way to Galveston County. Please write legislation to make these nursing homes, senior living facilities have backup generators. There shouldn't be seniors that need oxygen. There shouldn't be seniors that need insulin not having these services. Please make it. I live in 5th Ward, Texas. This senator lives in Kingwood. We should not have went 9 to 14 days without power. I have a TikTok with 228,000 views showing that the Centerpoint linemen that they came from out of state were staged for multiple days. That shouldn't be. I'm asking you, write some type of legislation. Also, in my community, there shouldn't be price gouging of generators. Why are seniors being quoted $30,000 for a Generac or Kohler to be placed in their backyard? That should not be. Ridiculous. I was a ranger in the United States Army. I can go days without food. But what do I tell my little children? What do I tell my wife? Why does Houston continue to have to ranger through all of these storms? And that's an issue for me. Now, so I have a goal to be one of y'all one day. And I know that I need IV for some coffee because these hearings are long. But we got to do something for all Texans to prevent this, because if this was a category 1 and this happened, what are we going to do category 3, 4, 5? And we know a hurricane is going to happen again. So I know that y'all are in the position to make this happen. God bless you and God bless Texas.
Thank you for your testimony.
I want to thank you for coming. First of all, thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for using your voice today. Mr. Chairman, I've been on we've been emailing back and forth with Health and Human Services, and I do want to tell y'all that we do regulate, of course, nursing, what we call facilities technically, but they're nursing homes that we call, and then we, who are required to have generators, and then we have assisted living. The senior living centers are what we're kind of calling that. We've called it a lot of different things. Are technically not regulated by the state of Texas, okay? And that could be, like I said, tax credit housing, where 60% of them or more have to be seniors and things like that. So we have some work to do on that. I've got HHSC looking at it, and we're going to meet some more on this. I have to say that some of them get great assistance from the government, both federal and state, and yet when Senator Alvarado tells me that she goes and there's nobody in the office, that is not acceptable. That is absolutely not acceptable. And I would also say to you, if we get better at what we're talking about, hopefully, you don't have to have a $30,000 generator, which is ridiculous, and price gouging. We have laws against that, and we should turn those people in.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, the only ones licensed are nursing homes and assisted livings, right? Ms. Samuelson, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Coming.
Thank you, Chair Schwartner and members, for holding this hearing on such an important issue. It is truly devastating what we've heard today. I'm Commissioner Nanette Samuelson from Hood County in Senator Birdwell's district. We must have a strong grid to ensure preparedness for catastrophes such as Hurricane Beryl. In 2021, the grid was within minutes of collapsing during Winter Storm Uri, leaving thousands of residents in Hood County without power for almost a week. I heard ERCOT Pablo Vegas testify that the grid needs to grow from 85,000 to 150,000 megawatts in 6 years, in large part due to the cryptocurrency mining and other data centers. I heard Lieutenant Governor Patrick also stress his concern regarding the incredible demand that is caused by the cryptocurrency, and he called it can't be the wild, wild west. As commissioner, I share that concern, the incredible demand on the grid by cryptocurrency. I personally have witnessed what Marathon Digital Currency Holdings has done to my constituents. Unfortunately, it's not just about the incredible demand on the grid. There are also health concerns. Horrible health crisis that Marathon has plunged my constituents into, the severe health risk to their lives from the massive howling of the fans 24/7 above the decimal level. If you turn to page 2 of the attached resolution, you will see a couple of requests to amend the Health and Safety Code and the Penal Code. My request is that along with smart legislative regulation, you consider including these, so it's not the Wild West. I have also included 2 bills that were recently passed in Arkansas by Governor Sanders concerning the same issue. In closing, members, thank you for your attention to ensuring a strong grid and response to Texas catastrophes. You have my business card if you need to talk to me personally about the issues we're going through. And thank you again. What we've heard today is devastating, and we need to look at this as a holistic issue for the entire state. This grid affects all of us, and I really thank you for allowing me to speak.
Members, questions? Mr. Highsmith, welcome.
Good evening, members. I'm John Highsmith from Hood County, outside of Granbury. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. As you consider structural legislation concerning electrical companies' unpreparedness for Beryl, I ask that you consider the totality of the stress on our electrical grid across Texas and how it factors into the situation. First, ERCOT issues credits incentivizing Bitcoin mining companies to reduce activities that strain the grid. For example, Texas still owes one crypto miner $86 million for electricity resold back to the grid during Winter Storm Uri. This company made $125 million for reselling energy back to the grid. Please consider legislation to reallocate some of the money or credits paid by Texas to Bitcoin mining companies to be transferred to the infrastructure, repair, maintenance, modernizing, and hardening. We don't know when the next hurricane could hit our Texas coast or when the next ice storm or tornado could hit North Texas. Second, as you examine the Bitcoin mining stress on our electrical companies' preparedness for catastrophes, I would ask that you include an amendment to the Health and Safety Code to protect the health of those living close to a Bitcoin mining company, like Marathon that is close to me, where many residents are now suffering severe health issues due to the horrendous 24-hour noise from their enormous fans, and it's so loud that it rattles our homes and sends us to the hospital. Whether the catastrophe is natural or man-made, the health of Texas is the catalyst behind your committee. And Senator Colhorst, as chair of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, I want to thank you for serving on this select committee. Senators, it will be a challenge to gather the information you need to determine the best legislative recommendations. In your deliberations, I ask for funding to be reallocated to our grid infrastructure and an amendment to HSC for the health of Texans. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bettencourt.
I just want to tell you, I've already told Senator Burwell you're here. He's already responded back.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for your testimony. If there's fans that are that loud, we all need to hear about it.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Senators, any questions? And we have had a lot of discussions about the crypto mining issues and how they're kind of working the system. And I think there will be legislation about that. We're just kind of trying to figure out how to do it. And we have been looking at what other states are doing as well.
In the in the resolution that we passed, on one of the beginning parts, whereas there's a doctor, she's a PhD, that has been studying sound, infrasound for over 30 years. If you would take a look at some of her documents that she's written or watch a seminar that she has on YouTube, you will gain so much insight into how this noise, and it's not just noise, it's the sound waves. As you know, she would compare it to, we know that gamma rays and X-rays are bad for us, but
Commissioner,
we
if
can't.
it's all right, we want to get to everybody else.
Okay,
But I
thank you.
do thank you, made your point. And again, there's two things going on with the crypto miners. One is the noise issues and all that goes with that. The other is the way the way they're using the system to
Yes.
the data centers stay on 24/7 because they have a product. Google doesn't turn off at night.
Right.
But the Bitcoin and all the crypto miners, all they have to do is turn off as soon as because they have those long-term power purchase agreements. They buy the power very cheaply, and then they hold it until it reaches a peak hour, and then they can sell it back on the trading floor, however they want to do it. And it's gaming the system. And as you said, one made over, I think it's $124 million in the 4 days of Uri. And then that same company, which is in Hood County and one other county, made, I think, $26 million last year just in a normal year off doing that. And so that's not how what the electric market is intended to do. So we'll be kind of working through that because it is fouling up the system somewhat. So thank you very much. Next up
Thank you.
would be Nikki Aguenu, Patrice Parsons, and Dale Oliver. Are y'all still here tonight? And ma'am, you are?
Patrice Parsons.
And you?
Dale.
Okay, Dale. So let me call up one other person. Hasib Abdullah. Great, thank you. And we understand if people had to leave tonight, nobody planned on staying this long. Again, please monitor the time. And sir, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dale Oliver, a retired utility operations executive and currently with Quanta Services as Vice President of Emergency Management for them. We are a large resource provider into storms. We provide resources as well as base camp staging areas and things like that. I'm here to talk on behalf of Quanta and our experience with Hurricane Beryl, and as Hurricane Beryl was approaching, we began our preparation on the Wednesday before, monitoring the weather and alerting our operating units throughout the country that there was something imminent and they needed to get ready to probably travel, probably over the weekend of the first of the week. When the reports came in Saturday evening that the storm had changed and they had more of a definite plan, probably within an hour I had a call from CenterPoint. And through that night and through the next day, we accumulated about 1,850 resources and started rolling them Sunday morning into CenterPoint. A couple of days later, we gathered another 400, and for a total of approximately 2,300 resources from 15 states in Canada that we accumulated into the Houston area over the next several days, along with a base camp that we constructed in Humble. Resource acquisition in our business is a first-come, first-served basis, so it's kind of first to the table, gets the option and the first to commit. And I'll say that the commit and the coming to the table from CenterPoint first thing after the weather reports on Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening got them the resources that we had to provide into the storm. In total, through the 14-day event, Quanah peaked at nearly 2,300 workers from more than 15 states and Canada, making up nearly 15% of the workforce on the CenterPoint system. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Chairman and other esteemed members of this committee. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Pete Parsons, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Solar Energy Society. We are a 501c3 organization that's dedicated to promoting distributed solar access and availability to all Texans. Hurricane Beryl and its impact to the CenterPoint distribution grid has added to a growing list of events that emphatically underscores the need for increased grid resiliency. Winter storms Elliott and Uri, the wildfires of the Panhandle, and a number of hurricanes throughout recent history highlight the need for generation behind customer meters to ensure the safety, security, and stability of Texans. While many think of generators for behind-the-meter resiliency, recent advances with solar and battery storage technologies have made these solar systems just as reliable and relevant as more traditional counterparts. Because distributed solar and storage systems are designed for parallel grid operation, they provide an all-of-the-above reliability solution. These systems provide energy not only during a disaster event, but also during tight grid conditions by removing demand from a thin market, something that traditionally generators cannot do. I'd be happy to provide this committee with a recent study that we commissioned that demonstrates that behind-the-meter solar plus storage is a viable option that should be considered when thinking about ways to increase customer resiliency as well as grid resiliency. However, current market signals tell homeowners that solar plus storage is not a good financial investment based on rates utilities are paying to solar homeowners across the state, which does not consider any value solar provides the utility. It is possible to make cost benefits of solar more transparent.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Members, questions? Thank you. Mr. Abdullah?
Thank you, Chair. Members, my name is Hasib Abdullah, and I want to share experience I had with all this. My dad is elderly, and he has a lot of health issues, and he was one of the lucky ones. He didn't have any power for 3.5 days. I shared some of those days with him, but it's ironic because the electricity line companies included have been increasing the cost of their services exponentially, where Texas, I think, adjusted to the cost of living is one of the more expensive places for electricity and power in the first place. It's more ironic that Texas is the leader of natural gas and oil production as well, and wind and solar, or soon to be solar as well. But my one recommendation to this committee is, or several recommendations, is that the PUC to file an informal complaint is pretty easy. If you go to their website, they have a big box. You just click on it. But it would be good to audit to see how much of these informal complaints actually result in either fines or corrective action. And then to file, which you're required to do under PUC's rules and the statute, but to file a formal complaint is not easy. I'm not saying PUC is hiding it, but it's not easy to do so. And that's when really things get moving, because there's an administrative law judge at PUC that looks at it. There's staff that looks at it more closely, lawyers and such. So I would recommend this when legislation happens, that staff and the state senators and your counterparts in the House look at how could it be more easier for the citizens of Texas to utilize the PUC, file not only informal complaints, but also formal complaints. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Members, questions of the panel? Thank you all. Brad Bailey, Woodlands Township Board of Directors. Kristen Lee, Legislative Affairs Commissioner. Adrian Garcia, Harris County. Joe Higgs, the Metropolitan Organization. Mr. Bailey, welcome. Please state your name and begin.
I'm Brad Bailey from the Woodlands Township Board of Directors. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Members of the committee, our two senators in the Woodlands, Senator Creighton, Senator Betancourt, thank you so much for all you've done. I'd like to thank this, I spent a lot of time in this building. I've done a lot of these things, and seeing how we have Republicans and Democrats all united over the target. I haven't seen this much unity since 9/11. So it's truly remarkable. Thank you, Centerpoint, for doing that for us. But it's exciting that you guys are on top of this. So please understand. Earlier, you heard Chief Nimkid, who's done an incredible job, spoke about the hurricane season's cone of uncertainty. In the Woodlands Township, we live in a cone of uncertainty 12 months a year, and that would be called Centerpoint Service Area in our district. Important to point out that the Woodlands is located at the end of the line of the Centerpoint system. And at the end of the line, the customers have a much different service experience than the Centerpoint customers that are inside the line of uncertainty. For example, prior to Hurricane Beryl, in the village of Creekside Park section of the township, we've had over 10 Centerpoint power outages of 1 hour or more in the last 12 months. That's prior to Hurricane Beryl. Obviously, this is trimming of trees and things like that are the issues. Needless to say, our community relies on Centerpoint for power, literally has PTSD whenever it rains or wind blows. To preference that, I have a letter here that I'll be leaving with all of you to read from one of our business owners. Fieldings has a restaurant in Harris County side of the Woodlands, and they have a restaurant in the Montgomery County side of the Woodlands. Two total different experiences. And don't take it from me. You've heard from a lot of people, but I'll leave this for all of you to read. And I encourage you to understand that we are seeing a total different application of communications and how we handle problems and how we deal with things. Entergy's done a fantastic job, and Centerpoint has a lot of work to do. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Bailey, thank you for making the trip today, marathon hearing, but I know that with you and Dr. Snyder and her great testimony as chairman of the board and our other township director here, Ms. Heiser, you're well represented in the Woodlands coming in and making sure that we understand impact. And we need to know that because I think you're working on a recommendation through resolution that you're passing, if I'm understanding that correctly, on asking for a change of service territory.
Well, we'd like to look at that. We'd like this committee to look at it. It's a very complicated issue, obviously, with ERCOT and non-ERCOT, but it's something that needs to be looked at. Judge Keogh really touched on it really well, but we're having some major issues and a lot of issues prior to the hurricane. So this is not just a hurricane issue. This is a resiliency issue that we see over and over and over again in our Harris County side and some of the Montgomery County side of all the Centerpoint areas.
Well, I think that's an important clarification that it is a trend over time in that request that you're making. Is that correct?
Yeah, a long time.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator.
Sir Bancourt.
And Director Bailey, how many copies of that letter do you have?
I think I have over 20.
Would you please give it to the clerk?
I thought I did. Did I?
All right. Could you pass that out? Thank
Yeah.
you. Because, I mean, you literally have both restaurants in two different service areas. They're nearly the same, economic area. And I assume the losses of the Harris County side are, how much does he say in this letter?
Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last just two storms that he's had to throw out in perishable food. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention 60-plus people not being able to work.
I want my Centerpoint friends to get a copy of this and read this.
I will.
Okay? Because this is exactly what happens when you don't have a reliable power situation, and across the street you do. Now, fortunately, this owner actually has two properties, so when one's down, the other one, he can at least refer people there, whether they make the drive, because it's a bit of a hike, trust me, because I fight that traffic myself. But when we're having a business owner that has hundreds of thousands of dollars of losses, and I won't tell you, Jeff, I've got so many calls from so many business owners, manufacturers, everything, because they cannot keep reliable power, so they're putting generators in. And unfortunately, as the gentleman said before, who was parked over here and done a good job with it, the cost of those generators, the 2,000 kilowatt generators, over $250,000 and escalating rapidly. So I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Kristen Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Lee. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs for Harris County Commissioner Adrian Garcia, and I'm delivering these remarks today on his behalf. He wishes he could be here today with you. Mark Sloan, our emergency manager, actually delivered the most salient pieces of information to you, so I will just add a few brief points. Elected leadership in Harris County strongly believes in empowering our residents to be self-sufficient and capable of functioning independently in the wake of severe storms. Our community has demonstrated remarkable resilience, but we need to ensure that we have the infrastructure and support necessary to maintain this independence. Residents need to know when we can expect to see investments in new technologies to serve our communities. So that's what we're asking of CenterPoint. The Houston Chronicle reported that CenterPoint profited millions of dollars from the rate increase used to pay for the mobile generators. We request those profits be returned to the ratepayers. We were told the generators would keep entire neighborhoods humming, and instead the generators were left idle during the exact use case scenario used to justify their purchase. The profits should be used to enhance services and reduce the cost burden for ratepayers. Full stop. Finally, we urge this committee and the PUC to hold meetings in Harris County. It is crucial to engage directly with the communities most affected by both the increasingly intense and frequent storms and by the decisions of these bodies. By holding meetings locally, you'll hear firsthand from residents who experience the impacts of severe weather and power outages. This will not only provide valuable insights, but also build trust and ensure that the voices of those directly impacted are heard and considered in your deliberations. Thank you for your time and attention in these most critical issues.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Any questions? Thank you. Joe Higgs.
Joe Higgs, organizer with the Metropolitan Organization in Houston. It's a sister organization of Valley Interfaith in the Valley, Central Texas Interfaith Network of Organizations. On Saturday, July the 13th in the afternoon, we sent out a text with a survey to 100,000 registered voters in areas around some of the congregations that are members. 3,400 people responded in 6 hours, and 4,500 did over the last couple of weeks. At the time they responded, this is 6 days into it, 69% who responded said they had no power. 39% said they didn't have access to a cooling place. They didn't have a place to go. We asked people to rate their situation, with 1 being fine and 5 being we're in a crisis, and 48% said they were a 4 or a 5. 14% they said they had medical devices and they didn't have electricity to power them. We got responses from over 50 different zip codes. I've given you this as just, there's 375 responses here. That's 1/10 of the ones we got. We got about 3,750 people actually wrote something. You can get a flavor just reading these, but I'll just give you an example about the issue of medical devices. Somebody in Humble says, it's critical, I have electricity. I'm on oxygen 24/7. I haven't had power since 6:20 a.m. Monday. A person from Jersey's Village says, I need oxygen. A person from Third Ward says, I need refrigeration to keep my insulin cold. We had dozens of people talk about losing insulin for their children and their families. Another person said in Third Ward says, I need power to do dialysis. I do it at home. I can't do it. And I visited actually a person who lives up in Homestead in the northeast side who does daily dialysis. Couldn't do it. By the time I visited him, his legs were swollen twice the size because of all the fluids that had drained into his legs. I just want to answer a little bit to what you said, Senator Colcourse, about this is the last 2 things. There's 2 in there for people saying, one in Pasadena, I live in a senior living facility and I have not had power for 5 days. Another one from Garden Oak says, I live in a senior living facility and we need power. So I think you're right. Senior living facilities are a problem.
Thank you. This is very demonstrative of the suffering so many people in Texas suffered during the hurricane. Chair calls Nicole Rhodes, CEO of Center Phase Energy, Brian Bird, founder of Bird Electric, and Michael Douglas, VP Strategic Services. Those are the last 3 that are registered. Anyone else wish to testify, please come forward. Brian Bird, Michael Douglas, are they here? Last call, Michael Douglas. Is there anyone wishing to testify on this committee's work? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Members, thank you all very much for your time, attention, dedication. We have a lot of work to do and have a direction, I believe, now. With that, without objection, Senator King moves that
The committee standing recess, subject to call of the chair. Without objections, so ordered.